I was squatting on the toilet, scrolling through short videos on my phone. Ding! A sudden cold, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. I froze instantly. What? A system? Before I could process the excitement, a sudden massive force swept over me. The next moment I opened my eyes, I found myself in an unfamiliar wilderness. Still in the squatting posture, I was tucked awkwardly into some bushes, with my pants not even pulled up properly. It couldn't get worse than this. In front of me was a crystal-clear lake. Behind me, a dirt road stretched out, and across the rice fields, some farmers were transplanting rice seedlings. In the distance, the mountains rolled endlessly. Where am I? Where the heck have you sent me? A nasty smell suddenly hit my nose, making my face instantly pale. Panic-stricken, I leaned back as far as I could, putting my hands on the ground for support. Hovering midair, I kept as still as possible, my arms trembling as I desperately tried to balance. Hold on. Don't just sit down there, man. I grit my teeth, my entire body on edge. If someone saw me like this, my life would truly be over. Ding. Host has been successfully bound to the annual check-in system. Newbie gift package granted. Congratulations. You have received a unique space spanning 220,000 square meters, complete with an unlimited spiritual spring. Host has been transported to May 15th, 1970. A new identity has been arranged for you. That was it. The system went silent. I was dumbfounded, my brain short-circuited. Time travel? The year 1970? Right then, my palm slipped. I began to fall, spiraling downwards. System, you piece of crap. Why'd you throw me in this godforsaken place? In the nick of time, a flash of white light enveloped me. I vanished into thin air. Thud. I landed heavily on soft ground. Phew, almost lost my dignity there. I patted myself down, everything clean. What a relief. Lying back to catch my breath, I glanced around for the first time. The area was huge, equal to more than 20 soccer fields. At the center stood a small, thatched hut with a water well beside it. Engraved on a nearby stone stele, the word "Sign In" glowed faintly. So this is my space, huh? Standing up, I tripped over my pants and tumbled face first into the ground. Ever since this time travel thing started, nothing has gone smoothly. After pulling up my pants properly this time, I walked toward the stone stele. Pressing my palm against it, I mentally activated the sign-in process. A countdown appeared. 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill, Firearms Mastery. An influx of firearm knowledge instantly poured into my brain. From assembly to disassembly to precise shooting. Everything imprinted clearly in my mind. I stood frozen in disbelief. I'm a law-abiding citizen. What do I need Firearms Mastery for? Wait a second. What year is it now again? I mentally summoned the system panel. Name, Yi Chun. Date, May 15th, 1970. Age, 15. Physique, 6. Height, 178 cm. Skill, Firearms Mastery. Joy surged in my heart. I scored big. I'd become a young teenager again. Almost 6 feet tall, strong, and full of energy. And it's the 1970s. Back then, guns weren't banned here. Hunters could openly carry firearms to hunt. That dense forest in the distance must be teeming with wild boars and deer. I could legitimately enter the mountains to hunt. Excited, I headed to the spiritual spring. The well water was crystal clear, with a wooden ladle conveniently resting nearby. Spiritual spring. Drinking improves physical health. Using it for irrigation accelerates plant growth. Perfect. Time to replenish some energy. Scooping up a ladleful of water, I drank it down in big gulps. Gulp, gulp. The next second, my entire body felt feverish. My blood was racing, and my head throbbed unbearably. Damn it. Guess I overdid it. Bang. I collapsed backward, rigid as a board. Figures I can't just casually drop like this after time traveling. Summoning the last bit of strength, I turned over before fainting completely. I didn't know how much time had passed, but when I woke up, hunger gnawed at my stomach like never before. I need to find something to eat. Acting on instinct, I exited the system's space. But as soon as I landed, I slipped on unstable footing. Whoa! I hollered in fright. My body tipped backward uncontrollably. Splash! A huge wave of water erupted as I plunged straight into the icy lake behind me. The commotion drew immediate attention. Passers-by turned toward the sound with furrowed brows. Farmers in the paddy field stood upright, glancing over one after another. A man driving an ox cart witnessed me fall into the water with his own 2 eyes. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly. Someone fell in the lake. Quick, anyone who can swim, come save him. The shout carried far down the path. On the ridge above, a burly, suntanned man dropped his rice seedlings without hesitation. Rolling up his pants, He sprinted toward the lake with alarming speed. Other young and able workers soon followed, ditching their chores to run after him. The first to reach the shore was a muscular man of Korean descent, dark with chiseled features. Panting heavily, he asked, "Where? Where exactly did the person fall in?" The ox cart man pointed toward the spot where the water rippled. "Right there. They just went under not long ago." The Korean man's gaze hardened. He threw off his jacket, revealing a strong upper body, then dove straight into the water. The lake was over 3 meters deep, with dim lighting below the surface. Holding his breath, he swam toward where I had disappeared. Meanwhile, I was in a dire situation. Before time traveling, I'd lived nearly 30 years, but I was a bona fide landlubber who couldn't swim a stroke. Falling into the water, I thrashed around aimlessly, my limbs flailing as I sank deeper and deeper. Icy water filled my nose and mouth, suffocating me until my chest felt like it would burst. Damn it. This whole time travel gig has been nothing but one disaster after another. I hadn't even gotten a hot meal before stumbling into this mess. What a rotten way to go, drowning as some water ghost. Frustration welled up in my heart. Everybody else seems to get godlike cheat codes when they time travel. Yet here I am, barely surviving one crisis before tumbling into another. Driven by desperation, a thought occurred to me, and I activated my system space. Instantly, the suffocating sensation vanished. I sucked in greedy gulps of air, finally able to breathe again. Could I reposition myself while inside the space? If I popped out again, would it move me straight to the shore? I tried exiting the space once more, but when I emerged, icy water greeted me all over again. Damn it. System, you're the absolute worst. The freezing lake surged relentlessly into my mouth and nasal passages. The suffocating sensation was growing stronger. My vision began to darken in waves. My consciousness was fading, becoming fuzzier by the second. My limbs were thrashing weaker and weaker. Just as I was on the verge of completely passing out, a dark, blurry figure moved closer to me. My brain went blank. I thought it was a water spirit coming to claim my life. My eyes rolled back, and with an ounce of strength left, I weakly cried out, "Don't get glug glug." I couldn't finish the sentence before the lake water filled my throat, silencing me. The middle-aged Korean uncle saw the frantic trail of bubbles. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that life was on the line. A second delay would be too late. With swift strokes, he rushed to me, grabbing the back of my collar with an iron grip. He started to drag me with all his might towards the surface of the water, pushing himself to swim harder. Moments later, two figures broke through the surface of the lake. The uncle gasped heavily, one hand tightly clutching me, and the other paddling with effort to swim us to the shore. By now, a crowd had already gathered at the lake's edge, layer upon layer of people, all with worried expressions. The onlookers, with many hands helping, pulled me out of the water, laying me flat on the ground. The seasoned uncle, with rescue skills honed by years of experience, immediately shouted in Korean, "Quick, head down, feet up. Put him upside down on the slope. Get the water out of his stomach." The crowd hurried to follow his instructions. They turned me upside down, head tilted downward, placing me on the sloping edge by the lake. The uncle clasped his hands together and started to press hard on my chest. Again and again, without pause. In my hazy unconsciousness, I felt a rough, strong hand pressing rhythmically against my chest. For a moment, I thought it was the water spirit tormenting me. A chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Suddenly, I jolted awake, and a strong wave of nausea surged to my throat. I immediately jerked my head forward, and with a loud bleh, burst out a mouthful of icy lake water. One gulp after another, I spit out the water, until there was no more, and the suffocating pressure in my chest finally began to subside. I collapsed onto the ground, completely drained of energy, as the crowd of villagers collectively exhaled in relief. Such a grown adult. How could you be so careless? You're lucky to have survived this. From now on, stay away from the water's edge. An elder Han Chinese man clicked his tongue, his tone more filled with concern than scolding. A nearby middle-aged Korean woman nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying in Korean, "Yes, yes, that was too close. You must keep away from the lake in the future." Drenched from head to toe, my wet hair clung to my forehead. I was cold and utterly disheveled. It took me a while to catch my breath and gather my senses. I looked up at the group of people surrounding me. Each of them was dressed in coarse, patched-up clothing. Their faces bore honest and sincere expressions. Some were speaking in Mandarin, others in Korean, and yet some mixed both languages together as they spoke. Their expressions of concern were familiar, as if they all knew me. But I, a soul who had transmigrated here, had no memories of these people whatsoever. Their faces were completely unfamiliar to me. What's worse, I didn't understand a word of their Korean. Yet judging by their looks, they clearly knew the body's original owner. It must be the villagers assigned to my identity by the system. Therein lay the problem. I didn't recognize them. I didn't know the past of the person I replaced. Any slip of the tongue would expose me as an outsider, a mistake that could cause me endless trouble. In this era where I could barely get by as is, my mind raced as I quickly processed the situation. In mere seconds, I made my decision. I would pretend to have amnesia. That would explain why I didn't recognize anyone, and it wouldn't raise suspicion, given that I'd just nearly drowned. A memory lapse due to head trauma would seem entirely reasonable. I immediately began channeling my inner actor. I let confusion cloud my gaze and showed an expression of pure bewilderment. Thank you for saving me, but who are you? The crowd fell momentarily silent. Everyone froze and stared at me in shock and confusion. What's this boy saying? Inside, I tensed up. The last thing I wanted was for someone to suggest taking me to the town for a health check. If a doctor examined me and found no real issues, my amnesiac act would be exposed in an instant. A middle-aged man, whom the others seemed to call Uncle Lee, stepped forward, eyes wide. Young Yi, you don't recognize me, Uncle Lee? Did you hit your head while you were underwater? The surrounding workers started murmuring among themselves. A worried Korean Annie frowned and mumbled. This boy's usually so sharp. How'd falling into the lake make him forget everyone? Uncle Lee turned to the production team leader, Wu Shueo. Team leader Wu, should we take him to the town clinic quickly? If his brain took in water and ends up damaged, that'd be serious. Internally, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Your brain is full of water. Your whole family's brains are full of water. I'm just acting forgetful. I'm not actually brain damaged, okay? Team leader Wu looked me over carefully, then glanced at the villagers gathered around us. Uncle Lee, take each into town right away. I'll head back to the team offices to grab some medical funds and meet you there. Uncle Lee shook his head and quickly replied, no need to trouble Team leader Wu. I have some on me. It should be enough for the clinic fees. Saying this, he grabbed my arm to support me. I was still wobbling like jelly and started to lead me towards an ox cart parked nearby. You rascal, what were you doing that ended with you falling into the lake? All skin and bones like you are, and yet you still weigh a ton. Just as we made it to the ox cart, my stomach suddenly emitted a loud, unmistakable grrrrrrr sound. It echoed loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. Uncle Lee paused mid-step. What's wrong, boy? Are you hungry? My face went red with embarrassment. Uncle Lee, I think I was starved. I guess that's why my legs gave out and I accidentally fell in. I deliberately glossed over my earlier embarrassing scene, claiming instead that hunger had caused my collapse. Truthfully, moments ago, inside the system's spatial space, the process of drinking spiritual spring water to enhance my body had drained me of all energy. Now, my stomach felt as if it was on fire with hunger, a ravenous pit. Uncle Lee put down the ox reins, then turned back and shouted toward the group. Team leader Wu, everyone, this young lad's starving. Does anyone have any food with them? Give him a little something to keep him upright first. The uncles and aunties, who were getting ready to head into the fields, all paused in their tracks. In these tough times, every household was living hand to mouth. But upon hearing the call, no one hesitated for a second. They hurried back to the edges of the fields, rummaging for food. In just moments, everyone had pitched in to pile together some food, a stiff cornbread pancake from one, a small piece of dried rations from another. Someone even handed over a few sections of turnip, and another offered a small handful of roasted soybeans. Bits and pieces gathered into a handout that was given to Captain Wu. This small collection was their own saved lunch. In an era when grain was as precious as gold, this act of generosity was truly rare. I was so famished that my vision was going blurry, too hungry to even think of being picky. Grabbing the food quickly, I stuffed a cornbread pancake into my mouth. I devoured the food like a wolf, eating ravenously. Without water, I just chewed carefully, ignoring the dryness in my throat. Before long, I had eaten every last crumb and even wiped my mouth with the back of my hand before letting out a satisfied belch. Burp. Seeing my desperate, starving expression, Uncle Lee and Captain Wu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Even the nearby fellow villagers showed warm, kind smiles. Captain Wu waved to Uncle Lee. Quickly, take him to the township clinic for a checkup, he said. Hopefully he's fine, but if there's a problem, at least we can catch it early and get him treated. Uncle Lee nodded. Don't worry, Captain Wu. I've got it all under control. We'll head there right away. With that, Uncle Lee pressed my shoulder, and before I could react, I was seated on the ox cart. Uncle Lee climbed up front, lightly pulling on the reins. The old yellow ox let out a low moo and began moving slowly toward the village entrance. The cart wheels creaked along the dirt road, making soft, jolting noises. Sitting on the cart, I watched the gradually receding group of villagers still waving in my direction. A warm feeling surged in my heart. Quickly straightening up, I shouted at the top of my lungs. "Thank you, uncles and aunties, grandpas and grandmas, for the cornbread and turnips." In a time when food was scarce and no one had enough to eat, these strangers were willing to share their life-saving rations with me. This kindness was immeasurable. I silently promised that once I got on my feet, I would repay their generosity 100-fold. The ox cart bumped along as it moved forward, passing lush green fields on both sides of the road. In the distance, blue-green mountains stretched endlessly. The fresh smell of soil wafted through the air. Every so often, faint outlines of border markers along the frontier came into view. Leaning against the cart's hard wooden plank, I let the cool breeze play across my damp clothes. As I relived the harsh opening act of being thrown into 1970s life, rage bubbled up in my chest. "Stupid system. You almost cost me my life." I cursed inwardly. But now that I had already landed in 1970, equipped with a space system and daily rewards, I resolved to live a life here that would defy the hardships of the times. The ox cart trudged steadily towards the town. Hope for a new life flickered in my heart. The cart's wheels groaned softly against the dirt road. The wind carried the fresh scent of grass and trees, brushing against my slightly chilled, damp clothes. It was just Uncle Lee and me on the cart now. Taking the chance while playing the role of someone with amnesia, I decided to gather some information about the identity this system had crafted for me. Sitting cross-legged, arms wrapped around my knees, I put on a lost and clueless expression. "Uncle Lee," I asked hesitantly, "can you tell me about the past? I don't remember anything." Uncle Lee turned to look at me with a puzzled and concerned expression. "This poor kid must have hit your head on a rock when you fell into the water," he said gently. He began telling me stories, one after another, opening up like a floodgate. On the surface, I kept up a confused and innocent facade. But beneath it, my ears were sharply tuned as my mind rapidly pieced together the details. By the time he finished, I had a decent grasp of my situation. Here's what I learned. I was the only child of the Yi family. My parents had passed when I was young. My father died in a mountain accident while gathering herbs when I was only 5. The following year, my mother passed away from illness. For as long as I could remember, the villagers' generosity had been my saving grace, allowing me to grow to the age of 15. Both of my parents had been veterans of the Korean War, settling in this border area afterwards to practice medicine and help the village. Because of their sacrifice and goodwill, the villagers were eager to save me, even sharing their precious food reserves without hesitation. I pieced together my location too. This was Huncheon County in Jilin Province, nestled in the border region where China, North Korea, and Russia met. The village was primarily ethnically Korean, but also home to Han, Manchu, and even one Russian family. Uncle Lee mentioned that the Russian household at the eastern end of the village had been close friends with my parents. Not long after, we approached a small thatched house in the distance. "That's your home," Uncle Lee said. Looking around, I saw nothing but towering mountains on all sides. This area was part of the Changbai mountain range. Wild boars, deer, and pheasants were common. But the depths of the mountains were home to Siberian tigers, black bears, and wolves. Not many dared venture inside. Listening carefully, I felt a spark of excitement. Where others saw danger, I saw a bounty of untapped resources ready to be harvested. With my newfound gun expertise, I suddenly felt like I had found the perfect stage. In the distance, a wide river snaked through the landscape. "That's the border river," Uncle Lee sighed. "In the winter, when it freezes, there are always people trying to cross over. If they get caught, the consequences are dire." A chill ran down my spine. Life on the border during these politically fraught times meant constant vigilance. After a bumpy ride lasting over an hour, we finally reached town, stopping in front of the welfare clinic. Fishing 5 pennies out of his pocket, Uncle Lee led me inside. He took care of everything, registering, waiting in line, arranging the checkup. The doctor examined my head and asked about what had happened during my fall into the water. "Temporary memory loss," the doctor concluded. "Whether it will return depends entirely on the individual." "Doctor, will his memory come back?" Uncle Lee pressed anxiously. "Just take it slow," the doctor replied. My heart tightened. I was worried someone would catch on to my act. Luckily, the doctor wasn't suspicious and just prescribed a few remedies for recovery. With that, the amnesia act passed without a hitch. We climbed back onto the ox cart and began the return journey. Barely leaving the town, we happened to run into a group of young women. They were all dressed in simple, faded clothes with long braids trailing behind them. Uncle Lee recognized the young female educated youths from the brigade. "Girls, finished wandering around?" he asked. The four female educated youths came running over with smiles. One of them, a gentle-looking girl with soft eyes, looked at me. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Chun?" she exclaimed. Uncle Li leisurely lit his tobacco pipe and introduced them to me. "These girls are educated youths sent down to rural areas from Beijing, Shanghai, and the south," he explained. "These two will be staying at your place. Shen Qingyao is from Beijing and Xia Yusin is from Shanghai. The other two, Li Pundi and Su Yaya, are from Jiangsu province, and they're staying with Captain Wu's family." After he said this, my gaze instinctively landed on Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin. My heart stirred ever so slightly. Even dressed in plain clothes, the beauty of the two was undeniable. Shen Qingyao had a gentle and quiet demeanor, exuding the grace of a refined young lady. Xia Yusin appeared lively and playful, brimming with a spirited charm. They looked to only be a year or two older than me, and their city-like elegance stood out distinctly in the countryside. I never expected that my old, worn-down thatched house would host two such beautiful young women. It was like an unexpected joy had fallen into my lap. "Hop on up, I'll give you all a ride," Uncle Li said enthusiastically, waving his hand. He added jokingly, "You two should spend more time talking to this kid and cheer him up." The two of them blinked in surprise, looking first at Uncle Li and then at me in confusion. "Uncle Li, what's wrong with Xiao Chun?" Xia Yusin asked first. "This boy fell into the lake, hit his head, and now he's lost his memory," Uncle Li said, taking a long drag from his pipe. "Maybe it's temporary, or maybe it's permanent." "Amnesia?" Shen Qingyao's expression changed slightly as she quickly climbed onto the ox cart. She came over to my side and bent down slightly. "Do you feel any pain? Do you have any wounds on your head?" As she spoke, she gently reached out and brushed aside the strands of hair on my forehead. Before I traveled back here, I was nearly 30 years old and had never been this close to such a beautiful girl. Her faint, delicate scent enveloped my senses, and I froze completely, my face instantly heating up in embarrassment. I sat there stiffly as Shen Qingyao leaned in slightly. If I were to lift my head even a tiny bit, the close proximity would feel almost intimate. My heart was racing uncontrollably, and my mind went blank. At that moment, Xia Yusin also climbed onto the cart, accidentally bumping into me. Already on edge, the sudden jolt caused me to lose my balance, and my head fell directly into Shen Qingyao's embrace. The softness and warmth I felt in an instant left my brain buzzing, completely blank. Realizing what had just happened, I shot upright as fast as I could, my face so red it could practically fry an egg. Sorry, I didn't mean to," I stammered apologetically, panicking. In this era, such behavior, even accidental, could easily be seen as inappropriate or lewd. If anyone accused me of misconduct, it wouldn't matter how much I tried to explain myself. Looking up, I locked eyes with Shen Qingyao. Her entire face had turned crimson, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her earlobes. Her gaze darted around, avoiding mine, and she looked too shy and flustered to speak. "Oh, this is my fault for not standing steadily," Xia Yusin quickly interceded, though a hint of playful amusement glinted in her eyes. I glanced at the embarrassed Shen Qingyao, then at the mischievously smiling Xia Yusin, utterly at a loss. All I could do was sit there stiffly, my heart still racing as awkward silence filled the space. Meanwhile, Li Pundi, Su Yaya, and Uncle Li burst out laughing, breaking the tension. The ox cart moved on, heading back toward the village. The atmosphere in the cart remained light and subtly laced with an unspoken sense of ambiguity. Little did I know at the time, this accidental moment of closeness had left an undeniable impression on the two girls' hearts. On the way back, all of us were squeezed into the back of the ox cart. In front, the old ox let out occasional deposits, and Uncle Li would catch it with a burlap sack. The smell was pungent and trapped within the sack, becoming more intense with time. Uncle Li held the reins in one hand and his tobacco pipe in the other, puffing away casually as the setting sun sank slowly behind the hills. Dusk had fallen by the time the cart reached the entrance to the village. Uncle Li tightened the reins and said, "This is as far as I'll take you. Now off you go." The educated youths all hopped off. Shen Qingyao pulled out a piece of white rabbit milk candy and handed it to Uncle Li. "Uncle Li, thank you for the ride," she said. "Oh, come now. It's nothing to give you all a lift. Can't take something as precious as this." Uncle Li responded, waving his hand in refusal. Back then, white rabbit candies were an uncommon treat, priced at 2.5 yuan per pound and requiring a coupon to buy. However, Shen Qingyao insisted, tucking the candy into Uncle Li's hand. "Just a token of appreciation for lending us a ride," she said. Unable to refuse, Uncle Li grinned and climbed back onto the cart, driving off with the ox. After saying goodbye to the others, Li Pundi and Su Yaya made their way east toward their residence. I'll carry those for you, I offered, stepping forward to take Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin's cloth bundles in each hand. Quietly, I followed behind them as we walked. Every now and then, I glanced over at the rice fields along the way, mentally calculating whether I could manage to find any leftover plant stems to bring back and try growing them in the system space. Unfortunately, the fields were spotless, every stalk and grain meticulously cleaned up. I wasn't surprised. For rural communities in 1970, grain was life. It wasn't just entire rice shoots. Even a dropped grain of rice would be picked up with care by the villagers. Nothing here today. I guess I'll try again later tonight when it's dark and quiet, I thought to myself, forming a plan. Before long, the three of us reached my house. A simple, humble thatched house with 3 doors sat in front of us, surrounded by a sparse wooden fence. The yard was about 20 square meters. Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin opened the gate and made their way to the small side room on the east side. In the middle of the yard, there was a vacant room that still contained some old, rusted medical tools left behind. According to Uncle Lee, my parents had both been military medics. After the Korean War, they stayed in this remote border area to provide medical care for the villagers. This room had served as their makeshift clinic. I headed towards the west side, which was my part of the house. The entrance was a narrow area for removing shoes. Directly ahead, you could see the connected dirt Kong bed, a large iron cooking pot on one side, and a water vat covered with heavy wooden planks sitting in the corner. The house was divided in the center by a wall of packed dirt. Half of it served as a living area, while the other half was used for storing odds and ends. Warehouse. I stepped onto the Kong bed and carefully examined the room's furnishings. The earthen Kong was only covered with a worn-out straw mat. There was a wooden pillow and a thin, patched quilt. Besides these, the room was completely bare. I moved into the inner room. The only thing inside was an old wooden wardrobe with 2 small drawers. On the wall above the wardrobe, there were portraits of Chairman Mao and Marshal Peng. I reached out and opened the wardrobe. It was completely empty, but it had been thoroughly cleaned. I pulled open the 2 small drawers at the top. My eyes lit up. Inside were a few neatly stacked, yellowing black and white photographs. These were relics left behind by my parents. Next to the photos were items wrapped in oil paper and white cloth. I opened them up to see what was inside. There were 4 medals, all of different styles. I wasn't sure what kind of medals they were, and there was no phone to look them up. I could only put them into the system space for safekeeping. I then opened another parcel wrapped in oil paper. This one contained 30 rifle bullets and 2 magazines, both in excellent condition without a speck of rust. The moment I saw those bullets, my heart began to race. Where there are bullets, there must be a gun nearby. I immediately turned and headed to the adjoining storage room. Before long, I found a long, cloth-wrapped object in the corner of the room. I moved aside a wooden box and uncovered the cloth. A meticulously maintained Type 38 rifle lay before me. I gently ran my fingers along the cold steel barrel. Perfect. With this rifle, I won't have to worry about going hungry when hunting in the mountains. Although firearms weren't banned in this era, privately holding one was illegal. Since it was a keepsake from my father, I planned to find a chance to report it. I continued searching the storage room and found a military canteen, a standard-issue bayonet, and some old military uniforms left by my parents. For me, this was already a great windfall. With a gun and ammunition, I now had some security living in this remote mountain village. I attached the bayonet to the Type 38 rifle and held up the weapon. With the bayonet fixed, the entire length of the rifle was almost 1.7 meters tall. As I was wiping down the rifle, a knock suddenly came from the courtyard gate. "Xiaochen, are you in there? Can we come in?" It was Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin's voices. I hurriedly hid the rifle back in its place and quickly walked out of the storage room, closing the door behind me. "Come in." Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin walked in, each carrying bags of grain. "Let me help you with that," I said as I took the bags from their hands. Xia Yusin looked at my frail figure and said, "Xiaochun, you didn't eat much this afternoon. Let's make you some corn porridge." Although I was 5 feet 10 inches, my body was skinny to the point where my bones stuck out. The team leader, Wu Captain, had deliberately arranged for these 2 female educated youth to live in the wing room of my home, so they could look after me, the orphan of a hero. Shen Qingyao started the fire while Xia Yusin busied herself at the stove. In no time, steaming corn porridge was ready. In this era, eating corn porridge was already a blessing. I picked up the bowl and gulped it down in big scoops. After eating, I took the initiative to clean up the dishes and bowls. Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin didn't want to stay for too long, as social boundaries between men and women were strictly observed in this era. They reminded me to take care and then return to the wing room. After confirming they had left, I immediately returned to the storage room. I carefully placed the Type 38 rifle, bullets, and magazines into the system space. I also cleaned and stored the military canteen inside. With a thought, I entered the system space. Although it was completely dark outside, the space within was as bright as daylight. I quickly walked over to the spiritual soil area to check its attributes. Through mental control, I could plant, weed, and harvest with just a thought. Growth was accelerated tenfold, and crops could regrow endlessly after harvesting without needing to be reseeded. Moreover, all items in the space would remain eternally fresh. After reading the description, my cheeks flushed with excitement. 10 times growth speed, perpetual harvest, eternal freshness. With this, I wouldn't have to worry about hunger in 1970 anymore. I used my mind to divide the space into sections: grain fields, vegetable gardens, an orchard, and areas for livestock and fish farming. Drawing water from the spiritual spring, I irrigated the spiritual soil. With weaponry in hand and a miraculous system space, I now had a solid footing in this 1970s border village. I made up my mind to first find some seeds quietly, plant the crops, and solve the hunger issue. Then look for opportunities to hunt and improve my lifestyle. Late at night, when everything was silent, I pushed open the door delicately, afraid of making even the slightest noise. The moment I stepped outside, I was stunned by the view before me. This is insane. How can the moon be this bright? A radiant full moon hung in the night sky, bathing the dirt paths in silvery light. The veins on the roadside weeds were sharply visible. My shadow stretched across the ground. With such brightness, anyone glancing my way could easily spot me. But I had no choice. It was now or never. I needed to get rice seedlings and plant them in the space under the cover of night. I didn't waste time thinking any further. Lowering my body and wrapping my tattered clothes tightly around me, I dashed straight toward the rice fields where the villagers had transplanted seedlings earlier in the day. I knew full well how eerily quiet rural nights were in the 1970s. Even a snapping twig could echo far and wide through the still air. Sneaking out to pull rice seedlings in the dead of night. If anyone caught me, they'd accuse me of sabotaging production, and I'd be in a world of trouble. I removed my cloth shoes, putting them into the system space, rolled up my pants, and stepped barefoot into the soft soil. Hunched over, I carefully crept into a rice paddy. From each field, I only took 1 or 2 clumps of seedlings before moving on to another area. This way, I didn't disrupt the overall layout and wouldn't attract attention. It took over an hour of painstaking effort before I stopped. I checked the system space. 400 square meters of rice seedlings now covered the spiritual soil. With the tenfold growth speed of the system, the crops would mature in no time. I walked to the nearby lake and washed the mud off my feet. Putting on my shoes, I tiptoed back home. Standing at the courtyard gate, I looked around to ensure no one was nearby. Just as I was about to push the door open, I heard rustling noises coming from the backyard. The sound of earth being dug, accompanied by low, heavy breaths. I instantly tensed up, my eyes narrowing cautiously. In a remote mountain village like this, encountering something in the backyard at night could only mean one of 3 things. 1. A thief, though my house had virtually nothing worth stealing. 2. A couple sneaking off for a clandestine encounter. 3. The most dangerous possibility: wild animals venturing down from the mountains in search of food. Without hesitation, I quickly entered the system space. I retrieved the Type 38 rifle, loaded a bullet, and chambered it, ready for whatever awaited. Bayonet fixed, both hands gripping the rifle tightly. Even with expert shooting skills, my palms still sweat when facing a wild beast for the first time. I crouched low, holding the rifle firmly as I inched step by step toward the backyard. Just as I approached the door to the east room where the female comrade stayed, the door creaked open. Out walked Xia Yusin, rubbing her eyes, clearly someone who had gotten up in the middle of the night. When she looked up and saw me holding a rifle, terror washed over her face. She clasped her hands tightly over her mouth, stifling a scream deep in her throat. Her whole body froze, too scared to move an inch. Once she recognized it was me, her face turned even paler. I instinctively raised a finger to my lips, signaling her to stay quiet. Pointing to my own eyes, then toward the backyard, I communicated my intentions. She held her breath and listened closely. The sound of dirt being dug and an animal's heavy breathing drifted clearly from behind the house. In an instant, she understood. I was protecting them. Holding the rifle, I fixed my gaze on the backyard and began to slowly, cautiously edge forward. Every muscle in my body was tense, my nerves stretched to their limit. Saying I wasn't nervous would be a lie. Earlier, I'd thought a gun in hand would make hunting a breeze. But staring down a wild beast, my palms sweated and my heartbeat quickened. Deep in the forest, wild animals are unrelenting, especially wild boars with their thick hides that can withstand a lot. Even the slightest mistake could lead to me becoming prey. The safest move would have been retreating indoors, bolting the door, and waiting for dawn, or firing a warning shot to wake the entire village for help. But the thing was, I really wanted meat. In this era, I'd only eaten coarse grains for the day. Not even a shadow of meat had crossed my plate. This wild boar showing up was the perfect chance to improve my meals. It was a gamble. Take down the boar, and there'd be meat on the table for weeks. Fail, and I'd become the beast's next meal. Just as I firmed my resolve, faint footsteps echoed behind me. My chest tightened. Whirling around, I saw Xia Yusin sneaking behind me with a tree branch as thick as her arm. She held it tightly, her face set with determination. Though her eyes betrayed fear, there wasn't a hint of retreat in them. My head throbbed instantly. My brows knit tightly together as I stared her down. I had a rifle in hand, expertise in shooting, and yet I approached the wild boar with extreme caution. And here she was, holding a flimsy stick, daring to follow after me. Where did she find this kind of courage? I stopped, glaring fiercely at her as I motioned toward the east room with my chin, signaling her to go back inside and stop causing trouble. But Xia Yusin completely ignored my warning. Instead, she tightened her grip on the stick and quickly crouched by the wall corner, carefully poking her head out for a glimpse of the backyard. Just a quick glance was all it took for her to assess the situation. Turning back to me, she stuck her tongue out mischievously, scrunching her nose in a silent gesture, imitating a pig's snout. Then, using a combination of exaggerated hand signs, she conveyed, "One big wild boar, 5 little piglets." Once I realized what her hand gestures meant, my nerves eased by half. 1 fully grown boar and 5 juveniles. With my shooting skills, a few well-placed shots could take down the big one. As long as I eliminated the adult, the piglets would be much easier to handle. Lowering my body, I swiftly moved to Xia Yusin's side. Afraid she might make any sudden movement that could expose our position, I grabbed her wrist lightly and pulled her further into the shelter of the wall. Leaning slightly to shield her, I dipped my head close to her ear, whispering another sharp "show." The warmth of my breath brushed her ear, and she turned beet red instantly, the flush spreading all the way to her ears. I, completely oblivious to her reaction, focused entirely on the backyard. Taking a deep breath, I slowly poked my upper body out, taking aim with my rifle. I fixed my gaze on the fully grown wild boar, its head lowered as it rooted through the dirt for food. My eye lined up with the iron sight, locking squarely onto its skull. Slowly, I tightened my finger around the trigger. Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire cut through the still night like lightning in a storm. The bullet hit the boar square in the head, blood spurting almost immediately. Quickly cycling the bolt for the next round, my sights never left the target. Bang! The adult wild boar, startled and attempting to flee, was struck by a second shot, driving another precise bullet into its brain. This 300-pound sow couldn't even squeal, collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The 5 piglets around it scattered frantically at the sound of the gunshots. Each darted off in a different direction. I shifted my aim to one of them and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A piglet dropped on the spot, its skull shattered from the shot. Another swift movement of the rifle. Bang! A second piglet fell in its tracks. The remaining 3 lost their minds and blindly sprinted into the dense underbrush, vanishing into the shadows of the night. I exhaled deeply, finally lowering the rifle as I stepped forward to examine the downed boars. But just as I took my first step, a massive silhouette erupted from the darkness of the wall corner. Its movement was swift, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with fury, and its tusks glinted with ruthless determination. Damn it! There's a male boar. Cold dread enveloped me. My back stiffened as chills ran up my spine. By instinct, I jerked back, but I was just a split second too late. At the very last moment, the maddened boar collided head-on with the timber corner of the thatched house, its bulk crashing into it ferociously. Boom! With splinters shot everywhere, the entire structure shuddering under the impact. By sheer luck, the house absorbed the fatal blow meant for me. Adrenaline rushed through me as I steadied myself from the shock. Looking at the enraged creature furiously attacking the wooden beams, I felt the icy weight of dread set in. As the boar continued its relentless assault, for a moment, its determined figure anchored my gaze. The massive beast stood before me. My face turned pale as fear gripped me. Instinctively, I took several steps back until my back pressed against the cold mud wall. Every muscle in my body tensed as the adrenaline flooded my veins. Just moments ago, I had managed to kill a massive sow that must have weighed over 300 pounds. Its size alone had been overwhelming. But now, Standing before me was a wild boar even larger than the previous one, a hulking king of the forest. Its coarse, black-brown bristles stood on end like steel needles, its forelimbs thick and sturdy like tree trunks. Every pounding step it took seemed to shake the ground beneath me. Its sharp tusks gleamed ominously in the dim light. This boar must have been at least 500 to 600 pounds, a true ruler of the deep forest. There wasn't even time to think. Survival instincts kicked in as I swiftly raised my rifle, a traditional Type 38. I aimed directly at the boar's forehead, and with trembling fingers, I pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot shattered the nighttime tranquility. My bullet hit its mark, right on the boar's snout. The searing pain enraged the beast, and it let out a deep, guttural roar. Furious now, it lowered its head and charged at me like a runaway freight train. The ground trembled beneath its immense weight, kicking up a cloud of dust as it charged. My heart sank. No more bullets. There wasn't time to reload. Cornered and desperate, I didn't think of the system space I had access to. Driven by instinct alone, I gripped my rifle tightly, flipped it, and plunged the bayonet straight at the boar. Shhhk. The blade pierced its eye, and blood sprayed all over me. Hot, sticky, and nauseatingly thick. But the wound wasn't deep enough to be fatal. It wasn't in a critical spot. Instead of slowing down, the injury only intensified the creature's rage. It roared in unbearable agony, twisting its massive body wildly. In its frenzy, the boar turned, and suddenly, my companion Summer Yusin stood directly in its path. Frozen in fear, she couldn't react in time. She was a split second away from being trampled. The surge of adrenaline in my veins hit a peak. My blood pounded so hard, I thought my veins might burst. Summoning every ounce of strength I had, I drove the bayonet deeper. "You damn beast, just die already." I howled. The blade sank in another 10 centimeters. This time, the boar swerved away, staggering off course. It charged into the mud wall with a deafening crash. Its massive body partially collapsed into a gaping hole in the wall. After a few final, violent struggles, the beast finally fell still. Ah! A piercing scream came from inside the house. Summer Yusin slumped to the ground, her face drained of all color. Tears streamed down her face unchecked, and a damp spot began to spread at the bottom of her pants. She had been so frightened, she had lost control. I collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, my entire body shaking from exertion and dread. My muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and my chest heaved as I processed what just happened. It was too close. Death had been at my heels, and I could still feel its icy grasp. The sound of the first gunshot brought Captain Wu storming out with his rifle. Hearing the chaos, the village men followed suit, each grabbing whatever they could: sickles, kitchen knives, hoes, pitchforks, and axes. Driven by my earlier, desperate shouting, they rushed even faster. When the crowd arrived in the courtyard, silence fell. The sight before them was shocking. The mud wall had been breached, the ground littered with the aftermath, a scene of sheer carnage. Blood splattered everywhere. 2 massive wild boars lay dead, alongside 2 smaller ones. Captain Wu hurried to my side, his calloused hand gripping my shoulder firmly. His weathered face was full of concern as he scanned me for injuries. Jean Daly helped Summer Yusin to her feet. After confirming we were unharmed, Captain Wu let out a long breath of relief. The captain's flashlight swept over the 4 boar carcasses, evident in his gaze. Old Lee slapped me on the back, his voice filled with approval. "Kid, you've got guts," he exclaimed. "Took down 4 wild boars with just an old single-shot rifle. And that massive boar king, too." I didn't respond, my lips trembling slightly as the adrenaline began to wear off. My entire body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Waves of anxiety surged through me. It felt like I had narrowly escaped death. The unspeakable smell reached Captain Wu and Jean Daly, and they quickly realized Summer Yusin had been so terrified that she had wet herself. Captain Wu quietly gestured to his wife in their Korean dialect to take her inside to rest. Jean Daly supported Summer Yusin, leading her into the main house. The east room where I had been cornered was in ruins and uninhabitable. Aunt Lee also helped Shen Qingyao into the main house before gently closing the door. Facing me again, Captain Wu extended his rough hand. Slowly and shakily, I extended mine. He hauled me to my feet, patting the dirt off my clothing. "Kid Yi, what should we do with all this boar meat?" he asked while the other villagers looked at me with hopeful glances. Their anticipation was plain to see. This was an era of scarcity, a time where getting your hands on a bit of meat was a luxury. The prospect of so much fresh wild game was almost too good to be true. Yet I had been the one to take the risk to hunt these beasts. No one dared make decisions about the spoils without my consent. Taking in the villagers around me, their familiar faces and their makeshift tools, I felt warmth rise in my chest. These people had put themselves at risk by rushing to help me at the mere sound of the commotion. Their selflessness moved me deeply. Just then, Captain Wu's eldest daughter arrived, her presence drawing attention. Old Li grinned and hollered, "Hey there, Wu's eldest. Translate for your dad, will ya?" He's so worked up that his words are tripping over each other. Wu Xiuqin, the village's little interpreter, quickly began speaking with her father in their local Korean dialect. After their brief exchange, Xiuqin turned to me. "Xiaoqin, my dad says all the meat belongs to you since you were the one who took out the boars. It's up to you what to do with it. He just wanted to ask if you'd be willing to share some with the village, and in return, we'll credit you with 6 months' worth of full work points." I nodded, an idea already forming in my mind. "I don't lack meat," I said. "What I do need are seeds and work points." Pointing to the 300-pound sow, I said, "Let's keep this one for the village so every household can get some meat. But I have one condition." "What's your condition?" Xiuqin asked, her interest piqued. "Take fewer of my work points if you must, but I hope the village can give me a variety of crop seeds, just a little bit of each type." The sow alone would likely yield about 260 pounds of pure meat, a fortune worth over 26 big unity currency notes on the black market. Xiuqin was stunned at my generosity, but relayed my terms to her father. Captain Wu immediately agreed, giving me a proud thumbs up. "Well done, Kidyi. You're a real class act," he said with genuine admiration. The villagers cheered, their smiles lighting up the night. Old Li, ever the impatient one, suggested, "Let's work late into the night dividing the meat up. That way, people can get their share as soon as possible." Captain Wu agreed without hesitation. "Perfect. Let's get to it." Taking Xiuqin along, I followed her to the village warehouse to gather seeds. Meanwhile, the other villagers hoisted the boars and marched off to Piao the butcher's house to begin preparations. The moonlight shone as we moved forward, leaving the carnage behind. The bag was filled with seeds of wheat, corn, soybeans, sorghum, and other grains. There were also seeds for potatoes, sweet potatoes, Chinese cabbages, and white radishes. It was packed full. After returning to Butcher Park's home, I waited for an hour until everyone in the village, men, women, young, and old, all came bustling over out of curiosity. Butcher Park prioritized processing my wild boar and skillfully divided the meat, filling 6 big baskets. Old Lee offered to help me carry the meat home. Before he left, I stopped him and said, "Uncle Lee, I'll return the medical expenses you covered soon." He waved his hand dismissively. "No need. If it weren't for your parents saving me back then, I wouldn't even be here today. 13 years ago, they saved my life. Compared to that, the medical expenses are nothing." After finishing his sentence, he patted me on the shoulder and left. Watching his back, I felt a complex wave of emotions. In this era, material goods were scarce, but human kindness ran deeply, pure, and genuine. I looked at the wild boar meat on the ground and tightly clenched the seeds in my hand. Living in this border village in the 1970s, I was no longer without a foundation. I now had the means to survive and create a life for myself. Surely, the days ahead would only get better. I waited until Uncle Lee disappeared into the distance at the village entrance before turning back into the yard. Staring at the 6 baskets full of wild boar meat, I left a smaller portion aside while storing the rest inside the mysterious spatial system. With its preservation ability, I didn't need to worry about the meat spoiling. Opening the door to my house, I stepped inside and saw Aunt Jean Dezai and Aunt Lee comforting Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusen. The 2 female, educated youths' faces were pale, their eyes brimming with fear. When they noticed my return, the aunties gave a few final reassuring words to the women before leaving. I walked towards the earthen Kong bed, ready to light the oil lamp. As my hand reached out to touch the lamp, the educated youths both let out cries of panic. "Don't light it." The anxiety in their voices was palpable. They had been frightened earlier, and their clothes were disheveled, likely not having had the chance to change yet. Under no circumstances could they allow me to see them in such a state. Realizing what was going on, I paused, slowly withdrew my hand, and quietly walked into the inner room instead. I first laid out fresh, clean bedding on the Kong, then retrieved a few sets of clean women's clothes from the storage and placed them at the bedside. "You two can sleep in the inner room tonight. Rest well." Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusen supported each other, unsteady on their feet, as they walked into the inner room. I approached the door softly to close it for them, then sat down with my back against the wall in the outer room. Taking my Type 38 rifle in hand, I began loading bullets into the chamber, filling its empty magazines with 5 rounds each. Ever since the wild boar's sudden attack, I'd been on high alert. In this dense mountain forest, May was the peak season for wild animals to come down from the hills. If another predator appeared, I needed to respond immediately. From outside the yard came the sound of heavy, paced footsteps, moving closer before gradually fading into the distance. It was the village night patrol team. Captain Wu had arranged for people to patrol and stand guard. At this time of year, encountering wild beasts was almost routine for the local villagers. However, for newcomers like Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusen, who had never experienced such threats, it was a terrifying ordeal. In the inner room, I could hear the soft rustling of clothes being changed. The sound was faint. They were likely worried about being overheard. "Little Chun, are you still there?" Xia Yusen's voice came through from the other side of the door. "I'm here. Don't worry, just rest. I'll keep watch outside." Hearing my response, the two girls in the inner room let out a small sigh of relief. However, as they lay under the covers, sleep didn't come easily. Every time they closed their eyes, images of the wild boar would surface in their minds. Every few minutes, they would softly ask me, "Are you still there?" With patience, I calmly reassured them each time, watching over the house for the entire night. The next morning, Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusen emerged with dark circles under their eyes. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the courtyard gate. Captain Wu arrived, bringing along two others. Among them was a tall, burly man over 6 feet tall, with fair skin, short light blonde hair, a high bridge nose, and strikingly deep facial features. This man, Uncle Lee had mentioned, was part of the Russian ethnic group. In his hands, he carried tools like trowels and mud bricks for repairing walls. I suspected they had come to fix the mud brick wall that had been damaged by the wild boar. Captain Wu spoke quickly to me, his words fast with urgency, before Wu Jie stepped in to help translate. "This is Uncle Ivan. He's here to help you repair the wall." "Thank you so much. Sorry to trouble everyone," I said. Then Uncle Ivan suddenly spoke in fluent Mandarin. "Little Leaf, no need to be formal. We've all been helped by your parents before. They were good people. If you run into any issues, don't hesitate to ask the villagers for help. And not just the 4th Brigade. Even people from the 3rd and 5th Brigades owe your parents kindness." Hearing this, warmth surged within me. The villagers here were honest, kind, and knew the value of gratitude. Quietly, I resolved to return their kindness in the future. "Thank you, Uncle Ivan. I appreciate it." "Nah, don't mention it. You probably didn't get any proper rest last night. Go and catch up on your sleep. Leave the wall repairs to me. If I'd been here last night, I would have taken care of those beasts myself." Uncle Ivan got to work prepping for the repairs, seamlessly switching to fluent Korean as he communicated with Captain Wu. "Old Wu, let's give those two female educated youths the day off. Look at the bags under their eyes. They obviously need rest." I froze for a moment, watching in amazement. This man was fluent in 3 languages. Captain Wu, realizing the suggestion, had Wu Xiujin translate the message for the two women. "You ladies can stay home today and rest. I'll grant you half a day's work points." Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusen expressed their gratitude, clearly relieved. Just then, the yard's fence gate creaked open as a slender figure stepped inside. The newcomer was a girl with fair skin, delicate features, and a soft oval face. Her clear blue eyes shimmered, framed by a small, high nose. Light golden hair with soft waves gently cascaded over her shoulders. At about 5'3" with a small frame, she had long, graceful limbs and an air about her that was as pristine as a porcelain doll. She was Uncle Ivan's daughter, Ivanova. Looking at her lively and charming demeanor, for a moment, feeling a bit lost in thought. Her beauty was entirely different from Shin Qingyao's or Xia Yusen's. It was a pure and clean kind of sweetness. I quickly snapped out of it, looking at her sudden arrival with curiosity in my eyes. Uncle Ivan put down his tools with a laugh and explained, "This is my daughter, Ivanova. She heard about your memory loss and insisted on coming to see you. She even killed our old hen to make some soup." Ivanova entered carrying a steaming clay pot. The aroma of chicken soup instantly filled the room. Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusen greeted her warmly. "Nova, you're here. You two must have been terrified last night, right?" Nova asked concernedly. The two women, reminded of the wild boar incident, nodded repeatedly. "I made chicken soup. Let's all share it together," Nova said. She carefully ladled a bowl each for the two women first. Then she pushed the rest of the pot towards me. "Brother Yi Chun, you're too thin. Eat more to nourish yourself." After saying it, her face turned red, and her gaze avoided mine, bashful and shy. Warmth stirred in my chest. In times like these, resources are scarce. An old hen is a family treasure. The fact that they sacrificed it to help me recover touched me deeply. I took the clay bowl and cautiously tried a sip. The temperature was just right, though the taste was bland. Even oil and salt were too precious to use. Still, I drank the soup greedily, warming both my stomach and my heart. After we finished, Nova quietly cleaned up the dishes. "Rest up well. I won't disturb you anymore," she said softly. She cast me a lingering look, her cheeks flushed, before leaving quietly. Outside, Uncle Ivan patched the hole in the wall that the boar had broken through, using yellow mud and straw. I told the two women to continue resting while I lay down on the Kong bed in the outer room. Fatigue washed over me immediately, and I quickly fell into a deep sleep. When I finally awakened, it was late afternoon. The sun was already dipping low. I'd slept a solid 10+ hours. Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin had woken up earlier during midday. They made some coarse grains to eat and saved a portion for me, before heading back to their work in the fields. Though both were raised as city girls from privileged backgrounds, they gritted their teeth through even the dirtiest, heaviest tasks without complaints. Because of this, Team Leader Wu cared for them more than usual, arranging for them to temporarily stay at my house. Compared to other households in the village, ours had better conditions. Most families crammed 7 or 8 people into one single room. I soon heard footsteps outside. The women were back from work. "Xiao Chun, you must be hungry. I'll start dinner right away," Shen Qingyao said gently. The two of them naturally began their routine. One lit the fire while the other cooked. They occasionally sneaked glances at me as they moved around. Every time our eyes met, their faces grew flushed, and they quickly looked away. I felt perplexed, including Nova from this morning. 3 young women blushed around me in just one day. Could they all like me? Am I really that attractive right now? I looked down and froze instantly. Damn it, I cursed internally, noticing the rather embarrassing issue beneath me. I wanted to find a hole to crawl into and disappear. No wonder the two women kept giving me strange looks. This was why. I turned my back to them abruptly, desperately trying to suppress my situation. The two of them exchanged a knowing glance and quietly stifled their laughter. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. I hastily ate my meal before heading outside, sitting by the eaves as I strategized. Going to work on the team isn't an option. Toiling away barely earns any food anyway. I have the system space. There's no need to waste time earning labor points. Tonight, I have to head to the town's black market, sell the wild boar meat, exchange it for money and ration tickets, and buy some basic necessities. As night fell, the world was cloaked in silence except for the chirping of insects. I stood up and called into the house. "Qingyao, Yusin, I need to go out for a while. Tonight, make sure to lock your room door. No matter what noises you hear, don't come out." "Understood." The two women came out looking worried, their eyes slightly red. "Please be careful. Stay safe. Come back soon. We'll wait for you." They knew where I was headed. The black market, a place teeming with scoundrels and thugs. I nodded, heading to the corner of the yard. Grabbing a sickle, I stored it in my system space, along with an empty basket. After ensuring the patched wall would need another day to dry, I opened the fence gate and slipped into the night. Leaving home at 9, I walked briskly, avoiding the patrols of the militia. By 10:30, I arrived in town. Following Uncle Lee's directions, I navigated twists and turns, finally reaching the back of an abandoned school. This was the black market's entrance. 2 burly men stood guard at the door. I stayed hidden, observing for a moment. Once I confirmed there were no militia nearby, I took wild boar meat from my system space, filled the basket, and covered it with dry grass. Carrying the basket, I approached the guards. They immediately stopped chatting, sizing me up. The younger man opened his mouth to question me, but the older one spoke first. "Aren't you Dr. Ye's son?" I froze on the spot. The younger guard looked surprised and asked, "Xingkue, do you mean Dr. Yi from Team 4? "That's right, him," Xingkue confirmed. "Years ago, Dr. Yi saved my whole family's lives. This kid looks just like his dad when he was younger." Xingkue grabbed my arm and guided me into the courtyard. After ensuring no one was around, he lowered his voice and asked, "Xiao Chun, what brings you here? Is the family running out of food?" I didn't expect to find someone who knew me at the black market. I briefly explained the wild boar crashing into our home the night before. "Oh, so that's it. I thought your family was in trouble," Xingkue said, relieved. "You're here to sell the wild boar meat?" "Yes, to exchange for some money and tickets." Without hesitation, Xingkue pulled me along. "Xiao Jin, keep watch out front. I'm taking Xiao Chun to see Brother Biao." We headed into a rundown warehouse. Xingkue knocked on the door, a code. 3 long, 2 short. When we heard a response, he pushed the door open and led me inside. Down the stairs, I walked into the basement. A single kerosene lamp illuminated the dim space, its faint yellow light barely dispelling the shadows. About a dozen burly men stood inside, all of them armed, their eyes fixed on me in unison. In the very center, a scar-faced man sat on a chair. A deep scar ran diagonally from the middle of his brow to his jaw. The aura around him was daunting and commanding. This was Biao, the notorious boss of the black market. Xingkue quickly stepped forward. "Brother Biao, this is Yi Chun from the 4th Squad," he said. "The only surviving descendant of Dr. Yi, the one who saved your life back in the day. He killed a wild boar last night and brought its meat here to sell." Hearing the words, Dr. Ye's son, the tension in Biao's expression eased immediately. He took a long, hard look at me. Noticing that I neither groveled nor acted arrogantly, there was a flicker of approval in his eyes. Biao spoke in his native tongue, and his translator promptly stepped forward to relay the message. "The boss says Dr. Yi was a man who saved his life. He owes him a great debt of gratitude," said the translator. "He intends to take special care of you because of that kindness. For your wild boar meat, he'll pay the highest rate, 40 cents per pound for whole meat and $1 per pound for lean cuts." This rate was 5 cents higher than regular buyers would offer. Clearly, it was out of respect for my parents. "Thank you, Brother Biao," I said sincerely. Biao's lips curled into a faint smile as he waved his hand, signaling for the meat to be weighed. I hadn't realized how deeply my parents' legacy of kindness lingered, strong enough to warrant gratitude from even a black market boss. Feeling emboldened, I placed the basket onto the ground and unveiled the wild boar meat hidden beneath the straw. The translator and others began carefully weighing it. "Boss, it's 86 pounds in total," someone called out. Biao broke into a satisfied grin as he gave further directives. The translator addressed me again, even more respectfully this time. "The boss says he'll buy the rest of your meat at the highest rate as well. Every pound, not a cent less." How about that? These people weren't fools. They could tell that I had more meat than just what I brought here today. Besides, business with someone connected to an old benefactor was a relationship worth cultivating. I didn't hesitate, nodding at once. "The rest of the meat is back at home. There's too much of it, so I could only carry some this trip," I explained. "If you're serious about buying, you can come home with me to pick it up. I estimate there's at least 320 pounds of lean meat waiting." As soon as I said that, all their eyes lit up in astonishment, even Biao's. 320 pounds more. Including the 86 pounds here, that brought the total to almost 400 pounds of lean meat. That would mean the wild boar weighed over 600 pounds alive. The translator grinned with excitement and said hurriedly, Of course. When you return home, I'll come with you, along with 2 others. We'll bring a handcart to make sure everything's taken care of without delay." I nodded readily, but made a mental note to stay vigilant. If they intended to do good business, I had no qualms about fairness and hospitality in return. But if they harbored any ideas of scheming or strong-arming me, well, they'd have to ask my trusty rifle how it felt about that. "All right," I replied calmly. "But before we head back, I need to do some shopping here in the black market. I also want 35 of those large $10 bills. The remaining $56 should be exchanged for ration tickets, fabric, food, industrial, or any other commonly used ones. Does that work for you?" While speaking directly to the translator, my eyes stayed steadily locked on Biao, signaling neither deference nor arrogance. "Fine," Biao said bluntly in choppy Mandarin, waving his hand with firm authority. Immediately, one of his men stepped up to handle the calculations. Soon enough, they handed me 35 crisp $10 bills and a thick stack of ration tickets. I wasn't surprised that Biao understood Mandarin. In this area where the Han and others coexisted, people dealt with each other daily. Even those without formal education could usually understand most of the language. And for someone as savvy as a black market boss, that skill was practically a requirement. Holding this much money in this era, a time when a single dollar could buy so much, was staggering. This wasn't just money, it represented real purchasing power. And now, by all measures, I had officially joined the ranks of the $100 class. I tucked the cash deep into my pocket, ensuring it was secure. Glancing at the ration tickets, I noticed they'd given me slightly more than the calculated total. Clearly, this was a small favor from Biao, a token of extra consideration. I'm not one to overlook kind gestures. Smiling, I said, "Brother Biao, let's speak plainly. You've been exceptionally generous, and I won't forget that. From here on out, any game I catch will come straight to you first." Hearing this, Biao grinned, revealing a conspicuous gold tooth that gleamed in the dim light of the oil lamp. With the gusto of a man who commands respect, he declared, "Deal. Brother Yi, anytime you come to the black market, just look for me. Anyone who messes with you will answer to me, Jin Biao." Xingkue and the others all chimed in agreement, nodding fervently. It seemed they'd fully accepted me as a reliable source for game, a much-coveted commodity in the black market. Afterward, I wandered through the market. Biao and the translator flanked me on either side, their presence imposing and undeniable. Around us, streetwise toughs made way, and vendors eyed us with suspicion and curiosity. Seeing the black market boss walking alongside me, most stared in disbelief, sneaking glances at me from lowered heads, trying to figure out who I was and why I deserved such respectful treatment. But no one dared to ask questions openly. Black markets had their own unspoken rules. Transactions here relied on hand signals rather than words for secrecy. One finger extended on the right hand meant 10 cents, one on the left, $1. A clenched left fist combined with one finger on the right hand signified a full $10. Under the moonlight, bright and silver, the wares displayed on the ground were crystal clear. I ignored everything irrelevant to my objective, striding forward purposefully. Soon, I spotted an elderly man squatting in a corner, likely in his 70s. In front of him was a basket made from willow branches, containing 6 tiny puppies. They looked as though they'd recently stopped nursing, only about 2 months old, huddled together timidly. I squatted down for a closer look, catching the old man's attention. Seeing someone approach, he began lifting his hand to indicate his price. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed. See Brother Biao behind me. The hand that was halfway stretched out immediately shrank back in fear. His face turned pale, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak. The translator saw this and leaned in to whisper a few words into the old man's ear. He explained it clearly. Stick to the deal as discussed. Only then did the old man breathe a sigh of relief. Pointing to one of the puppies, he held up 4 fingers on his left hand, indicating that one puppy was 4 yuan. I picked up the puppies one by one, inspecting them carefully. All 6 had silver-gray fur, with slightly larger frames and sturdy builds. They had sharp, spirited eyes bursting with energy. I instantly recognized them as exceptionally good wolf dogs, perfect for guarding the home or hunting in the mountains. Feeling secretly thrilled, I didn't bother haggling. I straightaway pulled out 2 big unity bills and an additional 4 yuan to pay the old man. I handed over the money and took all 6 puppies. The old man was both surprised and overjoyed, moved to the point where his eyes turned red. In his lifetime, he had never met such a straightforward customer, buying out all the puppies in one go. Now, he'd have enough to buy grain and head home. As he packed up his stall, the old man kept wiping away tears, nodding his thanks at me over and over. Brother Biao, who had been watching from behind, saw all of this. He leaned toward the translator and murmured something. The translator immediately nodded, then turned to me with a smile. Brother Yi, are you planning to raise hunting dogs and go into the mountains to hunt? I nodded in response. Brother Biao's eyes flickered with even more approval. This young man has ambition and guts, definitely not an average person. We browsed a few more stalls after that. I bought a few practical items. 20 feet of cotton fabric, 2 mirrors, a flashlight, 10 small animal traps, and a pair of liberation shoes. I also picked up 40 white steamed buns. Altogether, it cost less than 40 yuan. Including the 24 yuan spent on the puppies, I still had about 286 yuan left on me. After wrapping up, I bid farewell to Brother Biao and left with his translator, Xingkuei, from the gate, as well as an extra person with a handcart. Together, we headed toward the direction of the 4th Brigade. Everything went smoothly until I got home. I asked the 3 to wait outside while I went to unlock the courtyard gate and entered the house. I released the 6 puppies I had been carrying in the basket and settled them into a warm corner. From the inner room, Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin, who were already light sleepers, stirred awake. They'd been worried about me and were immediately alarmed by the commotion outside. For a moment, they thought it might be another wild boar crashing down from the mountains. Their hearts raced in fright, but they cautiously peeked out to see that it was just me, safe and sound. Relieved, they finally let out a long breath, their worries dissipating. Xiao Chun, is that you? Yeah, it's me. Don't come out. There are a few people outside. Upon hearing this, the 2 quietly closed the door, pressing their ears against it, curiously listening to the noise outside. I led the 3 visitors to the backyard, pointing to a large vat topped with wooden planks. Pretending to lift the boards, I secretly transferred all the wild boar meat left in my space into the vat, filling it to the brim. The meat was fresh and vibrant red. All the wild boar meat is here. You can weigh it now. The 3 hastily came forward, delightedly handling and weighing the meat. After weighing it, the translator approached with a bit of embarrassment. Brother Yi, it's actually more than you said, about 10 pounds over. I didn't mind the extra at all, especially since Brother Biao had already given me additional voucher slips. Since Brother Biao is willing to be friends with me, let's consider these extra 10 pounds as a little treat for you guys. The translator clapped me on the shoulder. Brother Yi, you're a stand-up guy? I'm Jin Yong, Jin Biao's younger brother. I help manage the black market for my brother. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. Turned out he was Brother Biao's younger brother. Ah, so it's Brother Yo. I'll be counting on you in the future. Jin Yong burst into hearty laughter. We're like family. What's there to be polite about? I watched as they pushed off the full cart of boar meat, leaving the yard. Turning back, I stepped into the house and saw Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusin crouched on the floor, teasing the 6 puppies in the basket, their eyes filled with fondness. Xia Yusin rushed over, looking me up and down. Xiao Chen, are you hurt? What was up with those people earlier? I shook my head. I'm fine. Brother Biao, the black market leader, benefited from a favor my parents did for him back in the day. He looked out for me along the way. Shin Qingyao pointed at the basket of puppies. What are you doing with these pups? Are you planning to raise them to eat? I rolled my eyes. What are you talking about? These are wolf dogs. I'm going to train them as hunting dogs. The 2 women were startled at the same time. What? You want to go hunting in the mountains? I nodded seriously. Xia Yusin immediately protested. Xiao Chun, you can't go into the mountains. It's too dangerous. I smirked slightly. On the way back from the black market, I had glanced in the moonlit mirror. Before crossing over, I had an average, forgettable face. Now, not only was I back in my youthful years, but the spiritual spring water I'd consumed had completely transformed me. Why? Did Sister Qingyao and Sister Yusin fall for me? Afraid something might happen to me. The 2 women froze momentarily, their cheeks instantly flushing red. In the dim lamplight, I couldn't clearly see their embarrassed expressions. Don't worry, I only plan to catch wild chickens and rabbits near the foot of the mountain. I won't venture far. I pushed a tabletop mirror toward the 2 of them. Here, something for you to use in the meantime. Xia Yusin took the mirror, tilting it under the lamplight to check out her reflection. Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusin, both studying their faces, brushed their hair aside with visible delight in their eyes. It was already past 2 in the morning, and I'd have to set the traps at dawn. I'm heading to bed. You 2 should rest early as well. With that, I climbed onto the Kong and closed my eyes to sleep. The 2 women returned to the inner room, side by side. Xia Yusin turned to lie facing Shin Qingyao. Qingyao, do you like Xiao Chen? Shin Qingyao also turned, their eyes meeting. Don't you? Xia Yusin openly admitted without hesitation. Of course I do. I've never seen a kid like this in the Shanghai markets before. Good thing Xiao Chen isn't of age yet. Otherwise, this lady would have already turned the uncooked rice into a meal. Shin Qingyao was shocked by such bold words. Xia Yusin spoke again, as if reminding her. Qingyao, don't forget Xiao Chen has a childhood sweetheart, his little foreign doll. Suddenly, Shin Qingyao's eyes widened as she remembered Ivanova. That girl only has me in her heart, she thought. She visits the house every day, outwardly asking for me, but secretly keeping her eyes on them. A bold idea popped into Shin Qingyao's mind. After all, her purpose in coming to the countryside was to avoid an arranged marriage. If she returned home with a child, her parents wouldn't be able to force the marriage upon her anymore. Yusin, the reason I came to the countryside is to avoid my family's arranged marriage. I don't know when they'll come to take me back. Xia Yusin grew cautious. Are you saying you want me to give you Xiao Chen? Shin Qingyao shook her head. I don't care about a rightful place. I just need to have Xiao Chen's baby. That's all. Xia Yusin was stunned, rendered speechless for a long moment. You're bolder than I am, kid. Shin Qingyao pressed on. Just tell me, yes or no? Xia Yusin hesitated. Her situation was not all that different from Shin Qingyao's. An even bolder idea began to take shape in her mind. Polygamy. 2 wives and 1 husband. The 3 of them could hide away deep in the mountains, far from the meddling world. Qingyao. Xia Yusin shared her thoughts. The more Shin Qingyao listened, the more shocked she became. She sat up abruptly. Xia Yusin, are you serious? Xia Yusin nodded firmly. Of course. The only question is, do you have the guts to go along with it? Shin Qingyao struggled internally for a long time. All right, I'm in. Xia Yusin smiled in satisfaction and extended her right hand. Deal. Shin Qingyao grasped her hand tightly. Deal. Meanwhile, I was sleeping soundly on the outer Kong, oblivious to the conspiracy hatching in the other room between these 2 young women. In my dream, I was holding a gun, hunting fiercely, 1 shot at a time, sending wild beasts scattering in fear. I found a small wooden cabin to rest. As I slept deeply, I suddenly felt something warm licking my face and lips. The sensation was unnervingly realistic. Suddenly startled awake, I opened my eyes. What I saw left me dumbfounded. 2 massive tigers were crouching in front of me, licking my lips. But what was more baffling was their human-like forms. They even reached out claws, tugging at my clothes, their gazes filled with a mischievous glint as if they had gotten their way. Before I had time to react, the two tigers opened their giant jaws, aiming straight for my vital places. Holy crap, I shouted, jerking awake from the nightmare. I bolted upright. There were no tigers. Instead, Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin were right in front of me, faces mere inches away. Seized with panic, they accidentally grazed me in a certain private place. The atmosphere froze instantly, time seeming to stop. Our 6 eyes locked together. The air became unbelievably tense. The 3 of us froze, as if locked in place without moving a muscle. Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin caught red-handed, their faces flushed red, turning as crimson as ripe apples. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, they pulled their hands back hurriedly and sat to the side without knowing what to do. I could still feel the fleeting contact from just now, sending a chill down my spine. Trying to break the awkward tension, I forced a nervous smile. Qingyaojia, Yusinjia, if we've got something to talk about, let's talk calmly. No need to get flustered. Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin shifted back a little, mumbling incoherently, their cheeks flushed with heat. They couldn't form a complete sentence. For all the boldness they displayed earlier, they were equally shy and mortified now, though I looked like a 15-year-old teenage boy on the outside. Inside, I was a nearly 30-year-old man with a lot more life experience. Seeing their demeanor made everything clear to me. It hit me. They had planned to, while I was asleep, force things to progress further. What I hadn't expected was that they'd team up to do so. Now that it had come to this, staying passive would only mean failing my chance after time traveling. I made up my mind. With one bold motion, I opened my arms wide and pulled both Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin into my embrace. To my surprise, they slid willingly into my arms, leaning against me quietly. No resistance, no cries of alarm, just calm and peaceful gestures. Silence enveloped the room once more. After taking a deep breath, I looked at the 2 women in my arms, speaking in a serious tone. Qingyaojia, Yusinjia, do you both understand the consequences of continuing down this path? Both women gave small, affirmative nods. At that moment, the image of Ivanova flashed in my mind from out of the blue. Just yesterday morning, she had brought me chicken soup, hand-delivered with a big smile. You're both aware I grew up with Ivanova, that we're practically childhood sweethearts, right? Again, they simply nodded quietly. With all that in mind, why did you decide to do this? To be honest, I wasn't altogether indifferent. These 2 stunning women practically throwing themselves at me? Who could resist feeling anything? But hastily forging a relationship would be an insult to my journey to this new world, disrespectful to the powers and secrets I carried within me, and unworthy of this undeniably handsome face. Before reincarnating, I lived as a non-believer in traditional marriage. It's why I reached 30 years of age without settling down. Having wealth meant there was no shortage of women lining up for me. And hey, the more you're willing to spend, the higher the caliber of woman you'll attract. Knowing this, I decided to lay it all out and reveal my true feelings directly. I sat down with them, patiently asked questions, and listened as they openly shared their thoughts and motives in full. Hearing their honest revelations, I posed them one final question. If they couldn't accept my terms, that was the end of it. I wouldn't string them along or act recklessly. But if they could handle everything involved, then I'd graciously embrace both Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin, seizing the rarest opportunity this new life had handed me. After all, the stakes extended far beyond mere romantic entanglements, into the unknown future decades ahead. The room fell into silence once again. Neither Shen Qingyao nor Xia Yusin had anticipated anything like this. My thoughts were so unexpected. They completely overturned everything they believed in, even sounding like they contained a certain level of ambition beyond the ordinary. I'll need time to think about it. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Shen Qingyao was the first to speak, then got up and headed into the inner room. Shortly after, Xia Yusin echoed the same sentiment, turning and leaving for the inner room as well. I wasn't bothered by their reactions. Shen Qingyao and Xia Yusin were undeniably stunning. They had an ethereal beauty marked by remarkable facial structure and elegance. The kind of beauty that was more about grace and presence rather than superficial looks. In terms of appearance and figure, they even far outshone the actresses I'd seen back before I time traveled. But if our values don't align, then even if we were to forcefully stay together, life would eventually become dull and lifeless. I wasn't reincarnated to simply mend regrets of my past life. Rather than settling for a life that wouldn't bring me satisfaction, I'd prefer to go back to how I lived before, carving out a comfortable and fulfilling life through my own abilities. With these thoughts occupying my mind, the remnants of sleepiness faded from my mood. I raised my head and glanced out the window. The sky was beginning to lighten, the first streaks of dawn painting the horizon. You could just make out the faint white glow announcing the morning. The neighbor's rooster started crowing loudly, breaking the stillness. The day had begun. I decided to get up entirely, tidied up the bedding, and placed the wooden pillow back where it belonged. I slipped on my shoes and pushed open the door, heading straight out. First stop, the outhouse to the east of the courtyard. After relieving myself, I went back to the window, grabbed a bamboo basket, stuffing it full of animal traps. I also brought along 6 puppies that had just been weaned. Then I turned, moving in the direction of Wuja Mountain. As I reached the outskirts of the village, I stored the heavy animal traps and puppies into the storage space within me. Carrying only an empty basket on my back, I ascended the mountain at leisure. Stopping near the mid-slope of the mountain, I didn't move recklessly deep into the forest, choosing instead to slip into my personal storage space. Inside the spatial space, I began by planting the seeds I had gathered yesterday, carefully watering each one with spring water imbued with energy. Once I'd handled this task, I went over to the spring where the puppies were frolicking. Taking a sip of the spring water myself, a warm and exhilarating sensation washed through me. Feeling wonderfully refreshed, I drank a few more mouthfuls until a gnawing hunger suddenly hit me hard. I quickly took out the steamed buns I bought last night and devoured them without ceremony. After filling my stomach, I poured a small amount of the invigorating spring water into bowls for the pups. Though they only lapped at it cautiously at first, their little yelps of hunger soon became insistent. I chopped up meat from a small wild boar into fine mince, mixing it with some steamed bun crumbs, feeding the 6 puppies bit by bit. Ordinarily, puppies that had just been weaned shouldn't consume raw meat. But thanks to the effects of the spring water, such concerns didn't apply anymore. The priority right now was to ensure they ate their fill and grew strong. Once grown, these little ones would accompany me as hunting hounds, helping to hunt in the deep mountains. After tidying up all the odds and ends in the storage space, I took a moment to glance at the system panel in front of me. Name, Yi Chun. Date, May 17, 1970. Gender, male. Age, 15. Physical stamina, 6.5. Height, 178 cm. Skills, firearms mastery. Currency, 286 yuan. Next sign-in countdown, 362 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. I paused, stunned. My original stamina score had been 6, but just by drinking the spring water, it had increased by another 0.5. As expected of such a miraculous spring. Just a couple of drinks, and my stamina's already grown by half a point. Overjoyed, I picked up the ladle and eagerly took a few more gulps of the spring water. But this time, the numbers on the stamina stat didn't budge. Instead, that gnawing hunger returned to my stomach. Sighing resignedly, I polished off 2 more buns to satiate my appetite. Even though the stats didn't keep climbing, I could clearly feel my strength improving. My once skinny form was now starting to develop muscle definition. Clenching my fists tightly, I couldn't suppress the excitement surging in me. After a short rest, I retrieved a Type 38 rifle from my storage space, readying myself to head deeper into the forest on Wuja Mountain. While my real-world hunting experience was non-existent, I had watched plenty of tutorials on setting traps and hunting animals back before my time travel. At least my theoretical knowledge wasn't entirely lacking. I systematically set up 10 traps along a path before venturing further into the dense forest. Periodically, I carved markings into the tree trunks, just enough to ensure I wouldn't get lost later. After walking deeper into the wilderness for over an hour, I suddenly froze. Overhead, thick layers of tree canopies intertwined, blocking sunlight effectively and plunging the surroundings into eerie dimness. Ancient trees with massive trunks rose all around me, their thick roots twisting like veins across the ground. Visibility dropped sharply, anything beyond 50 meters blurred into uncertainty. Lingering here for too long was far too risky. Hunters weren't always lucky enough to remain the predator. Out here, it was far too easy to become prey. Wild predators relied on their acute sense of smell and refined hearing rather than eyesight. For them, closing the short 50-meter distance between us would be a matter of seconds. And let's not forget, deep forests like these were ripe with dangers. From venomous snakes hiding in the foliage to camouflaged insects armed with toxins or blood-sucking parasites lying in wait. Perils lurked everywhere, on every level. Any slight mistake could easily lead to death. This real wilderness couldn't compare to those survival videos I used to watch back then. Those were just performances, exaggerated for viewership and entertainment. Unless you personally stepped into such untouched lands, you could never truly comprehend just how dangerous they were. Fully aware of the risks surrounding me, I decided not to proceed any further recklessly. I turned to retreat, but the very moment I lifted my foot to move, a sharp crack broke the silence ahead. The unmistakable sound of a tree branch snapping under some weight. Hearing it, my instincts screamed at me to crouch. Pressing myself tightly against the trunk of a towering tree. Melding into its shade, I dared not make a single noise. Raising the Type 38 rifle carefully, my finger tightened on the trigger. I placed my finger on the trigger, aiming the gun toward where the sound was coming from. Every nerve in my body was tense, wound tight like a coiled spring. In these remote, mountain forests, wild animals are terrifying. But the truly unpredictable, and most dangerous, are people. If someone were to ambush me from the shadows, I wouldn't even know how I died. I was ready for anything. Whether it was a beast or a human, I'd escape into the system space if things went south. This was supposed to be the main path up the mountain. The villagers typically only hunt at the foot of the mountain. Why would anyone venture this deep? The faint sound of footsteps grew closer, leaves crunching softly beneath their stride. I didn't hesitate. With a thought, I slipped into the system space. To my surprise, I could still see the scenes outside, but I couldn't hear anything. That actually worked to my advantage. I could observe in secret. 5 men were climbing up the mountain. Each carried a Type 38 rifle, dressed in coarse, roughly made clothing. But I didn't recognize a single one of their faces. Rubbing my chin, I sensed something was off the longer I watched them. Their movements, their posture, the way they held their rifles. None of it screamed villager. Instead, they seemed trained, professional, like they were looking for something. The man in the middle kept glancing down at a map in his hands, gesturing and giving quiet orders. I stayed hidden in the system space until they moved far enough ahead. Carefully emerging, I started tailing them, keeping at least 30 meters behind. These men were anything but ordinary. Even clothed in rough, handmade garments, they carried an intimidating air of precision. I followed them for hours, shadowing their movements from morning until dusk. They searched through the forest all day, but came up empty-handed. Suddenly, the man in the middle exploded in anger, shouting, "Father, oh!" I froze, my entire body stiffening as realization struck me. The Japanese? Spies. Undoubtedly, they were Japanese agents searching for something hidden deep within the mountain. I raised my rifle, taking aim at the man in the middle. I could take one of them out if I fired now, but it would also alert the rest. If they scattered into the mountains, I might never catch them again. I decided against pulling the trigger, instead committing their faces to memory. I'd report it to the commune as soon as I got down the mountain. I slipped back into the system space, waiting about 15 minutes to ensure the coast was clear before stepping out. But as soon as my feet hit the ground, the earth gave way beneath me. The next thing I knew, I was falling. Crap. Thud. Luckily, the pit wasn't deep, only about 2 meters. And it wasn't a sharp trap either, just enough to scrape some skin. I brushed the dirt off as I stood up, scanning my surroundings. All I could see was blackness. It was an artificial tunnel with smooth, evenly built walls. Pulling out my flashlight, I shone it around the area and quickly deduced something significant. The tunnel was made of reinforced concrete. Man-made. It hit me like lightning. This must be what those Japanese agents were looking for. The tunnel measured about 2 meters in height, enough for me to walk comfortably upright. I followed the path for about 10 minutes until I reached an exit. Thick underbrush and vines concealed the opening, and beyond it lay a steep slope. I decided not to go outside and instead doubled back, heading deeper down the tunnel. About 5 minutes later, I arrived at another split in the passage, this time with 9 branching tunnels. Above each one were labels written in Japanese. Ammunition depot, power room, command center, radio room, medical bay, kitchen, barracks, bathhouse, latrine. Holy crap, a fully equipped Japanese military base. No wonder those spies couldn't find it. They must have been losing their minds out there. I made up my mind to explore further. After securing the flashlight under my rifle's bayonet, freeing my hands, I aimed my gun and headed toward the ammunition depot. The sound of water dripping echoed faintly underfoot. Suddenly, the space opened up into a massive room. Dry and spacious, it was filled wall to wall with crates. As the flashlight beam cut across the area, I drew in a sharp breath. Hundreds, if not thousands, of wooden and metal crates were piled up, filling the warehouse-like space to the brim. Holy sh! I couldn't help muttering. Never in my life had I seen this much firepower in one place. Carefully checking for traps, I verified the area was safe before prying open one of the crates. Inside the long wooden box were 8 brand-new Type 38 rifles, a precision rifle from World War II. Another metal crate contained rifle ammunition, 10 boxes per crate, with 30 rounds per box. I started doing mental calculations. Should I report this discovery directly, or take part of the stash for personal use first? Ultimately, I decided to secure a portion for myself. Living alone in such secluded, dangerous mountains, only firearms could truly ensure my safety. I focused on the mid-stacked crates, quietly transferring several layers of them into the system space. The top boxes were dusty, so I carefully cleaned and put them back as they were. By the end, 8 boxes of bullets, a total of 2,400 rounds of 6.5mm ammunition, and 1 crate of Type 38 rifles, holding 8 guns, were tucked away in my space. Even if someone investigated later, they'd never notice anything missing. This stash was enough to last me years in the mountains. Just as I prepared to leave, something caught my eye. In the corner of the depot behind some crates was an iron door. Curiosity piqued, I stepped closer to inspect it, prying it open. Behind the door lay another stash, more crates, along with various jars, bottles, and even porcelain artworks. Several large porcelain vats stood nearby, stuffed full of aged scrolls and artwork. I may not know much about antiques, but I wasn't blind to their value. These were plundered treasures, stolen by the Japanese during their occupation. Each one was priceless. I'm rich. My heart raced, my hands trembling in excitement. Suppressing my joy, I quickly and carefully stored all the scrolls and artworks inside the space. Taking anything outside to sell now was asking for trouble. I'd be branded a black market profiteer. But in a few decades, 4 or 5 when the time was right, these treasures would bring unimaginable wealth. Golden treasures held value in chaotic times. Cultural artifacts gained value in peaceful ones. After thoroughly ensuring all precious items were secured, I turned my attention to the remaining crates. Almost unmistakably, they had to contain gold. Holding my breath, I cracked open one crate. Sure enough, bricks and pieces of pure gold, large gold bars and smaller ones, gleamed brilliantly under the flashlight. I couldn't hold back my grin. Excitement surged as I collected every last crate of gold. However, just as I turned to leave, my flashlight revealed something chilling in the corner. A dried-up corpse. The uniform it wore was unmistakably that of a Japanese officer. By its side lay a rusted katana and a Nambu pistol. Ignoring the sword, I picked up the pistol. Even though it was slightly rusted, I could restore it, and it was far more convenient than a rifle for self-defense. I also retrieved 3 loaded magazines and 6 loose bullets from its belongings, along with a box of 8mm handgun ammo, 300 rounds altogether. That would last me for a while at least. Handguns aren't for hunting. They're for dealing with people who overstep their bounds. After securing all the spoils in my space, I swiftly left the depot, retracing my steps to the junction. This time, I made my way toward the command room straight ahead. The further I went, the deeper the water became. From my ankles to my knees, and eventually up to my waist. Why is the water so deep? Doubt started creeping into my mind, urging me to turn back. In this pitch-black place, who knows what could be lurking in the water? Suddenly, there was a loud splash. Something leaped into the water. I pointed my flashlight and froze in shock. A 2-meter-long water snake was swimming toward me, fast. I gripped my Type 38 rifle tightly, leveling the bayonet parallel to the water's surface. Holding my breath, cold sweat poured down my back. Within 2 meters, the snake suddenly lunged out of the water toward me. I swung my rifle upward just in time. The bayonet skewered the snake right in the middle. Store. I immediately stored the water snake in my dimensional space. My heart was racing, my face pale, and my back drenched in sweat. At that moment, a wooden table floated past. On it were a few yellowed sheets of paper resembling maps. Using my bayonet, I nudged the papers to double-check. Then both the table and the papers went straight into my dimension. Without a second thought, I turned to leave. I had no intention of staying in this cursed place a second longer. Wading through the increasingly deep water was a struggle. Finally, I climbed out of the cave. By then, the sky was completely dark. The dense forest around me was shrouded in shadows, and descending the mountain in the dark would have been too dangerous. The mountains were pitch black. So, I decided to retreat into my dimensional space to rest. It'd be safer to descend after sunrise. As soon as I entered the space, I saw that the 2-meter-long water snake was chasing the puppies around. The 6 little dogs howled in terror, scampering in all directions. I didn't hesitate to raise my rifle and fired. One shot, straight to the snake's head. Done. I grabbed a sickle and started dissecting it. Soon, I extracted a snake gall the size of a thumb, crystal clear. This was a valuable medicinal ingredient, known for its benefits, clearing the liver, improving vision, detoxifying the body. Taking it to the town's medicine shop could fetch me 1 or 2 yuan. In this era, that was no small amount. After dealing with the snake, I began to count my spoils for the day. The sheer wealth amassed in my dimensional space brought a sense of fulfillment and joy. 8 Type 38 rifles, a total of 2,400 matching bullets, 1 broom-handle Mauser pistol, 300 rounds of pistol ammo, 80 antique paintings, 56 pieces of porcelain, and what had me the most excited, 10 whole crates of gold. 8 crates contained small gold bars, each with 180 pieces inside. The remaining 5 had large gold bars, 20 per crate. The golden glow was so dazzling that it made me feel dizzy just looking at it. This was a fortune of astronomical proportions. Unfortunately, its source was illegitimate and couldn't be openly displayed. But just having it around in this hidden space made me immensely content. I picked up the yellowed map. It turned out to be a layout of Japanese military fortifications in the northeast. Marked on it were locations and detailed scales of over a dozen fortresses. Immediately, an idea came to me. I could report the 5 spies I encountered earlier, along with the fortress locations. At minimum, I could secure a second-class merit award. And if I handed in this complete map as well, earning a first-class merit award would be almost guaranteed. I dismissed any thoughts of raiding the other fortresses myself. The journey would be long, the mountains treacherous. Even with a map, they'd be difficult to locate. On top of that, I'd risk encounters with wild animals like wolves or tigers, or possibly even remnants of Japanese soldiers or spies. The risk wasn't worth the reward. Turning in the intelligence reports to securely earn a first-class merit award seemed far more practical. With that status, life in the village, the commune, or the city would become much smoother for me. No one would dare mess with me. I smiled to myself as I mapped out the bright future in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more at ease I became. Fatigue surged over me, and slowly, I fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, back at the foot of the mountain at my home, the dim oil lamp flickered, casting shadows on the walls. Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusin paced back and forth anxiously. Even Ivanova had come by to check on me. All 3 were on edge, their hearts heavy with worry. Ivanova, dressed in her traditional Russian ethnic dress, had been running around all day. From the village entrance to the mountain's base, she had searched everywhere but found no trace of me. Her face was lined with worry, eyes red-rimmed as she asked in accented Mandarin, "Ji Yichen still isn't back? It's been the whole day now." Inside the house, Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusin continued their restless pacing. Their faces showed deep concern, and their palms were clammy with sweat. Xiao Chen went out this morning and hasn't been seen since. The mountains are so dangerous. Oh, I hope nothing bad has happened, Yusin said, guilt-ridden. Meanwhile, Qingyao trembled, her voice faint. If only we had listened to him earlier and given him a straight answer. Maybe he wouldn't have left alone, and maybe he'd be back by now. Outside, the cold night wind howled, knocking against the windows with eerie whooshing noises. Neither Qingyao nor Yusin nor Ivanova could sleep. As the darkness deepened and the outline of the mountain blurred into the night, their hearts grew heavier. Suddenly, the voice of the village militia leader, Wu Shuiyo, came from outside. "What's going on? Hasn't Yichen come back yet?" Behind Wu Shuiyo was a group of villagers, a mix of dads, uncles, and mothers who had always doted on me. Even Ivanova's parents were there. Li Shu, pushing his way to the front, asked, "Think the lad might have gone to town? Anyone see him take anything with him?" Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusin were quick to respond. "Uncle Li, 6 puppies are missing from our place. And 10 animal traps. Oh, and even his rifle. It's gone, too." The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Ivanova's father, his expression darkened, muttered, "This kid, don't tell me he actually went up the mountain." Uncle Li raised his voice in alarm. "The mountain? Do you know how dangerous that is? How could Yichen head up there with just an old gun? What on earth was he thinking?" The entire group erupted in hushed murmurs, their faces painted with a mix of worry and dismay. While hunting firearms were not uncommon among families in the village, they were typically reserved for defending against the occasional rogue predator. The idea of someone venturing alone into the mountain's depths was utterly reckless, a gamble with death itself. Captain Wu Shuiyo's face darkened. Turning to his daughter Wu Xiuqin, he issued a few urgent commands. Xiuqin quickly translated and relayed them to the others. "Uncle Li, Ivan, Captain Kim, grab whoever has a gun and begin searching at the mountain's base. Stay close, do not go deep into the mountain." Everyone nodded, hurrying off to retrieve their firearms. Wu Shuiyo persuaded a few of the older men and women with mobility issues to stay behind and rest. Just then, a sharp, scornful voice broke through the anxious chatter. "Why all this fuss over an orphan? What's the big deal?" Everyone turned their heads at once. Chief Lu swept his gaze across the scene and looked straight at Wang Dahai. "Who reported the case?" Wang Dahai hurriedly stepped forward and introduced me and Ivan. "Reporting to the chief, It was this young comrade Yi Chun, he said, a member of production team 4. This is Comrade Ivanov, an old hunter familiar with the terrain in the mountains. Chief Lu strode up to me. His eyes were sharp, yet not unkind. Young comrade, don't be afraid. Tell me again exactly what you saw and heard, word for word. Don't leave out a single detail. I straightened my back and, with clear logic, recounted the entire process from discovering the suspicious men, to tailing and investigating them, to confirming the fortress and the weapons cache. I repeated it all without missing a single word. The statement took nearly 10 minutes. By the time I finished, my lips were already dry and peeling. The duty officer from public security noticed this and quickly brought over a porcelain cup of plain boiled water. Young comrade, have a sip of water and take a breather. Thank you, comrade. I took the cup and drank it all in one go, then handed it back and looked up at Chief Lu. Chief, everything I said is true. Not a single lie. Chief Lu looked at me with approval in his eyes. He slowly nodded. Young comrade, you discovered enemy activity and protected the country. You've made a great contribution. Once it's verified, the military will commend you. The central government won't treat you unfairly either. The stone in my heart finally fell away. I straightened myself and saluted like a soldier. No country, no home. No soldiers, no peace for the people. Chief Lu and Wang Dehai both froze, their faces showing shock. They hadn't expected a commune member to have such awareness. Good. Well said. Chief Lu praised me repeatedly. No country, no home. He suddenly turned and swept his gaze over the formation. Everyone move out immediately. Once in the mountains, capture the spies alive if possible. If not, shoot them dead. Not a single one is to escape. Yes, Chief. More than 100 people responded in unison, their voices deafening. The soldiers quickly boarded the vehicles, engines roaring. Chief Lu said to the bespectacled officer, Commissar Yang, go back to the military district and draft the report. Send it urgently to the capital. Understood. Before getting on the truck, Commissar Yang reminded him, Old Lu, the mountain is dangerous. Be careful. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Chief Lu's mouth. Don't worry. I fought the Japanese back then. These spies won't make any waves. The key is to keep them alive. Commissar Yang's car drove off. Chief Lu turned to me and Ivan. Comrades, please lead the way. We'll complete the task. Ivan and I answered at the same time and climbed onto the military truck. Ivan's bicycle was left in the custody of the Public Security Department. The convoy headed grandly toward Production Team 4. The commune members at the village entrance were all stunned. A line of military trucks and over 100 soldiers. The entire village fell silent in an instant. Team leader Wu had already been waiting at the village entrance. When he saw a whole company of troops, his heart pounded wildly. This was a massive, earth-shattering matter. The military truck stopped, and the soldiers got out and assembled, checking their rifles in neat, disciplined motions. I walked to team leader Wu's side and explained the situation. Xia Yusin, Ivanova, and Shen Qingyao stood at the edge of the crowd, their faces pale and eyes fixed tightly on me. Only then did they realize how serious the situation was. Xia Yusin clenched the hem of her clothes, her eyes turning red, forcing herself not to step forward. Ivanova couldn't say a word. Shen Qingyao pressed her lips together and quietly touched the dry rations in her arms. I nodded to the three girls in acknowledgement, then turned and walked to the front of the formation. As I passed by my own house, I stopped. Chief Lu, please wait. I quickly went inside and took a Type 38 rifle from my system space. Slinging the gun over my shoulder, I came back out. Chief Lu glanced at the rifle on my back and didn't ask any questions. Let's go. Capturing the spies was the priority now. Ivan and I led the way, with more than 100 soldiers following behind. The whole group marched deep into the mountains. The northeast mountain forests in May were dense and suffocating. Beneath our feet lay thick layers of decaying leaves. The air was damp, and every step was dangerous. Commander Lu finally couldn't hold back and asked, Where did you get that Type 38 rifle? Did you report it? I had already prepared for this. It was my father's keepsake. It was only found a few days ago. It's been too long. I can't remember whether it was reported. I wanted to bring the gun out openly and let the military help me complete the paperwork. Your father's keepsake? What did your father do? Ivan let out a sigh. Commander Lu, Xiaoqing's parents were both volunteer army heroes. After returning to the country, they stayed on the border to treat the local people. They saved who knows how many lives. It's just that they were gone when Xiaoqing was still very young. This child has had a rough life. He fell into the water and hit his head a few days ago. He can't remember much from the past. Ivan recounted the story of my parents. Commander Lu's expression grew solemn. The way he looked at me carried more respect. He patted my shoulder. Comrade Xiaoya, your parents were heroes. I will definitely report this to my superiors. We won't wrong the descendants of heroes. My heart secretly rejoiced, but my face showed disappointment. But I can't even remember what they looked like. Commander Lu spoke in a grave tone. After the mission is over, I'll arrange for you to go to the provincial capital hospital. We'll definitely help you recover your memory. Thank you, Commander Lu. The team reached the foot of the mountain. I stopped. Commander Lu, I suggest we split into 2 routes. I'll take you along the main route. Uncle Ivan can take Director Wang along the side route. We'll surround them from both sides and prevent the enemy agents from escaping. Commander Lu and Wang Daho both nodded. Do it that way. The team quickly split up. 80 to 90 people followed me and Commander Lu along the main route. 30 people went with Ivan along the side route. Watch your step, stay alert. I reminded them as we moved. The soldiers raised their rifles and scanned the surroundings. We walked for nearly 4 hours. We were close to the marked area. The forest was eerily silent. Suddenly, bang. A gunshot tore through the silence, followed by shouts and the sound of running. A wolf howl. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Commander Lu and I both changed expression. The gunfire was near the stronghold. The enemy agents had run into a wolf pack. Quick, move faster. Commander Lu barked. Try to leave them alive. If we're too late, the wolves will have torn them apart. Without another word, I bolted. My body, strengthened by the spirit spring, had explosive power. Like an arrow, I shot to the front of the line in an instant. I sprinted toward the source of the gunfire. On the other side, Ivan and Wang Dahu heard the shots and the wolf howls. Full speed ahead, close in on them. The 2 groups, one from the front and one from the side, converged deeper into the forest. Commander Lu and I were the fastest. We lowered our bodies and pressed close to the trees as we approached silently. We stopped at a concealed spot 50 meters from the wolves. Looking up, we saw 5 Japanese agents trapped in the middle of more than 30 starving wolves. The wolves first stood on end, and their blood-red eyes were locked onto their prey. One of the Japanese agents had his left arm torn open by a wolf's claw. Blood soaked the cuff of his sleeve, and his face was as pale as paper. The leader of the Japanese agents was drenched in sweat. He forced himself to shout in Japanese, "Stay calm. Fire quickly." The others spoke in hurried voices, their tones full of panic. "There's still ammo. Shoot. The wolves are getting closer. We can't get away. We're finished. We're going to die." They had already run out of bullets. At the rear of the wolf pack was the Wolf King, massive in size. Its fur was gray-black, and its gaze was cold and sinister. When Commander Lu's men approached, the Wolf King became alert instantly. It suddenly turned its head and fixed its eyes on our direction. A whoop! The wolf howl sliced through the silence. Commander Lu immediately signaled everyone to press against the trees. The Wolf King slowly shifted sideways, standing at the very front of the pack. I took a deep breath and steadied myself. "Commander, have the sharpshooters shoot their limbs. Everyone else suppress the wolves with firepower. Take down the Wolf King first." Lu Changming nodded and slowly raised his right hand. "Open fire." Bang, bang, bang. A burst of dense gunfire erupted instantly. The Japanese spies were hit in the limbs and collapsed to the ground. The wolf pack was startled by the gunfire. At that very second, I moved too. With the Type 38 rifle slung over my shoulder, my right eye pressed tightly to the sights. Bang! The bullet precisely pierced the Wolf King's glabella. The Wolf King crashed to the ground. I worked the bolt, chambered a round, aimed, and fired. Bang! Another gray wolf dropped dead with a shot to the head. Bang! 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 In just a few moments, all 5 rounds were expended. I expertly cycled the bolt and ejected the casing, then pulled out a magazine. Load, chamber, fire again. At a rate of 2 shots per second, every shot was a headshot. Lu Changming was completely frozen in place. His pupils contracted sharply. Even the military's ace snipers might not be able to do this. I emptied an entire magazine again. Still, every shot was a headshot. Of the more than 30 gray wolves, I killed 15, all with a single shot to the head. The remaining wolves were suppressed by the soldiers' firepower. Some died, some fled. All units, move in and take them alive. The soldiers swarmed forward. The 5 Japanese spies were preparing to bite down on the poison hidden in their molars. At the critical moment, I flashed forward. Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive kicks landed on their foreheads. All 5 were knocked unconscious. "Comrade, are you crazy?" Company Commander Lee shouted harshly. I gave him a faint glance. "They're Japanese spies. They'll commit suicide. They're hiding poison in their molars. If they kill themselves, the lead goes cold." Lu Changming and Company Commander Lee immediately realized the danger. We were careless. Search their mouths immediately. A moment later, a soldier reported loudly. All 5 have hollow false molars in their back teeth. Poison capsules are hidden inside. The whole scene drew a sharp gasp. Lu Changming looked at me, his eyes full of admiration. Not only did you deal with the wolf pack, you saved the entire unit. Not long after, Ivan and Wang Dahai arrived. Seeing the corpses of wolves strewn across the ground, the 2 of them were completely stunned. So many wolves? They've all been dealt with. This is the Wolf King. Who did it? Lu Changming pointed at the Wolf King's body. 15 wolves, all killed by Yi Chen alone. Including the Wolf King, every shot was a headshot. What? Ivan and Wang Dahai were too shocked to speak. The soldiers all turned to look at me in unison. Their eyes were filled with admiration and awe. Rest for 10 minutes, then keep moving. We have to find the Japanese stronghold before dark. Everyone responded in unison. I lowered my head and silently wiped my rifle. I picked up the scattered shell casings one by one and put them into a bag. Then I walked to the front of the formation and continued to lead the way. Deep in the mountains and dense forest, the trees and vegetation blocked out the sky. The thick layer of decaying leaves beneath our feet felt soft and silent. Only the faint smell of damp mildew drifted out. The soldiers followed behind me, carrying the wolf carcasses I had shot. Their steps were steady and powerful. I had come here alone before. I had already left hidden markings along the route. Only I could recognize them. Someone who didn't hunt in the mountains year-round would never notice them. After walking for half an hour, we reached the hole where I had fallen yesterday. The opening was completely covered by vines and dead branches. Without looking carefully, it would be impossible to spot. Looking down, it was pitch black. A cold, bitter chill kept wafting out. Comrade Commander Liu, Company Commander Li, I fell from here yesterday. I pointed at the opening and said, the Japanese underground fortress is right below. The soldiers immediately pulled out flashlights. The dim yellow beams shone into the darkness. The squad leader secured a rope to a large tree. The soldiers grabbed the rope and slid down one after another. Everyone be careful, the ground is slippery inside. I shouted a warning. There may be venomous snakes. I encountered one yesterday. The soldiers nodded solemnly and tightened their grip on their rifles. The flashlights swept back and forth. Lu Changming and Company Commander Li also grabbed the rope and went down. Ivan and I followed at the end. I couldn't take out my own flashlight. We cannot expose the secrets of the system space. We can only move forward by the light of the soldiers ahead. The Type 38 rifle was held at the ready, bayonet pointed forward. They were prepared to fire or engage in close combat at any moment. Soon they reached a fork in the road. Several passages extended in different directions. The cave was deathly silent, with only the sound of breathing. The soldiers split up to inspect each passage. It wasn't long before they returned to report. Report, Chief. The power room is safe. Report, Chief. The radio room is safe. Report, Chief. The infirmary is safe. Report, Chief. The mess hall is safe. Report, Chief. The dormitory and bathhouse are both safe. Only the ammunition depot and the command room still had no word. Everyone grew tense. One soldier ran out from the command room passage. Report, Chief. The command room has deep water. Only a few water snakes. Now only the ammunition depot remained. Finally, hurried footsteps were heard. A soldier rushed out, his face full of excitement. Report, Chief. The ammunition depot has been found to contain a large quantity of firearms and ammunition. There's also a Japanese soldier skeleton. Confirmed safe. Lu Changming and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Exactly as I said. Go. Lead the way quickly. Lu Changming waved his hand excitedly. Everyone hurried toward the ammunition depot. Ivan poked my waist from behind. You brat, you've got way too much nerve, he said in a low voice. You actually dared to come into a place like this alone. I'm not even afraid to fight tigers and brown bears. But a place like this? Kill me, and I still wouldn't dare come. I suddenly stopped walking. Ivan slammed straight into my rifle barrel. Ow. Why did you stop all of a sudden? He cried, clutching his nose. I slowly turned around and flashed a sinister smile. Hee, Uncle Ivan. I lowered my voice and pretended to be a ghost. Do I look like a person or a ghost? Ivan shuddered all over from fright. He raised his hand and slapped me. I hurriedly dodged, but the back of my head still got hit. Ow. Uncle Ivan, it was just a joke. Get lost. If you scare me again, I'll smack you to death. Ivan glared at me fiercely. Lu Changming, hearing the commotion ahead, nodded to himself. Now this looked like a 15-year-old child. But when he thought about how decisively I had killed the wolf earlier, he felt that this kid was no ordinary one. Soon they arrived at the ammunition depot. Hundreds of wooden crates were stacked neatly. Though a little moldy, they were well preserved. When the crates were opened, They were filled with brand new Type 38 rifles. There were also box after box of bullets wrapped in oiled paper. After a rough count, Lu Changming found there was more equipment here than in a battalion. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 3. The mountains got dark quickly, and nights were dangerous. You boy, I'll keep the wolf meat and wolf skins, Lu Changming said seriously. We'll settle the payment at the highest price. You and Ivan should head down the mountain before dark. It's not safe in the mountains at night. Don't delay. I immediately nodded in agreement. Everything that needed to be done had already been done. All the clues had also been handed over to the military. The remaining tasks, securing the fortress, transporting the weapons, interrogating the spies, would naturally be handled by the troops. It really was time to go down the mountain. Lu Changming turned to instruct Wang Dahai. Director Wang, take the comrades down the mountain together and report to Comrade Yang, the political instructor, immediately when you get back. Tell him to send more troops and transport vehicles and come up early tomorrow morning to take over the fortress. Yes, Chief Lu. Wang Dahai stood at attention and saluted. A weapons discovery that concerned border security came to an end, but everyone knew this was not the end. The crisis lurking in the shadows had only just revealed the tip of the iceberg. Ivan, Wang Dahai, and I led the comrades from the police station back the same way we came. Holding onto the ropes, we climbed up to the surface one by one. After checking our gear, we headed down the mountain together. Without having to carry the wolf carcasses, everyone's steps were light. In just over an hour, we reached the mountainside where I had set the traps yesterday. I checked the traps along the way. The harvest was plentiful. Out of 10 traps, for wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits had been caught. All of them were just captured, still lively and kicking. I rehidden all the traps, wiped away the traces, and kept heading down the mountain. After another half hour, we safely arrived at the entrance of Production Team 4's village. The workers off duty were curiously watching us, chattering about the group in military uniforms carrying wild game. Everyone was guessing how big a deal I had handled with the troops up the mountain. Wang Dahai still had a mission to complete. He immediately took his people and drove back to the Ministry of Public Security. Ivan and I carried the pheasants and rabbits home. Just as we got close to the yard, we saw the 3 women at the gate. Xia Yusin, Ivanova, and Shen Qingyao had anxiously waited all day, constantly peering through the courtyard gate. Seeing us return safely, their tightly strung nerves relaxed at once. The 3 women quickly came up to greet us. They looked me over repeatedly, and only after confirming I wasn't hurt did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Busy all day. I'm worn out, Ivan said as soon as he walked in, already talking about mooching a meal. He took off his shoes and got ready to climb onto the Kong. Just as he lifted his leg, Ivanova pinched her nose and shouted in Russian, "Get down. Wash your feet first. Do you want to stink up your daughter to death?" Ivan obediently lifted his foot and sniffed it. A pungent stench of foot odor hit his nose. Ugh! He immediately ran to the water vat and scrubbed himself frantically. I carried the rabbits and pheasants to a corner of the yard. I found that the 2 rabbits were just a male and a female, perfect for breeding. While no one was paying attention, I put the live rabbits into the system space and took out the dead ones I had prepared earlier, setting them on the ground. The 4 pheasants also included 1 male and 1 female. I did the same, storing the live ones and replacing them with dead pheasants. That way, they could be raised and bred in the system, providing a steady supply of meat. We could also save up pheasant eggs and baby rabbits. I walked over to the earthen stove and added firewood to start the fire, preparing to scald the pheasants for plucking. Uncle Ivan, go call Aunt Sasha too. Let's have a meal together. The more people, the livelier it'll be. Ivan agreed at once. Great idea. I'll go right now. He hurried home barefoot. I took out the pheasants and put them into the pot of hot water to scald the feathers, then picked up the hunting knife and started skinning the rabbits. Though it was my first time skinning a rabbit, my hands were quick and practiced. The fur came off intact. Xia Yusin and Ivanova helped tend the fire and pass water. Shen Qingyao stood by the doorway, watching me. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gathered her courage and walked over. She slowly crouched beside me. Her jet black hair fell by her cheeks, and a flush crept across her face, spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. She kept her head bowed very low, not daring to look at me. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet unwavering. Yichun, I agree too. My hands froze mid-motion as I was skinning the rabbit. The hunting knife stopped in midair. Warmth surged through my heart. I understood what she meant. I had already understood Xia Yusin and Ivanova's feelings. And Shen Qingyao's confession at this moment was an even weightier trust. Xia Yusin's firewood stoking hand also paused slightly. The corners of her mouth quietly lifted in a shy curve. Just as I was about to respond, laughter from Ivan came from outside the courtyard gate. Ivan and Aunt Sasha walked in arm, instantly breaking the ambiguous atmosphere in the yard. Shin Qingyao lowered her head even further. The blush on her cheeks deepened. She hurriedly stepped back half a pace, eyes downcast, staring fixedly at the ground. She didn't even dare breathe too loudly. That confession had spent all her courage. Having this intimate moment interrupted made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, the thumping clearly audible. Looking at the embarrassed girl beside me, a gentle smile spread through my eyes. I gently put down the hunting knife and shifted half a step closer to Shin Qingyao, shielding her from some of the awkwardness. The movement was natural and considerate, and her tightly tensed body quietly relaxed. Xia Yusin quickly came to her senses, suppressed her smile, and added more firewood to the stove. Uncle Ivan, Aunt Sasha, come in and sit down. Ivanova ran to her mother and linked her arm with Sasha's. Mom, Brother Yichen got some wild game. We can have a proper meal today. Aunt Sasha was wearing freshly washed traditional Russian attire. She looked at me with concern, sizing me up from head to toe. Xiaochun, I heard you went up the mountain. We were worried sick. Aunt Sasha, I'm fine. Don't worry. I smiled and stood up. Thanks to Uncle Ivan today for helping out. I specially invited you over for a simple meal. You child, why be so polite with Andy? Aunt Sasha glanced at the prepared wild game and rolled up her sleeves. I'll help with the cooking. You young folks take a break. She skillfully took over the work from Xia Yusin's hands. The courtyard instantly grew lively. Ivan sat on the edge of the Kong and picked up an enamel mug to drink water. It's still most comfortable in Xiaochen's courtyard. You're the laziest one. The moment you come over, all you know is how to sit around, Aunt Sasha said, looking back at him. Ivan grinned, and his gaze fell on Shun Qingyao in the corner. He had already seen the feelings these two girls had for me. I picked up the hunting knife again and continued processing the wild rabbit. My hands were steady and nimble as I peeled off the entire rabbit skin intact. Shun Qingyao finally lifted her head and stole a glance at me. Under the sunset glow, my profile looked especially gentle. Her heartbeat sped up again, but there was also more certainty in it. She walked over to my side, bent down, and picked up the skinned rabbit hide. I'll help you clean up. Okay. I looked up at her, my eyes full of warmth. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Shun Qingyao's mouth. Xia Yusin saw all of this and felt nothing but relief. She carried over a basin of clean water and placed it in front of Shin Qingyao. Qingyao, wash your hands. Later help me wash the wild greens. Okay. The two girls smiled at each other, their understanding growing deeper. Ivanova also came over, and the three girls gathered together too. Wash vegetables. Ivan helped on the side by plucking chicken feathers. Before long, steaming chicken soup and roasted wild rabbit were set on the table. Xiaochun, I'm not holding back on this wild game today. Ivan was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Everyone, dig in quickly and taste it, Sasha said with a smile. The wild game had been stewed until tender and flavorful, rich with freshness and aroma. Looking at the meticulous care the three girls showed toward me, Sasha already understood everything and could only let out a soft sigh. One was a young lady from Beijing, another a rich girl from Shanghai. She inevitably felt a secret worry for her own daughter. The feelings among the few of them gradually became clear in this lively, homely atmosphere. The next morning, the crowing of roosters woke up the whole village. The villagers got up, lit fires, ate a simple breakfast, and hurried off to the fields. Ivanova came excitedly to the door, wanting to go to work together with Xia Yusin and Shin Qingyao. Shin Qingyao was 18, Xia Yusin 17. Both counted as full laborers. They earned 8 work points a day. Ivanova was the same age as me, only 15. She could only count as half a laborer and earned 6 work points a day. Brother Yichun, good morning. Ivanova greeted me with a sweet smile as soon as she entered the courtyard. I straightened up, wiped the water off my face, and shook my hands with a smile. Morning, Nova. At that moment, 2 figures hurried out from inside the house. Shin Qingyao and Xia Yusin had gotten up even earlier than I had, and were already dressed and ready. Nova's here, Xia Yusin said with a smile. Yusin sis, Qingyao sis, if we don't go now, we'll be late, Nova urged. We're coming. Shin Qingyao responded and walked over to the farm tools. She slung on a basket and picked up a hoe, then stood shoulder to shoulder with Xia Yusin. I looked at the 3 girls getting along so harmoniously, and the corners of my mouth unconsciously lifted. The 3 girls also looked at me at the same time. Xiaochun, we're off to work. Brother Yichun, we're leaving. I nodded with a smile. Go on. Be careful on the road. The three girls chatted and laughed as they walked out of the courtyard gate. I watched their backs disappear at the end of the alley, then turned back into the courtyard to continue washing up. After entering the house and closing the door, I flashed into the system space. I quickly walked to the side of the spiritual spring and cupped up a handful of water to drink deeply. The cool spring water went down into my stomach, and a warm current spread out from my dantian. The current metadata stores it. Until a strong hunger rose in my stomach, I put down the water dipper and grabbed a steamed bun, wolfing it down in big bites. After these past few days of getting used to it, I was no longer like I had been at the beginning, getting dizzy and weak from hunger after just a few sips. Feeling my body growing stronger day by day, I was filled with excitement. The system-made stuff really is top quality. Just drinking spirit spring water and my body changes this much. In just a few days, this scrawny frame has already built up solid muscle. As long as the food keeps up, it won't be long before my constitution far surpasses that of ordinary people. I looked down at the remaining steamed buns. At most, I can only keep eating for 2 more days. I'll have to go into the mountains to restock. I walked over to the spiritual field. Looking closely, my eyes lit up. Good heavens. In just 2 days, the rice seedlings are already knee-high. The rice seedlings in the spirit soil were lush, green, and upright. The other crops were growing just as vigorously. I couldn't hide the smile on my face. I stood alone by the spiritual field, excited for quite a while before leaving the space and returning to the western courtyard. After feeding the 6 little dogs some steamed bun crumbs mixed with spirit spring water, I slung a basket over my back and headed into the deep mountains. After walking for more than half an hour, I arrived at the area where I had set the animal traps. The first trap showed no movement at all. I didn't mind and kept going. The second was still empty. The third, the fourth, all the way to the 7th. Nothing at all. Damn, have the wild chickens and rabbits in these mountains turned into spirits? Only when I reached the 8th trap did I finally make a catch. A raccoon dog weighing 15 or 16 gene had been caught. This thing had thick fur and could sell for quite a bit of money. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. I immediately stored the raccoon dog in my space and continued toward the last 2 traps. Unfortunately, the remaining 2 spots were still empty. My mindset was steady enough. Hunting was all about luck. Coming back empty-handed 9 times out of 10 was perfectly normal. I collected the 10 traps and reset them in a different area with more animal tracks. Just as I was about to continue uphill, I heard neat, heavy footsteps behind me. I turned around. It was Instructor Yang and Director Wang Dahai, whom I had met yesterday. Behind them followed a squad of fully armed soldiers. Seeing that they were from the Public Security Bureau and the Army, I immediately stopped and stood by the roadside. Little Comrade Yi-chan, out hunting this early? Instructor Yang recognized me and greeted me with a smile. Good morning, Comrade Yang. Good morning, Director Wang. Instructor Yang signaled for the group to continue up the mountain, while he kept 6 soldiers behind and slowly walked over to me. Little Comrade Yi-chan, you've done a great service this time. The provincial capital and even the central authorities are placing great importance on it. They've specifically issued instructions to properly commend you, this little hero. I scratched the back of my head and smiled honestly. It was just what I should do. Instructor Yang's expression turned serious. Not to hide it from you, we interrogated them overnight. From the mouths of those 5 spies, we squeezed out a large number of names and strongholds. Last night, we sent out 3 companies and wiped out all of their hideouts. In one sweep, we captured a full 30 Japanese spies. My face showed disbelief. Really? You caught so many at once? Instructor Yang's smile grew even brighter. That's not all. This operation also took down spies who resisted stubbornly. We confiscated a large amount of weapons and ammunition. And we even found an underground military fortress left behind by the Japanese army. Beijing has specifically approved it. You are to be awarded a personal first-class merit medal. And thanks to you, our entire battalion has received a collective first-class merit. Personal first-class merit. My heart jolted violently. A surge of excitement shot straight to my head. That was a personal first-class merit. I had originally thought getting a second-class merit would already be the limit. I never expected it to be directly a first-class merit. Suppressing the overwhelming joy in my heart, I pretended to be puzzled. Instructor Yang, I'm just an ordinary commune member. Can I really receive a personal first-class merit? Instructor Yang burst into loud laughter. Of course, the leadership in the capital has personally made the call. They're going to give you a grand commendation this time. In a few days, a senior leader from the provincial capital will also come in person to present you with the award. The capital? A senior leader from the provincial capital? I murmured the words back, my face full of shock. Instructor Yang smiled even more heartily. Ha ha ha. Young comrade Yi-chun, you're already a celebrity throughout Jingtown now. My cheeks grew slightly hot. Just thinking about a senior leader from the provincial capital personally awarding me left me both nervous and excited. Right then, I suddenly remembered something. I slapped my thigh. Oh no, what terrible memory I have. I quickly took off the basket on my back. Pretending to rummage through it, I secretly pulled a yellowed sheet of paper from my system space. With both hands, I handed it to Instructor Yang. Yesterday, my mind was completely occupied with the spy case. And later, I went up the mountain with Chief Liu to inspect the area. I got so busy that I forgot all about this. I still have an important item here that I haven't had time to turn in. Instructor Yang took the paper in confusion. The moment he unfolded it, his expression changed instantly. Chief Yang, this is a map showing the distribution of Japanese fortresses. It marks more than just the one we discovered. Across all of northeast China, there are still quite a few secret bases and underground fortifications left behind by the Japanese army back then. That I'll optimize this passage into the first person while keeping the pace tight and the tension maxed out. My tone was calm, but Instructor Yang looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, frozen completely in place. The map in his hands trembled violently, his eyes fixed tightly on the markings on it. This is a map of Japanese fortresses across all of northeast China. His voice was shaking. It was no wonder he lost his composure. The weight of this map was 100 times greater than capturing 50 spies. The 6 soldiers behind him were equally stunned, their faces full of shock. In March 1969, the Jinbao Island conflict had just ended. 1 million troops were stationed along the northeastern border, digging tunnels deep, stockpiling grain widely, and keeping the entire army on a taut wartime footing. At a time like this, me producing this map was yet another ironclad first-class merit. Squad Leader Zhang. Instructor Yang made the decision instantly. Catch up with the main force immediately. This matter may only be reported to Chief Liu in person. Yes, sir. If this information leaks, all 6 of you will be held responsible. We swear it with our lives. The 6 of them saluted and quickly chased after the others up the mountain. Comrade Yi-chun, I must return to the military headquarters immediately. This secret must never be revealed. I straightened my back and saluted solemnly. Mission guaranteed to be completed. Instructor Yang turned and ran like mad, heading straight for the village. I also put my thoughts aside and continued deeper into the mountains. Yesterday, that area had been full of troops, and the wild animals had already been driven off in all directions. I'd have to try my luck on another mountain. On the other side, Instructor Yang ran all the way back to the village entrance, got in a car, and headed straight for the military headquarters. Bursting into the office, he grabbed the hand-crank telephone and started turning the handle furiously. Connected. Hello, who is this? Please transfer me to Division Commander Lin. This is an extremely important piece of intelligence. This is Lin DeBayo. Division Commander Lin. I'm Yang Qingshou, the instructor in Jingtown, Huisian County. Comrade Yi-chun, who reported the Japanese spy case yesterday, has turned in another top-secret intelligence report today. Oh, what intelligence? A map of the Japanese fortress distribution along the entire northeast border. It's marked in extreme detail, all along the border with the Soviet Union. On the other end of the line, there was a loud bang. Lin DeBayo slammed his hand on the desk. What did you say? A map of fortresses spread across all of northeast China? Is it absolutely true? Absolutely true. But the exact locations still need on-site verification. Right now? Immediately. Take the map to the provincial capital at once. Not a single word is to be leaked along the way. Yes, sir. Yang Qingshou hung up the phone, immediately arranged for a vehicle to rush to Yanshi, then transferred to a train bound for the provincial capital. The provincial capital. Lin DeBayo put down the phone and immediately connected to the Beijing hotline, reporting everything in detail. Yi-chun discovered traces of 5 Japanese spies, found the underground fortress and a large stockpile of weapons and ammunition on his own, cooperated in the arrest, and prevented the agent from taking poison, and today handed over a map of the Japanese military fortresses in northeast China. After these 2 earth-shattering feats in a row, of course Beijing had to investigate his background. If you don't investigate, you won't know. Once they did, it directly alarmed the top leadership. My parents, military doctors of the volunteer army in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, medical prodigies who returned from studying abroad, saved countless lives on the battlefield. My grandparents, who returned from studying in the United States, sacrificed their lives in northeast China. My maternal grandparents, who returned from studying in Germany, sacrificed their lives in Shanghai. A family of loyal martyrs, all anti-Japanese heroes. born with the right roots and glowing red from head to toe. So red it's almost black. Beijing no longer hesitated and immediately issued an order. Linda Bayo, verify the fortress locations. If the intelligence is accurate, you will personally go to Hunyuan County and award Yichen 2 first-class meritorious medals. Also, specially approve Beijing household registration. Reward him with 2,000 yuan in cash, 500 jin of national grain coupons, and sufficient meat, oil, and cloth coupons. Provide all 3 rotating goods and 1 sound device in full. Posthumously award 6 first-class meritorious citations to his ancestors and hand them over to Yi Chun as well. Deliver them to him with your own hands within 1 month. That's an order. Yes, mission guaranteed to be completed. At the same time, deep in the mountains, I knew nothing about the fact that the central authorities had thoroughly investigated my background. All my attention was on the pond ahead. A family of 3 sika deer was drinking water there. 1 male, 1 female, and a fawn. I raised my Type 38 rifle and aimed at the male deer's hind leg. Bang! The shot rang out, and the male deer was hit in the hind leg. To save time, I directly put the empty rifle into my space, then flipped out another one that was already loaded. Bang! The female deer was hit in the hind leg. The 2 gunshots nearly blended into one. The 2 adult deer collapsed before they could even react. Using the same method, I switched rifles and aimed at the fawn. Bang! 3 shots, 3 hits, all striking the hind legs. I stowed the rifle into my space and darted forward like an arrow, closely pursuing the 3 wounded sika deer. After running 500 meters, the 3 deer, having lost too much blood, finally could not hold on and collapsed one after another. I first picked up the trembling fawn and put it into my space, then followed the blood trail to find the 2 adult deer and also stored them away. Then I stepped into my space as well. Looking at the 3 bleeding sika deer, I found myself in a dilemma. How was I supposed to remove the bullets? Just as that thought flashed through my mind, the next second, the scene before my eyes left me completely stunned. Inside the space, I stared blankly at everything happening before my eyes, as if my whole body had been nailed to the spot. It took me a long while to finally snap back from the shock. A wave of ecstatic joy surged to my head. Holy crap, that works too. Just now I had been wondering how to remove the bullets, and the moment the thought arose, the power of the space began to stir on its own. An invisible force enveloped the hind legs of the 3 deer. The next moment, several bloodstained bullets were plucked out of thin air, clean and neat. Just like when I usually grow grain in the space. With a single thought, everything is done. The bullets lay quietly in my palm, cool and astonishing. My heart was pounding wildly. A crazy thought exploded in my mind. If bullets could be taken out with 1 key press, then what about other things? Could they be dismantled, smelted, reshaped, forged out of thin air? If I thought it, I'd do it. I locked onto the 2 Type 38 rifles beside me, activated the power of the space, and pointed with a raised hand. Disassemble. The 2 rifles instantly came apart. Barrel, receiver, bolt, spring, screws, handguard, stock. All the parts were neatly categorized and suspended in midair. No collision, no damage, perfectly orderly. If Lu Changming and the others saw this scene, their jaws would hit the floor. I suppressed my excitement and called up the blueprint for the QBZ-95 in my mind. Smelt. All the metal was instantly wrapped in high heat, turning into scalding molten iron that floated and rolled in midair. The wooden parts were deftly separated, intact and unharmed. I took a deep breath. Forge. The molten iron came alive, boiling, contracting, condensing, shaping. The barrel extended, the receiver took form, the magazine, grip, and sight line appeared one after another. Moments later, a QBZ-95 assault rifle, spanning 25 years of time, hovered quietly before my eyes. I gripped the rifle body, feeling the cold touch in my hand. My mouth stretched all the way to my ears. I flicked the selector switch, semi-auto, and burst fire changed smoothly. The magazine locked in tightly, and the balance of the rifle was excellent. A 30-round magazine. In this era, this kind of firepower was overwhelming. What were Northeast tigers and brown bears worth? Even against a squad of enemies, it could suppress them. From now on, in the mountains and forests, I would be invincible. But this rifle was too advanced. It absolutely could not be exposed. I made a silent decision. Unless I was alone and facing a life-or-death crisis, and left no trace afterward, this rifle would stay hidden in the space forever. But a new problem arose. The Type 38 rifle used 6.5 by 50 mm ammunition, while the QBZ-95 used 5.8 by 42 mm rounds. They were completely incompatible. I didn't panic and simply copied the method. The power of the space enveloped a batch of bullets, and with a single thought, the casings contracted, the bases were adjusted, and the bullet tips were corrected. In the blink of an eye, a batch of new rounds suitable for the QB's 95 was completed. Their weight, length, and powder capacity were all reasonable. By this point, I finally understood. As long as I had enough metal material and the weapon blueprints in my head, I could forge pistols, rifles, and light machine guns out of thin air. With the remaining materials, I made 3 more magazines. After dealing with the firearms, I took out some spring water and carefully fed it to the 3 spotted deer. As the spring water went down, the terror in the deer's eyes gradually faded, and their wounds visibly healed. I moved the deer into the space's breeding area. There, the spiritual soil was fertile and the grass lush. It wouldn't take long for their gunshot wounds to fully recover. The breeding area also had rabbits and wild chickens, all herbivores or omnivores, and they didn't disturb one another. Given enough time, they would naturally multiply into a herd. Once everything was settled, I exited the space, picked up the Type 38 rifle meant for cover, and continued searching. Maybe I had been too lucky that morning and used up all my fortune. Until after 3 in the afternoon, I still hadn't encountered any prey. With the sun slanting westward, I stopped forcing it and turned to head down the mountain. Stepping on pine needles and oak leaves, the ground was soft and slightly damp. The air carried the crisp, reassuring scent of decaying grass, wood, and soil. As I walked into a dense, shady patch of forest, thick moss spread like a carpet and the light grew dim. Then, at that very moment, a faint yellow-green blossom caught my eye. Its stalk stood upright, its leaves spread wide, and it stood out vividly against the gloom. My heart gave a sudden jolt, and I stopped in my tracks. I hurried forward, parted the thick layer of rotting leaves, and the next instant, my eyes lit up. The rhizome was long and curved, shaped like a goose's neck. The round main root was smooth and plump, with densely packed flower cups, dozens of them at least. The shoulders were tight and compact, and the fine, iron wire one was deep and dense like woven mesh. The root hairs were slender and resilient, with pearl-like nodules protruding distinctly at the tips, old and hard, solid and substantial. This quality, this form, this was no ordinary ginseng. It was genuine wild ginseng from Chombai Mountain. Wild ginseng. I couldn't hold back my surge of joy and laughed out loud. No wonder hunting didn't go well today. All the luck has been saved up for you. Before I transmigrated, I had watched plenty of videos by forest rangers and knew well that age is judged by the root, not the flower. The plant before me, its rhizome, cups, 1, shiu, and dan, was top grade in every respect. It had to be at least 50 years old, growing deep in the mountains, and its value was beyond estimation. More importantly, now that I had this mother ginseng, I'd have a steady supply of wild ginseng. Transplant it into the spatial fertile soil, let it bolt, flower, and bear red seeds. Plant the seeds, generation after generation, and soon the space would be filled with rows upon rows of ginseng. Nourished by the fertile soil, its medicinal power would be even stronger than wild-grown ginseng. For my own use, as gifts, or to sell for money, more than enough. I suppressed my excitement, took off the dagger, and lay on the ground, slowly and carefully brushing away the dirt. I moved as gently as possible, afraid of snapping even a single fine root hair. When digging ginseng, the root must not be damaged. If the root hairs break, the age and value drop sharply. I was busy for a full half-hour before the entire ginseng plant was revealed intact. I had originally wanted to collect it with the space, but I was worried I might lose control of the force and break the root hairs, so I had to do it myself. Putting away the dagger, I let my fingertips lightly touch the ginseng body and silently thought, collect. The entire wild ginseng, together with the protective soil around its roots, was safely stored in the space. I then entered the space and carefully planted it in the fertile soil. To keep deer, rabbits, and wild chickens from eating it, I left the space, took in several towering trees, and had them instantly processed into wooden boards. Drilling, grooving, assembling. In no time, I built a wooden plank fence more than 2 meters high, enclosing the breeding area. It would prevent the animals from running around and also protect the grain and ginseng in the fertile soil. With everything done, I headed back down the mountain in peace. Passing through the trap area, I unexpectedly picked up 2 wild chickens, already stiff and cold. I deliberately didn't put them into my space. Instead, I tied their feet tightly with hemp rope and hung them on the gun barrel, swaying as I walked toward the village. Just as I reached the fork at the foot of the mountain, a team came toward me. The soldiers were carrying weapons and ammunition, hurrying along, exhausted all over. Clearly, they had just returned from transporting supplies from the fort. In the crowd, I spotted Lu Changming, Wang Dehai, and that company commander Li at a glance. I stepped forward to greet them proactively. Chief Lu, Director Wang, Company Commander Li, you've worked hard. The three turned around. When Lu Changming saw it was me, his eyes lit up at once, and he burst out laughing. Kid Yi, I heard you've done another great deed. The way he said it was a little abrupt and out of nowhere, leaving Company Commander Li and Wang Dehai stunned. What do you mean? Yi Chen has done something worthy of praise again. Why haven't I received any news? Company Commander Li asked. Wang Dehai was even more confused. He wasn't part of the military system to begin with, so naturally he wouldn't hear about any classified matters. Lu Changming slapped his thigh, staring at me with burning eyes. Kid, seriously, have you ever thought about enlisting? Just with that ghost-like, bullseye shooting marksmanship of yours, there isn't a single one in the whole battalion who can match you. You're born to be a soldier. He was talking about the other day, when we were encircling and suppressing the Japanese spies, and I sniped the wolf pack from a long distance. That scene probably still hadn't faded from his mind, but I had already made up my mind. I bowed slightly and declined. Thank you for your kindness, but my heart isn't in the military. I just want to stay with the people around me, hunt a little, farm a little, and live a steady life. That's enough for me. Lu Changming looked a little regretful, but he didn't press the issue. He patted my shoulder. Good. You've got ambition. If you ever change your mind, come find me anytime. I'll keep a spot open for you. Thank you for thinking of me. I cupped my hands and smiled. I accompanied the team down the mountain and only parted ways with the three of them at my doorstep. As soon as I pushed the door and stepped into the courtyard, three figures ran out from inside the house. Brother Yi Chen, you're back. Nova was the fastest, fluttering around me like a little butterfly, her eyes fixed brightly on the wild chickens hanging from the gun barrel. Shen Qinyao and Xia Yusin followed close behind, their brows and eyes gentle, carrying a trace of concern. Not bad today. These two wild chickens are so plump, Shen Qinyao said with a soft smile. I leaned the gun against the wall, took down the wild chickens, and handed them over. We'll have roast wild chicken tonight. Let's satisfy our cravings properly. But both of them shook their heads at the same time. These chickens are so fat. If we take them to the commune, they can be exchanged for quite a bit of money. We'd better not eat them, Shen Qinyao said, pressing down on the chickens to dissuade me. Xia Yusin also said, we only ate wild rabbit and wild chicken yesterday. If we eat them again today, the villagers will inevitably be envious. Everyone's life is tight as it is. If we're eating meat every day, it won't sound good if word gets out. I waved a hand. It's fine. Let's eat them today first. In a few days I'll go into the mountains and hunt a big wild boar, then share some with every household. That'll shut everyone up and no one will gossip. Seeing that I had made up my mind, Xia Yusin stopped persuading me and took the wild chickens toward the kitchen, arranging things as she went. Nova, fetch water. Qingyao, wash the vegetables. I followed along to help as well. The wild chickens were soaked in warm water, gutted, the innards removed, and the blood thoroughly squeezed out. They were rinsed over and over until the meat turned pale. Then coarse salt was rubbed in, scallion whites and ginger slices were stuffed inside, and they were slowly roasted over charcoal. With the gentle heat from a distance, we kept turning the wooden skewers so the moisture could evaporate. Once the skin tightened and turned yellow, we moved them closer to the charcoal fire. Oil began to sizzle and ooze out, and the skin was slowly roasted into a crispy, golden brown. The aroma of meat spread throughout the entire courtyard. In this era, where meat and oil were scarce and people couldn't even get enough to eat, that smell was devastatingly tempting. Not to mention children. Even adults would swallow hard when they caught a whiff. I kept watch over the fire the whole time, and only stopped when the juices ran clear with no trace of blood. There was no elaborate seasoning, just the simplest salt-roasted flavor, yet it was the most satisfying delicacy in this age. The four of us sat around, and each grabbed a chicken leg to eat. Nova's mouth was greasy with oil. Shen Qinyao and Xia Yusin didn't even have time to worry about the heat, blowing on it as they stuffed it into their mouths. The wild chicken meat was firm and chewy, with the fragrance of charcoal fire. For them, who had long gone without any meat, it was already a rare delicacy. After eating our fill, we sat in the courtyard chatting idly about things we had seen in the mountains and little matters in the village, the atmosphere warm and cozy. At 8 o'clock, when it was completely dark, I sent Nova home. By the time I got back, the two of them had already tidied up and moved back into the east room. Now that the courtyard wall had been repaired, they no longer had to squeeze into the west room. So-called moving house amounted to nothing more than a few changes of clothes and a quilt and bedding. Everything was done in one trip. Looking at the faint light spilling out from the east room, I turned and walked to the west side. The 6 puppies were curled up together, asleep. I brought them some spirit spring water to drink, then used some lumber to build a simple windproof doghouse and spread dry grass inside so they could spend the night safely. After everything was arranged and I confirmed there was no one around, I turned off the lights and slipped into the space. It had been nearly a week since I traveled through. Every day, I brushed my teeth and rinsed my mouth to stay clean, but I still hadn't had a chance to bathe. A thin layer of sweat and grime had built up on my body, making me feel sticky and uncomfortable. With a thought, I dug out a bath pool beside the thatched hut and drew in spirit spring water. The clear water slowly filled the pool, carrying a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. I stripped off my clothes and soaked in the water. At first it felt cool and comfortable, but after a short while my skin began to absorb the spiritual energy. My limbs warmed, my pores opened, and impurities were forced out of my body. A layer of black grime floated to the surface. What was amazing was that the dirt was quickly broken down by the spirit spring itself, and the pool water became clear again. I brushed away the foam and sighed. As expected of spirit spring water, it can even purify bath water on its own. After soaking for a long time, my whole body felt relaxed and all fatigue vanished. Only then did I get up, dry myself off, leave the space, and fall asleep. In this era, there were no phones, no internet, and no entertainment. Being alone, it was best to go to bed early. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, I got up. After some simple exercise, I went up to the hillside to check the 10 beast traps I had set a few days earlier. After making the rounds, the traps were empty, with no harvest at all. Looks like there wasn't much animal activity lately. I'd have to think of another way. I didn't delay and headed straight for the production team's fields. Team Leader Wu was arranging work by the edge of the field when he saw me coming. "What is it?" "Team Leader Wu, I'd like to borrow your bicycle to go to town." He pointed at the old bicycle under the shade of a tree. "Go ahead. Come back early." I mounted the bike and rode off. The trip was smooth, and I soon arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. The clerk was polite and didn't make things difficult for me at all. I took out my vouchers and started buying in bulk. Enamel basins, coarse pottery bowls, towels, soap, matches, cigarettes, fine salt, soy sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies. I bought a messy pile of things and spent more than 40 yuan. Then I bought a bunch of vegetable seeds and spent another 10 yuan. Feeling my pockets, I still had 236 yuan left. A sense of urgency rose in my heart. More than 400 yuan, and in less than a day, I'd spent nearly half of it. I had to get into the mountains and hunt for money as soon as possible. Just as I was about to leave, a green military jeep stopped beside me. The window rolled down, and Wang Dahai poked his head out. "Comrade Yichun, what a coincidence. I was just about to come find you." "Chief Wang, you're looking for me? Do you still remember those 15 wolves you killed?" I immediately understood. So it was that Lu Changming had asked him to handle the wolf pelts and meat for me. "Chief Wang, you've really helped me out of an urgent bind." Wang Dahai got out of the car and walked up to me. "The 15 wolf pelts are all in excellent condition. Wolf pelts and meat, 130 yuan per wolf. 15 of them comes to a total of 1,950 yuan. The people around us instantly widened their eyes. In this day and age, an ordinary person's monthly wage was only 20 or 30 yuan. This amount of money was simply astronomical. Quite a few people's eyes flashed with greed, but then they thought better of it. This young man had taken down 15 wolves by himself, and behind him stood Chief Lu from the military. Who would dare make a move on him? Still, in the shadows of the crowd, 1 or 2 people kept their gloomy eyes fixed on the money in my hands. Wang Dahai ignored the others and took out a small red booklet from his pocket and handed it to me. "Xiao Chen, just call me Uncle Wang from now on. This is the gun permit Chief Lu got for you. It's filed with the military, and it'll be recognized wherever you go." I stared at that little red booklet, my eyes lighting up. This was exactly what I'd been waiting for. Showing the gun in front of Lu Changming back then really had been the right move. Not only did it defuse the crisis, it also solved the issue of legalizing gun ownership along the way. "Uncle Wang, thank you and Commander Lu for all your trouble." I took the notebook with both hands, my tone sincere. I opened it and saw at a glance. On the cover, the gold lettering stood out clearly. Shin City Military Region / Jilin Province Military Region, Hu County Border Defense 3rd Regiment. In the center, 3 large characters, gun permit. Serial number 66666. The inner page information was crystal clear. Name Yi Chun, firearm, type 38 rifle, ammunition, 100 rounds. I closed the notebook, finally completely at ease. Wang Dahai took out the numbering mold and another 100 rounds of ammunition. Take it back and stamp the steel seal on it. Bring it over for registration when you have time. No rush. He waved at me, got into the Jeep, and soon disappeared at the end of the street. As soon as the vehicle left, a middle-aged man at the supply and marketing cooperative entrance came forward to greet me. Comrade, I'm Wang Dashin, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. The Wang Dahai from just now is my biological older brother. I shook his hand. Before I could say much, he enthusiastically pulled me inside. I heard what you said just now. You don't have enough money? Haven't bought everything you wanted. I felt both amused and helpless inside. It wasn't that I didn't have money. It was that one person couldn't carry that many things. Surely I couldn't just take them all into my space in full view of everyone, could I? But since he was being so enthusiastic, I couldn't really refuse. After entering the supply and marketing cooperative, he directly had the clerk lay out vegetable seeds, seasonings, earthenware jars, enamel cups, thermos bottles, and wash basins, and then he pulled out 10 chi of fine cloth, piling up half the counter. Then he smiled and asked me, "My brother said a comrade like you can take down 15 wild wolves by yourself? Quite capable, huh?" Looking at this pile of things, I understood perfectly. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Seeing that I didn't speak, he hurriedly waved his hand. Don't overthink it. These count as a deposit. Our supply and marketing cooperative is short on meat all year round. If you hunt game in the mountains, could you bring it to us first? We'll take it at the highest price, and you definitely won't lose out. I understood at once. First, it was to show face to his brother and Commander Liu. Second, it was to keep me, the hunter, tied to them. No problem. I agreed readily. I'm just afraid I won't be able to hunt enough to cover these things. Huh. If one trip isn't enough, make a few more. We can settle it gradually. I glanced over it all. These things were at least 40 or 50 yuan, and most importantly, no coupons were needed. A bargain. Wang Dashin arranged for 2 clerks to ride bicycles and help me deliver everything home. 3 28-inch bicycles were loaded with supplies as they made their way through the fields. The villagers working in the fields all stopped to watch, their eyes full of envy. From a distance, Xia Yusin and Shen Qingyao saw us and hurried over from the rice paddy, washing the mud off their hands and feet, faces full of worry. Xiao Chun, why did you buy so many things? Where did the money come from? You definitely didn't do anything illegal like speculation or profiteering, did you? That's a huge problem. Both of them sounded worried, asking cautiously, afraid that I'd gone down the wrong path. I didn't explain it on the spot. There were villagers all around, so it wasn't convenient. Too many things. Let's carry them back first. I'll explain to you later. It's not a bad thing. Xia Yusin and Shen Qingyao exchanged a look and didn't ask further, only watching my departing figure. Across the rice paddy, Nova was cutting grass. When she saw me coming back, her eyes lit up instantly, and she was just about to run over to greet me. But I didn't stop at all, just passed by the roadside. Nova puffed out her cheeks on the spot, her little face full of anger as she stamped her foot. "Umph. You only talk to Sister Qingyao and Sister Yusin, and you ignore me." No one noticed that at the far corner of the rice paddy, Liu Danning slowly raised his head. His face was dark and gloomy, his eyes full of malice as he stared fixedly in the direction where I had disappeared, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Haha, buying so many things and spending so freely. I'd like to see where you got the money. As long as I catch you with evidence, I don't care what kind of hero's descendant you are, you'll still end up behind bars." I naturally had no idea that I had already been targeted by some villain. All I felt was relief. My livelihood was secured, and I'd also gotten my gun permit. After returning to the courtyard, I unloaded everything piece by piece and put it away neatly. Then I took out 2 packs of Dachengong cigarettes and handed them to Xiao Zhang and Xiao Lu. "Brother Zhang, Brother Lu, just a little token of appreciation. Thanks for your help." The 2 of them took them happily, grinning from ear to ear. "No big deal. If you ever need anything, just say the word." These cigarettes cost 28 cents a pack, and they usually couldn't bear to buy them. Now that they'd gotten a free pack, I looked increasingly pleasing to them. After a few polite words, the 2 rode off on their bicycles. I went inside to organize the supplies, dividing the seasonings and daily necessities into 2 portions, one to keep at home and one to store in my space, making it easy to bring out when heading up the mountain. I folded up the cotton cloth and kept it aside, planning to have Aunt Jean Dalai make a few sets of clothes for me when I had time. Suddenly, I remembered that I still hadn't sold the snake gallbladder and rabbit pelts. Just now I'd been tossed around by the Wang brothers, and I'd forgotten all about it. I could only smile helplessly. I'd deal with it next time. At the very least, it could be exchanged for a bag of white rabbit milk candies to coax the girls. I was in an especially good mood today, with over 2,000 yuan tucked in my pocket and a legal gun permit in my hand. I took out that certificate with its gold-stamped red lettering and looked it over several times, the corners of my mouth lifting uncontrollably. Heh. Now I never have to worry about illegally possessing a firearm again. And I even got an extra 100 rounds of ammunition. Then I entered the system space. I planted all the vegetable seeds into the spiritual soil with one click, where they quickly took root. I also went to check the breeding area. The 3-spotted deer that had been shot in the hind legs earlier had actually healed completely, and even their scars had faded. As expected of the system space, gunshot wounds heal this fast too. In the grass, I also found 10 wild chicken eggs, their shells smooth and full. I had no intention of eating them. Once they hatched, I'd have another flock of wild chickens. There was still some wild chicken meat left in the space, so I set up a grill and slow roasted it over a fire. When the skin turned crisp and fragrant and the fat sizzled down in droplets, I gulped down several big mouthfuls of spirit spring water. Once the spirit spring water entered my body, it opened up my limbs and meridians, and a strong wave of hunger surged up. I grabbed the roasted chicken and wolfed it down, eating to my heart's content. After eating and drinking my fill, I exited the space. I rode my bicycle to the rice paddies and called out to Team Leader Wu. Team Leader Wu, I'm heading to town again. I'll take the bike first. Team Leader Wu waved his hand. Go on, just don't stay out too late. More than 20 minutes later, I returned to town and walked into the supply and marketing cooperative. When Wang Dashan saw me come back, he was somewhat surprised. Xiao Chun, what do you need? Second Uncle Wang, I want to ask about something. Where in town is there a scrap recycling station? I want to find some old tools. New ones are too expensive, and I don't have the vouchers. Wang Dashan pointed the way. The recycling station is at the north end of town. Just keep going straight down this road, and you'll see it at the end. After a pause, he added a reminder. It's fine to look for old tools, but don't touch anything sensitive, or you'll invite trouble. I nodded. Don't worry, Second Uncle Wang. I know what I'm doing. I pedaled the 28-inch bicycle toward the north end of town, and after a little over 10 minutes, a rundown gate appeared before me. A faded wooden sign hung on the gate, with the words recycling station written on it. The yard was piled high with scrap materials, a complete mess. At the entrance, sitting on a small stool and guarding the place, was an old man with white hair, puffing on dry tobacco. I rode my bike to the scrap collection station, where an old gatekeeper sat at the entrance, idly puffing on his dry tobacco pipe. Seeing me, his murky eyes narrowed slightly. Young man, what are you doing here? I parked my bike and said with a smile, hello, sir. The supply and marketing cooperative didn't have what I needed, and Uncle Wang told me to come over here and try my luck. When I mentioned Wang Dashan's name, the old man's attitude changed immediately. He waved his hand and said, introduced by Wang Lauer? Go on in and look around. 1 hour. Furniture is priced by the piece, iron and books by the pound. I thanked him and walked into the yard. In front of me, piles of scrap were stacked like mountains, dust blowing straight into my face. I began to rummage carefully. Broken motors, rusted steel, severed brass pieces. All of them were good stuff. But I didn't dare take too much. If it stood out too much, trouble would follow. In the end, I only picked a few inconspicuous items, a rusty but solid iron hammer, an old saw with its teeth still intact, and a few small bottles of lubricant that were more than half full. They looked ordinary, but in fact they would be enough for me to use for a long time. Yichin placed the items in front of the old man. Sir, how much for these? The old man glanced at them and said flatly, a pile of junk. 1 yuan. All right. Yichin took out a yuan and handed it over. The old man didn't bother to get up and inspect them. He took the money and kept smoking his dry tobacco, muttering to himself. This young man must be short on money and couldn't bear to buy new things. But he didn't think much of it. There were plenty of poor kids in town. When Yichin rode away, his back felt tense. There were clearly quite a few good things in the recycling station, but he didn't dare take much, not even dare to show the slightest hint of anything unusual. That old man looked ordinary enough, but his eyes were far too sharp, as if he could see through everything. Sure enough, after Yichin's figure disappeared at the crossroads, the old man slowly stood up and walked into the recycling station to check. He went to the corner where Yichin had lingered and rummaged through it. The scrapped motor was gone. The old man paused, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. This kid's kind of interesting. Yichin rode hard all the way toward the commune, the evening breeze brushing his face, yet it couldn't dispel the unease in his heart. That old man's eyes, cloudy yet sharp, kept sending a chill down his back. He decided not to think about it anymore. When he reached the entrance of 4th Team Village, Yichin returned the bicycle to Captain Wu and looked up at the sky. The sun was tilting westward, and the commune members in the fields were starting to pack up for the day. He didn't hurry home. Instead, he found a stone by the roadside and sat down, waiting for Xia Yusin and Shin Qingyao. Since he had nothing else to do, he got up and walked to the lakeside across the road. He remembered this lake vividly. On the very day he had crossed over, he had slipped into the water and nearly become a water ghost. Now that he stood by the shore again, he still felt a lingering fear. Yichen casually picked up a long tree branch and poked around in the water with it for fun. A boy of 15 or 16 playing by the water was perfectly normal. But then, something unexpected happened. Under the water, a huge grass carp was drawn by the swaying branch and swam over, lightly bumping into it. Yichen's heart skipped a beat. He had once used a Type 38 rifle to collect a water snake. Could this branch work too? The thought had barely formed when the grass carp vanished right before his eyes. Yichen's pupils contracted sharply as he stared fixedly at the water's surface. The fish hadn't swum away. It had simply disappeared. He quickly scanned his surroundings. After confirming no one was paying attention, he immediately sank his consciousness into the space. Sure enough, that big grass carp was lying on the ground in front of the thatched hut, thrashing madly. Damn, over a meter long. At least 10 or more gene. I hadn't expected such a huge fish to be hiding in that shabby lake. After leaving the space, I closed my eyes and controlled it with my mind. After several attempts, I completely got the hang of it. With a thought, that big grass carp was directly moved into the spiritual spring fish pond. But the next second, the fish flipped belly up and floated motionless on the water. No way. Was the spiritual spring water too strong? I didn't enter the space. Instead, I watched the water with my mind. A minute later, the grass carp suddenly flicked its tail and came back to life. With a twist of its body, it swam toward deeper water, even livelier than before. Haha, success. Next, I tried a few more times and successively caught 3 grass carp, 1 large and 2 small, the biggest weighing 4 gene. After storing them all in the space, I was about to leave when something flashed in my peripheral vision. A larger fish was swimming toward the shallow water. I held my breath, extended my right hand into the water, and lightly hooked my thumb. Sure enough, the big fish took the bait and bit down on my thumb. Taking advantage of that, I hooked its lip, and with a thought, the entire fish was stored into the space. Looking closely, this fish was even stouter than the previous one, with a bulging belly. A pregnant female fish. It was grass carp spawning season now. My luck was unbelievably good. Big profit. If I raise them in the spiritual spring, there'll be more and more fish later. The female fish also flipped belly up as soon as it entered the spiritual spring, and I waited quietly. Before long, it regained its vitality and swam freely again. In a great mood, I carefully climbed up the slope and returned to the dirt road. With both hands raised high, I stretched. At that moment, the villagers who had finished work in the fields were walking back to the village in 2s and 3s. Among the crowd, Xia Yusin, Ivanova, and Shin Qingyao were walking side by side, especially eye-catching. I went up to them and reached out to take their farm tools. Shin Qingyao shook her head and hid the hoe behind her back. It's not heavy. I can carry it myself. Xia Yusin and Nova, on the other hand, were quite straightforward and handed theirs over directly. Take it. I'm tired. Brother Yichun, you can take mine too. I smiled as I took them and walked back to the village side by side with the 3 girls. Behind us, the villagers started whispering. Aunt Ma leaned over to Sasha and said, Sasha, aren't you worried Nova can't beat those 2 city girls? They're pretty and have such a good temperament. You need to pay more attention. Sasha sighed. Xiaoxin is too honest, too soft-hearted, and doesn't know how to refuse. I'm worried just watching him. As soon as those words were spoken, quite a few girls in the group lowered their heads. They all knew that in terms of looks, temperament, and education, they were far inferior to Xia Yusin and Shin Qingyao. Among the entire village, only Nova could hold her own against those 2. But city girls were more worldly and had more tricks up their sleeves. If they ended up making things official, then it would be settled for good. At the back of the crowd, the 4 educated youths wore grim expressions. Lu Danning looked the ugliest of all. He had liked Xia Yusin for a long time, but in her eyes there was only me. Lao Si squeezed up beside him and lowered his voice. Brother Lu, I heard some news when I went to town last month. It'll definitely make you feel better. Spit it out if you've got something to say. Lao Si glanced at the cigarettes in Lu Danning's pocket. Lu Danning impatiently pulled one out and tossed it to him. Lao Si lit it, took a hard drag, and then said, That brother Xingui over at the black market in the east side. Last time he beat a male educated youth from the first team half to death. That educated youth had just arrived and went to make trouble at the black market and ended up being caught and taught a lesson. And then, we can give brother Xingui some money and have his men give Yichin a beating. That brat dared to fight Brother Lu for a woman, so we've got to show him some color. Lu Danning's eyes lit up. How much would be appropriate? Just a lesson. 2 yuan should do it. At most 5. A vicious smile spread across Lu Danning's lips. He was already calculating in his mind. First find someone to beat me up, beat me until I couldn't get out of bed. Once I was a miserable wreck, he'd go report me to the commune for speculation and profiteering. Beat me, then send me to jail. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Lu Danning's gaze turned dark, waiting only for nightfall to act. The night was as black as ink, and the entire production brigade fell into utter silence. The insects in the fields had gone quiet. Every household had turned off its lights, and only the occasional bark of a dog cut through the night sky. Lu Danning gently closed the door, hurried out of Ma Shin's house, and strode off to find his 3 hanger-on friends. The 4 met in the shadows at the village entrance. Keeping low and using the cover of night, they headed toward the black market on the east side of town. Near midnight, the 4 finally reached the entrance to the black market. The gatekeepers were Xing Kuei and Xiao Jin, both old hands at the black market and extremely vigilant. The moment they saw 4 unfamiliar faces arriving in the dead of night, the 2 instantly tensed up, their eyes sharp as they swept over them, all of them exuding a vicious air. Only after seeing that they were merely 4 young men in their early 20s did Xing Kuei relax a little and speak in a low voice. Do you know the rules for entering? 5 fun to buy something, 1 mao to sell something. Pay first, then go in. The 4 of them did not rush to take out money. They had not come to buy or sell anything. Lu Danning stepped forward on his own, plastered on a flattering smile, took a pack of cheap cigarettes from his chest, and respectfully pulled out 2 sticks to hand over. Big brothers, we're not here to buy things. We came specifically to find Brother Xing Kuei for a favor. Xing Kuei and Xiao Jin exchanged a glance, somewhat surprised. Looking for Brother Xing Kuei? What for? Explain yourself first. Xiao Jin asked in a deep voice. Lu Danning glanced around, lowered his voice, and said bluntly, we want to ask Brother Xing Kuei to help teach someone a lesson. Afterward, we'll give him 3 yuan for his trouble. Xing Kuei raised an eyebrow, looking amused. 3 yuan was not a small sum. It was worth several days' work points for a commune member. But that amount was still not enough to tempt him. He glanced at Lu Danning lazily and immediately raised the price. 3 yuan isn't enough. Minimum 5. Not a cent less, or forget it. The 4 of them cursed inwardly at his greed. But when they thought of me laughing and chatting intimately with Xia Yusin and Shun Qinyao, the rage in Lu Danning's heart could no longer be suppressed, and he no longer cared about the money. Fine. 5 it is. I want that kid lying in bed for a month. Pay first. Money in one hand, work in the other, Xing Kuei said, extending his hand. Lu Danning reached into the hidden pocket inside his underwear, pulled out the warm 5 yuan, and handed it over, his mouth twitching with pain. As soon as the money was in hand, Xing Kuei's expression became a little more cordial. Tell me then, what's the name of the person you want dealt with, and which production team is he from? Lu Danning gritted his teeth and said word by word. An orphan from production team 4, named Yi Chun. Yi Chun? The Yi Chun from team 4? Xing Kuei and Xiao Jin's expressions changed drastically, and they froze on the spot. You want us to go after Yi Chun? Although they hung around the black market and lived by the edge of a knife, they valued gratitude above all else. Back when my parents were alive, they were the village doctors and had saved their lives. They were their benefactors, like parents reborn. And now these ignorant fools actually wanted to hire them to harm the orphan of their benefactor? They were practically seeking death. Xing Kuei instead laughed in anger, saying good 3 times in a row. Good, good, good. So it's Yi Chun from Team 4, is it? You wait right here. I'll call people now and make sure this is handled beautifully. After speaking, he unobtrusively gave Xiao Jin a look. Xiao Jin immediately understood and turned to rush into the courtyard, heading straight for the basement. The basement was dimly lit. The 4 black market leaders, Biao Gu, Long Gu, Hu Gu, and Yong Gu, were discussing business. As soon as Xiao Jin entered, he bowed and said, Brother Biao, 4 educated youths from Team 4 have come outside. They brought 5 yuan to hire Xing Kuei to deal with Yi Chun from Team 4. What did you say? They want to go after that Yi brat from Team 4. Biao Ji's face instantly darkened, and a vicious aura radiated from him. Xiao Jin cautiously asked in a low voice, Brother Biao, these brats don't know their place. Should we just drag them into the mountains and bury them? Long Gu and Hu Gu looked a little confused. Who is this Yi brat? Jin Yong spoke, his voice cold and hard. He's the only son left behind by Dr. Yi and his wife from Team 4 back then, the benefactor who saved our lives. At the mention of Dr. Yi, Hu Gu and Long Ji's faces also darkened. If it weren't for my father performing surgery on them in the middle of the night back then, these people would have long since lost their lives. Bury them, then, Tiger said coldly. Brother Biao raised his hand and slapped the armrest of the chair, then said in a low voice in Korean, "Wait. Don't move yet. Take these people over and hand them to Yi Chun to deal with himself. Whether he wants to let them go or do it himself, let Yi Xiaozi decide. After he's finished dealing with them, whether to kill them or bury them, that'll be up to you." Understood, big brother. Jin Long, Jin Hu, and Jin Yong all answered in unison. They immediately led 4 brothers and arrived at the entrance of the black market. When Lu Danning and the other 3 saw 8 or 9 people pouring out, each tall and menacing, their legs trembled with fear. Jin Long's gaze swept over the 4 of them coldly, and he only spat out 2 words. "Lead the way." Lu Danning felt panicked and vaguely sensed that something was wrong. He had only come to teach someone a lesson, so why had so many people shown up? But then he thought of how I had always been one step ahead of him, and that bit of hesitation was once again suppressed by jealousy. Tonight, they would cripple me first. Tomorrow, they'd report me to the town for profiteering and get me locked up for the rest of my life. At 1:30 a.m., Jin Yong and the others, 9 in total, escorted Lu Danning and the other 3 to the hillside near my home. But they didn't take the main road to the southeast. Instead, they went along the desolate mountain path to the west, not far from the forest where I usually hunted. Lu Danning finally realized something was off and warned them in a trembling voice. "Brother, the road to 4th team isn't this way." Jin Yong, expressionless, took out a homemade gun from behind his waist and pointed the dark muzzle at Lu Danning's forehead. "I know where 4th team is, but the place you should be going today is here." Lu Danning and the other 3 were instantly terrified silly, their faces as pale as paper. "B brothers, what do you mean by this?" Lu Danning's teeth chattered, and his legs were so weak he was almost collapsing. His 3 lackeys were even more frightened out of their wits, trembling all over and unable to say a word. Jin Yong couldn't be bothered with nonsense and said to Xing Kuei, pointing toward the mountainside below, "Xing Kuei, go get that kid Yi. Keep it quiet. Don't alert the commune members in the village." "Got it, Brother Yong." Xing Kuei lightened his steps and jogged toward the 4th team's direction. The rest of them spread out in a fan shape, surrounding Lu Danning and the other 3 tightly. Several dark gun barrels were pressed hard against their foreheads as they were slowly escorted deeper into the forested mountains. Lu Danning and the other 3 were utterly hopeless. This was a desolate mountain wilderness. The nearest village was over 3 li away. Even if they shouted themselves hoarse, their voices would never reach the village. Even if someone passing by heard the noise, who would dare get involved? They might think they'd run into wild beasts, or that it was a case of thieves turning on thieves. No one would come to save them. Lu Danning was trembling all over. He suddenly turned and glared at Old Four, his eyes bloodshot. "What the hell kind of rotten idea did you come up with? Are you trying to get me killed?" He wanted nothing more than to rush over and strangle this idiot to death. He had originally wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson, win the beauty's heart, and eliminate a thorn in his side at the same time. And the result? He didn't get the beauty, and instead sent himself straight to the gates of hell. It was pitch black all around, with the cold muzzle of a gun pointed at them from above. Lu Danning and the other 3 collapsed to the ground, no longer having the strength to struggle. The dead end had been set. Late at night, I was fast asleep. Suddenly, extremely faint footsteps came from outside the house, and I woke instantly. Without the slightest panic, I got up silently and pressed myself against the window frame to observe the movement outside. At the same time, I took a Type 95 automatic rifle out of my spatial storage, my finger resting on the trigger. The one who had slipped into the courtyard was Xing Kuei. The moment he came in, 6 little puppies rushed over and bit onto the hems of his pants, refusing to let go. The little guys were too small, hanging from his trouser legs. They looked like a few fluffy accessories, which was rather comical. Xing Kuei had no choice but to shuffle over to the window, dragging his feet, and lowered his voice to call out, "Little brother Yi, I'm Xing Kuei from the black market. I've got something to ask you." I had already confirmed through my spatial ability that he was the only one outside, and that there was no ambush, so I spoke up. "Uncle Xing Kuei, so late at night, what's happened?" "There's a sent-down youth named Lu Danning. Today he ran to the black market and paid to hire us to deal with you. He even wanted your life. We've already taken him and 3 of his lackeys to the halfway point up the mountain. Brother Yong asked me to come and ask you what to do with these 4. My heart jolted, and a bone-chilling coldness flashed in my eyes. Good. I had transmigrated here and hadn't even said a single extra word to Lu Danning. We had no grievances or enmity. Yet he actually spent money to hire killers to take my life? I had already heard from Xia Yusin about the little schemes he'd been pulling against me before, but I hadn't expected him to be this narrow-minded. Just because of jealousy, he dared to take such a reckless gamble. Since you're dead set on wanting me dead, then don't blame me for cutting the weeds down to the roots. I opened the door and walked out holding a manlature rifle. This one fit the current era better and wouldn't draw much attention. Where are they? The moment Xing Kuei met my gaze, he shuddered hard and broke out in a cold sweat down his back. He was used to fighting and killing in the black market, yet my eyes still frightened him so much that his heart panicked, and he didn't dare meet my gaze. Come on, I'll take you there. I put the 6 little puppies into my spatial storage and followed behind Xing Kuei toward the halfway point up the mountain. All the way there, I still didn't let down my guard. I couldn't be sure whether it was really Lu Danning trying to deal with me, or whether this was a trap set by the black market. Before long, we reached the halfway point up the mountain. Ahead stood 7 or 8 tall figures, and in the middle were 4 people kneeling, trembling uncontrollably. Big brothers, I know I was wrong. I'll never dare have any bad thoughts about Yi Chen again. It has nothing to do with me. I was just here to watch the fun. It was all Lu Danning. He took a fancy to the female sent-down youth from the city, and out of jealousy toward Yi Chen, he wanted to deal with him. It has nothing to do with us. At death's door, the 4 of them were frantically pushing the blame onto one another, utterly pathetic. I walked closer and clearly saw that the ones kneeling were indeed Lu Danong and his 3 lackeys. The tension in my heart was completely relieved. It really was Lu Danning acting on his own. I walked up to Jin Yong and got straight to the point. Brother Yong, what's going on? Without saying a word, Jin Yong laid out everything in detail about how Lu Danning had paid to hire him in to cripple me. When he finished, he pointed at the 2 men beside him and introduced them. This is my second brother, Jin Long, and my third brother, Jin Hu. I cupped my fists and greeted them. Hello, Brother Long, hello, Brother Hu. The 2 of them sized me up, and a hint of approval appeared in their eyes. Jin Hu asked right away, Brother Yi, these pieces of trash dared to go after the child of our benefactor. How do you think we should handle them? People like that hire thugs to beat me up today and could take my life tomorrow. My tone was calm. Brother Hu, what were you originally planning to do? To be honest, we were going to dig a pit and bury them alive. The moment the word bury came out, Lu Daneng and the other 3 froze in terror, then scrambled over on hands and knees to kowtow and beg me for mercy, their foreheads smashing against the ground until blood seeped out. I watched them wail with a blank expression, resting my chin on my hand in silence for a moment. I'll remember this favor, I said, looking at the others. They wanted me dead, so let them stay in these mountains. In a few days, I'll send a wild boar to the black market as a treat for the brothers. Leave this to me. Jin, who slapped my shoulder and laughed. Good. You're the kind of man who gets big things done. You're sure you can handle this alone? I raised the Type 38 rifle in my hand, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly while my eyes turned cold. Don't worry. After everyone left, I tied the 4 of them up tightly with coarse hemp rope, binding their hands and feet behind their backs, then stashed them all into the space. After I was done, I quietly returned home, released the 6 puppies, and lay back down on the heated Kong as if asleep. I had planned it all along. When the villagers headed out to work at daybreak, I would shoulder my gun and go up the mountain in front of everyone. That way, all the villagers could witness that I had been at home all night. The next day, as usual, I ate breakfast with Xia Yusin and Shin Qingyao. They went off to work, and I even made a point of greeting Ivanova. The villagers all saw me carrying my hunting rifle up the mountain alone, and no one noticed anything unusual. I kept walking deeper into the mountains for over 3 full hours, until I had completely entered the remote wilderness where no one ever came. This place was desolate and uninhabited, so even if something happened, it wouldn't implicate me. With a thought, I directly dumped Lu Daneng and the other 3 out of the space. They hit the ground and looked around at the towering trees and overgrown, unfamiliar surroundings. Instantly realizing their situation, they started begging again. Yi Chun, please, spare us. I ignored them. I took out the Type 38 rifle and used the bayonet to stab each of the 4 in the abdomen several times, letting the blood flow out to attract the wild beasts in the mountains with the smell. These 4 had discovered the secret of my space, my biggest trump card. They absolutely could not be allowed to leak it. Even if there had been no previous grudge, they had to die today. Watching their pleas turn into venomous hatred and hearing them begin to curse me wildly, I didn't care. I found a big tree, climbed up, set up my Type 95 rifle, and waited quietly. Sure enough, the smell of blood soon drew in some restless movement. Before long, a small black bear burst out of the dense forest and lunged straight at Lu Danning. Lu Danning was so terrified he nearly lost his soul. "You beast! Get away!" The black bear opened its mouth and clamped down on his thigh, and his scream echoed through the mountains. I glanced at the bear. It was too small to count as much of a catch. Just then, heavy footsteps came pounding closer. A massive brown bear weighing 400 or 500 gene charged out. The little black bear, frightened, let go and darted up onto a branch next to me, curling up there and trembling, staring at me with bewildered eyes. That look seemed to say, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and shoot it." I didn't hesitate any longer and raised my rifle to aim. Bang! Bang! 2 shots, both through the eyes and into the skull, and the brown bear crashed to the ground. The little black bear stared in shock. I couldn't be bothered with it, so I put away the brown bear and kept waiting. Soon, the commotion grew louder and louder. It actually formed a 3-way standoff. 38 wild wolves lined up on one side, their eerie green eyes fixed tightly on the front. 10 wild boars occupied the other side. The leader weighed a full 700 gene. Finally, a tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests. A northeast tiger weighing more than 600 gene stepped out, fully displaying the dominance of the king of the mountains. I raised my gun and shot the most valuable one first. Bang! Bang! 2 shots through the eyes, and the northeast tiger dropped dead. What was strange was that the wolf pack and the boar herd didn't move at all, with no sign of fleeing. I turned the gun around and picked off the boar leader. Bang! Bang! The boar herd instantly went mad, crashing furiously into the wolves, and the 2 sides plunged into a chaotic, bloody fight. I glanced at the soaked clothes of the 4 people on the ground and suddenly understood. When I had tossed them into my space earlier, their clothes had been soaked by the spirit spring water. The aura of the spirit spring was like a drug to wild beasts, driving the ferocious animals within several miles into a frenzy. Once I figured that out, I stopped watching from the sidelines. Bang! 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 With every gunshot, a beast fell. At last, the gunfire stopped. All 38 wolves and 10 boars were lying on the ground. I changed magazines again and again until my fingers went numb. But looking at the game strewn everywhere, I felt satisfied. Just these alone could be sold for a large sum, enough to make good on my promise to Wang Ershu and the others. The little black bear in the tree was terrified out of its wits, watching helplessly as the prey disappeared one by one into thin air, utterly dumbfounded. I couldn't be bothered to argue with it and turned to leave. As for Lu Danning and the other 4, they had committed so many evil deeds that dying in the deep mountains to feed the beasts was exactly what they deserved. On the way down the mountain, I checked the beast traps I had set earlier. 2 wild chickens, 1 wild rabbit, 1 pheasant, and 1 lynx with a swollen belly. I put them all into my space. When I was almost at the village entrance, I released 2 wolves, made a simple stretcher, and dragged them downhill. 200 gene. It exhausted me to the point where I could barely move. "Zaya easy. Caught anything good?" A villager shouted from far away. I smiled and waved. "Pretty good luck, 2 wolves. Aunties, can you give me a hand?" A few ants immediately ran over to help, tugging as they went and praising me all the while. "You're only 15 and you already dared to go up the mountain and hunt wolves. That's amazing. Xiao Yi, if Auntie were 30 years younger, I'd definitely be the first to marry you." I smiled but didn't respond. "Taking these wolves to your home?" "No need." I shook my head. "Take them to Butcher Poo's place and let everyone share the meat. I'm not short on game right now." In my space, there was still a northeast tiger weighing more than 600 gene, a big brown bear, 9 wild boars, and 36 wolves. Selling just these would easily bring in at least several thousand yuan. In this day and age, a monthly wage was only a few dozen yuan, so several thousand was an astronomical sum. Not to mention tiger bones, tiger penis, bear paws, bear gallbladder. Every single one of them was a rare commodity. As for eating tiger meat or bear meat, forget it. In my past life, I was used to tender meat from modern farming. These wild meats were old and tough, with a strong gamey smell, and they were simply not appetizing. If I really wanted to satisfy my cravings, I'd only choose delicate meats like wild rabbit or wild chicken. After handing the wolf over to the ants to deal with, I went straight back to the thatched hut. With Captain Wu around, he'd definitely put in a good word for me and make sure the whole team remembered my kindness. Once I got home and confirmed no one was around, I slipped into the space. After washing up with spring water, all the fatigue in my body vanished in an instant. It wasn't until night had fully fallen, when smoke began rising from every household in the village, that I went out. This time, I was looking for Uncle Lee. He was in charge of the ox cart, and if I wanted to borrow it, he was the one to ask. "Is Uncle Lee here?" When the door opened, Aunt Lee saw it was me and immediately broke into a smile. Oh, Xiao-chun. Come in, come in. Thank you so much for bringing us wolf meat. We haven't even finished the wild boar meat from last time yet. Inside, Uncle Lee was sitting at the table with his 4 children. Brother Yi-chun, good evening. The 4 children shouted in unison. The youngest was only 3 years old, with 2 tiny pigtails and a delicate, porcelain-like face that made her especially lovable. Looking at the children's eager little faces, I couldn't help but smile. I slipped my hand into my pocket and, using that as cover, took out 4 white rabbit milk candies from the space. Here, brother brought you some candy. The youngest girl's eyes lit up instantly. She toddled over excitedly and snatched one with her chubby little hand. Aunt Lee's expression changed. She immediately scolded her. No taking it. White rabbit candy is expensive. Our family is poor and can't afford to buy it, so we can't just accept other people's things. The little girl's eyes reddened, her mouth puckered, and she looked about to cry. I hurriedly picked her up and patted her back gently. Be good, don't cry. Brother is giving this to you willingly. I unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth. As the milky sweetness spread, the little girl instantly broke into a smile through her tears, smacking her lips adorably. I handed the remaining 3 candies to the other children, then turned to Aunt Lee with a smile. It's just a few candies. It's not worth making the children upset over. Aunt Lee sighed. Xiao-chun, our family's circumstances are poor. We usually can't even bear to buy hard candy. What if the kids taste this and keep thinking about it later? Uncle Lee glanced over, sent the children into the house, pulled over a stool for me to sit on, and got straight to the point. Xiao Yi, coming by so late. You've got something, haven't you? I didn't beat around the bush either. Uncle Lee, I'd like to borrow the ox cart. I'm going to town tomorrow. A flash of understanding crossed Uncle Lee's eyes. Clearly, he already knew what was going on. At a glance, he could tell that I hadn't only hunted 2 wolves up the mountain today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so generous as to give away all the wolf meat. But he didn't ask too much. He simply nodded. Borrowing the ox cart is no problem, but the ox is property of the production team. You'll need to tell Captain Wu. If he agrees, come and lead it away anytime. I agreed and took my leave, heading straight to Captain Wu's house. With the favor of the wolf meat and my sincere attitude, Captain Wu agreed on the spot. Once everything was settled, I turned and went home. Meanwhile, back at Uncle Lee's house, Aunt Lee was pestering him with questions. Father of the children, what does Xiao-chun want the ox cart for? Uncle Lee looked annoyed. Do you really think he only killed 2 wolves? Wolves live in packs. When they show up, it's 10 or 20 at a time. If he only killed 2, do you think the rest would have let him off? Aunt Lee froze. Uncle Lee puffed out a ring of smoke and continued. He came down the mountain unscathed, which means that pack of wolves either got dealt with by him or suffered heavy losses and ran off in fear. That boy is no small matter. Aunt Lee suddenly understood. So that's what happened. After a pause, she asked again. Then what does he need the ox cart for? Uncle Lee nearly choked in frustration and cursed irritably. What else would he borrow the ox cart for? Obviously to haul those wild game from the mountains to town and sell them for money. What's so hard to understand about that? After leaving Uncle Lee's house, I headed straight for Team Leader Wu's place. I had previously given him wolf meat, so that favor was still owed. When I said I wanted to borrow his ox cart to take wild game to town to sell, Team Leader Wu agreed without hesitation and arranged for me to come by the ox shed and fetch the ox early the next morning. That night, lying on the heated brick bed, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. How to sell the wild game, how to settle the money, how to finish off those 4 men, Lu Danung and the others. Every matter ran through my mind once after another. The more I thought, the more irritated I became, so I simply got up and practiced. My body had been transformed by the spirit spring water, giving me great strength and quick recovery. I tempered my muscles and bones over and over until drowsiness finally overtook me in the middle of the night, and I fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as dawn broke, roosters crowed one after another. After washing up, I ate breakfast with Yusin and Qingyao. On the table were coarse grain cakes, pickles, and wild boar meat marinated by Aunt Sasha's help. By these times, that already counted as a rather generous meal. The 3 of us sat around eating and chatting, ordinary and warm, leaving me feeling especially at ease. After breakfast, Yusin and Qingyao shouldered their hoes and went off to work, reminding Nova to be careful before they left. After I cleared away the dishes, I headed straight for Uncle Lee's ox shed. Already talked to Team Leader Wu? Old Lee asked with a smile. Sorted it out last night. He led the ox cart out, and I harnessed the old yellow ox. All the way, I headed toward the back mountain. When I reached the mountain entrance, I tied the ox to a large tree, left some hay behind, and went up the mountain alone. First I checked the 10 animal traps. Nothing. Not even a single wild rabbit. I figured too many people had been coming into the mountains lately, so the wild animals had all hidden deep in the hills. I didn't mind. I was just taking care of business on the way. After confirming there was no one around, I slipped into the space. Inside, it was as warm as spring, and the spirit spring gurgled and flowed. That lynx was lying by the spring taking a nap. When it saw me enter, it immediately ran over and rubbed against my trouser leg. You little thing, you've really latched onto me. I rubbed its head. I lit a fire and roasted a wild chicken. After drinking the spirit spring water, I sat quietly for half an hour to regain my strength, then came back out. Returning to the ox cart, I checked once again that no one was around. With a thought, 2 huge wild boars weighing 400 to 500 gene each, and 3 sturdy wolves, were moved out of the space by me and stacked neatly onto the ox cart, then tied down tightly with thick rope. Everything was ready. I climbed onto the cart, shouted once, and the old yellow ox set off toward town with steady steps. Along the way, I silently reviewed what had happened yesterday. Lu Daneng and the other 3 had no chance of surviving. Their abdomens were pierced by sharp weapons, their hands and feet bound with rope, and before going down the mountain I had personally confirmed it, they were already dead. More importantly, they were all soaked in the scent of spirit spring water. To the jackals, wolves, and tigers in the mountains, that was nothing less than living prey. They were destined to be buried in the bellies of beasts. I had everything planned out clearly in my mind. Tomorrow I had to go up the mountain again. First, to check the scene. Second, to retrieve the rope. I absolutely could not leave behind any trace. Lu Daneng and the others would be reported missing in just a few days, and Aunt Ma and Captain Wu would definitely sense that something was off. By then, there was an 80% chance the police would be alerted. But I had already thought of a countermeasure. If they really went up the mountain to search for people, I would lead them to another mountain peak. Then I'd have Uncle Ivan cooperate and find a few remains gnawed by wild beasts. I'd pin everything on a savage beast attack. Perfectly seamless. There was no way it would ever implicate me. After the ox cart jolted along for an hour, it finally entered the town. As soon as it appeared, the eyes of the entire street locked onto it instantly. 2 wild boars, as fat as calves. 3 blood wolves, their fangs ferocious. The crowd swarmed around at once, and the chatter erupted like a bomb. My God, these wild boars must weigh 400 or 500 gene. Did this young guy take them down by himself? That's insane. Those 3 wolves are still fresh. What a pity their hides are torn. The entrance to the supply and marketing cooperative was instantly blocked to the brim. Salesman Xiao Zhang ran out, originally intending to shout at the crowd to disperse. But when he saw it was me, his expression changed instantly, and he put on a warm smile, trotting over. Comrade Yichun, what brings you here? Come in, come in. Xiao Zhang was usually cold toward peasant customers, but he had always been polite to me. Before, when I asked him to help buy scarce supplies, he had even delivered them to my thatched hut personally, so we were considered acquaintances. Brother Zhang. I nodded in greeting. Only then did Xiao Zhang look toward the ox cart, and in an instant his eyes went wide, his mouth hanging open enough to stuff in an egg. Damn, all of this. Did you hunt it all by yourself? That shout brought everyone else at the supply and marketing cooperative rushing out. The crowd gathered around the ox cart, faces full of shock. A 400 or 500-pound wild boar. So young, and already this incredible. He hunted so much all by himself. He's got some serious guts. My expression remained calm as I said directly. Is Uncle Wang here? I brought meat. Xiao Zhang snapped back to his senses and shouted inside. Xiao Lu, go get Director Wang quick. Not long after, Wang Dashin came out briskly. He was well-traveled and had seen all kinds of scenes, but when he saw the wild game on the ox cart, he froze completely. This. Xiao Chun, you hunted all of this. Lucky catch. I got it by chance, I said lightly as I jumped down from the cart. Wang Dashin recovered, unable to hide the delight on his face, and hurriedly instructed, Xiao Zhang, quickly drive the cart to the back courtyard. Don't block the entrance. The onlookers immediately realized what was happening. The supply and marketing cooperative was about to have fresh wild boar meat for sale. In those days, meat was scarce. Even with money and ration coupons, you couldn't always buy it. The crowd dispersed at once, all rushing home to fetch money and meat coupons. Everyone was afraid that if they were a step too late, the meat would be snatched up. I followed Wang Dashin and Xiao Zhang and drove the ox cart to the supply and marketing cooperative's back courtyard. The courtyard was spacious and quiet, with no one around to disturb us. Wang Dashin was quick and efficient. He personally took out the big scale and called Xiao Zhang over to help, weighing the 2 wild boars and the 3 wolves one by one, clearly announcing the numbers as he went. 2 wild boars. One weighs 480 gene, at a 75% meat yield, that's 360 gene. The other weighs 420 gene, with a 315 gene yield. Altogether, that's 675 gene. I'll pay you at the highest purchase price, 0.78 yuan per gene, 526 yuan, and 5 mao in total. After weighing the boars, he weighed the 3 wolves. These 3 wolves are a bit of a pity. Their fur is badly damaged, so I can only count them at half value. One wolf, including the meat and pelt, is 80 yuan. What do you think? I knew very well that the supply and marketing cooperatives' prices were already lower than the black markets. I hadn't expected wild boar meat to be cut by 2 mao per gene right off the bat. But this wasn't just about selling meat. It was also about maintaining goodwill with Wang Dashan. I'd still have to rely on him for scarce supplies in the future. In the long run, it wasn't a loss. All right, let's go with Uncle Wang's price. Wang Dashan calculated it carefully again. After deducting the 46 yuan you still owed for goods from before, the total settlement comes to 720 yuan and 5 mao. Not a cent less. He turned and ran into the office, then came out soon after with the money. 72 big 10 yuan notes and 1 5 mao note were neatly handed into my hands. Then he ran to the counter and grabbed a pack of Debekai cigarettes, stuffing it into my hands. Xiao Chen, you really did me a huge favor. Meat supplies in town are tight. The supply and marketing cooperative has been out of stock for 1 or 2 months now. The people come every day asking for meat, but even when they have money and coupons, they still can't buy any. I was worried sick and had no solution, and then you came through with all this game. It solved my urgent problem. He took out a bag of white rabbit milk candies and handed it over too, patting my shoulder as he spoke. Our purchase price can't compare with the black market, but it's safe and secure. You won't get dragged into any speculation or profiteering trouble. You've been put out this time, and Uncle Wang will remember your kindness. I took the cigarettes and the candy, smiling. Uncle Wang, what hardship is there? Selling the meat to you puts my mind at ease. If I hunt any game again in the future, I'll bring it straight here. Wang Dashan grinned, so wide his mouth barely closed, slapping my shoulder hard. Good boy. From now on, if you need any scarce goods, just tell Uncle Wang. I'll help you get them allocated. I nodded. Then I'll be troubling Uncle Wang. Since things are settled, I should hurry and return the ox cart to the brigade. I don't want to delay the team's use of the ox. All right, be careful on the road. Take the main road. Don't go down any isolated paths. Got it, Uncle Wang. I'm heading off now. I waved and climbed onto the ox cart, taking the main road back toward the 4th team. By the time I made the round trip, most of the day had passed. Sitting on the ox cart, I felt the money in my arms and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Making money in this era was just too easy. With my space and hunting skills, I'd earned a huge 720 yuan in just half a day. Adding my previous savings, I already had more than 2,900 yuan in hand. Back when I was in my old life, I worked myself to the bone for a month and only made 7 or 8,000. After rent, food, and daily expenses, being left with 1 or 2,000 was already considered good. Now I was living in a thatched hut, but at least it was my own house, and I didn't have to pay rent. Prices were low, and if I wanted meat, I could just go up into the mountains and hunt. I could keep some for myself to satisfy my cravings and exchange the rest for money. Life was free and comfortable, practically perfect. A smile tugged at my lips as I slowly drove the ox cart back to the brigade, my anticipation for the future growing stronger and stronger. Back at the production team, I returned the ox cart to Old Lee, then went to Captain Wu's home to borrow the 28-inch bicycle. Captain Wu readily agreed. Still, borrowing other people's things over and over made me feel bad. Relying on borrowing wasn't a long-term solution. I needed to buy my own bicycle and also get a watch. That way, I'd be able to keep track of time when I went into the mountains to hunt. I mounted the 28-inch bike and rode along the dirt road toward town. Just as I was nearing the entrance to the town's main street, a shout came from behind me. Hey, little brother Yi, wait up. I squeezed the brakes and stopped, then turned to look. At the mouth of an alley stood a tough-looking man with a knife scar on his face, waving at me. It was Jin Biao, the boss of the black market. I didn't hesitate and pushed my cart into a quiet alley. Brother Biao, looking for me? Jin Biao looked calm and nodded. Little brother Yi, come with me for a bit. I didn't ask more and followed him, pushing the cart to a secluded courtyard of red bricks. The courtyard walls were tall and thick, offering excellent concealment. Jin Biao led me inside, moved aside a wooden board in the corner of the kitchen, and lifted a hidden door. A passage leading underground appeared before us. The two of us bent over and entered the dim basement. Jin Biao switched on a flashlight, its beams sweeping around. I looked up and was shocked. In the huge space, all kinds of supplies were piled up like mountains. Flour, Rice and millet were stacked in sacks. Soybeans, mung beans, peanuts, and sesame seeds were sorted and piled separately. Cotton and buckets of soybean oil were all there, along with white sugar, brown sugar, and rock sugar of every kind. Shelves were packed with biscuits, canned goods, soy sauce, aged vinegar, MSG, and fresh eggs. Fabric, ready-made clothes, shoes, hats, and everyday sundries were all available. It was practically a hidden treasure vault of supplies. Jean Biao looked at me and spoke calmly. How about it, little brother Yi? Seeing what I've got here, do you want to work with me? As long as you nod, you'll eat and drink well from now on, and never have to worry about life. I instantly understood what Jean Biao was after. He had specially brought me to the underground black market to show off his strength and pull me into the fold. The news about me fighting off the wolf pack alone 2 nights ago must have spread, and that was why the Jean brothers wanted to recruit me. I gently shook my head and refused outright. Brother Biao, thanks. I don't have much ambition. I just want to hunt steadily and save up money, build a new house first, and once conditions are better, settle down in the provincial city. A life of licking blood off a knife's edge isn't for me. I paused and walked toward the shelves. But there are 2 things here that I want. I picked up a Shanghai brand mechanical watch and pointed to the brand new Phoenix 28-inch bicycle in the corner. I'll take these 2 together. Jean Biao froze for a moment, then burst out laughing and slapped my shoulder. Brother, no need to do this. Even if you don't join us, we won't make things hard for you. Brother Biao, I really do need them. I smiled. Give me a fair price, and tonight I'll trade you game meat. Jean Biao was silent for a moment, then looked at me seriously. All right, I'll give you the wholesale price and make a friend. The watch is 90, the bicycle 130, 220 in total. I was secretly shocked. In the black market, there were no tickets, and the watch would at least cost 160 or 70, while the bicycle would be 180 or 90. That price was practically a loss just to help me out. Since the other side was generous, I naturally couldn't be stingy. Deal. At 12 tonight, bring the cart and wait for me at the open ground from the night before. I guarantee you'll go home fully loaded. Riding the brand new Phoenix bicycle back to the village, I caused a commotion as soon as I reached the entrance. Look, Yi Chun bought a new 28-inch bike. A young farmhand like him. Where did he get so much money? Aunt Lee stepped forward to explain. A while ago, he went into the mountains with the troops to wipe out the wolves, and he made quite a bit of cash from the mountain goods. I nodded politely and went straight home. In the evening, Sister Yusin and Sister Qingya came back from work, and when they saw the new bicycle in the yard, their eyes lit up. Great, our family is now one of the households with a bicycle too. The news spread, and Ivan's family also came over to take a look. When Uncle Ivan noticed the watch on my wrist, everyone was stunned. Xiaoyi, you bought a watch too? A bicycle plus a watch, nearly 300 yuan. That was a huge sum in these times. Aunt Sasha looked full of worry, clearly afraid I might run into trouble for speculation and profiteering. Don't worry, I said with a calm smile. I earned it all by going into the mountains to hunt time and time again. It's clean money. Only then did everyone finally relax. At 11 at night, I slipped out and headed for the agreed spot. After confirming no one was around, I took all the wild boars and wolves I had stockpiled in my spatial storage and moved them out, piling them up neatly. As midnight approached, the creaking sound of wooden wheels grinding over the ground came from the mountain path in the distance, growing closer and closer. The Jean brothers had arrived. At midnight, the sound of wooden wheels creaked along the mountain road, drawing nearer from far away. I looked up and saw a group of figures striding toward me. Trailing behind them were 2 ox carts and a donkey cart, quite a sizable procession. The man at the front, Jean Hu, lowered his voice. Are you Brother Yi? It's me, Brother Hu. Jean Hu hurried forward and looked around. How many game animals did you actually hunt? We had to come into the mountains overnight, and only second brother is left guarding the black market. I didn't keep him in suspense. I stepped aside and raised a hand. Brother Biao, Brother Hu, Brother Yong, follow me. Those ordinary cuts of meat are just appetizers. The real treasures are still behind. Pushing aside the grass, Jean Biao switched on a flashlight. The beam fell on a small mountain of wild boar and wolves. Jean Hu sucked in a breath. Damn, so many. Jean Biao's expression shook. Little Brother Yi, you've practically wiped out an entire stretch of forest. I smiled faintly. Just lucky. I happened to stumble on a bargain. Jean Biao didn't ask any further and was about to have the men count and load everything. Don't rush. I stopped him. The real good stuff is still behind. When we moved around to the back of the prey, Jean Biao's face changed drastically. Lying quietly on the ground were a full-grown northeast tiger and a giant brown bear. A northeast tiger and a brown bear, Jean Yong exclaimed in shock. As everyone's gaze moved farther ahead, they saw a massive jet-black wild boar king lying nearby, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Jin Yong was full of disbelief. Brother Yi, these were all hunted by you alone. That's right. The three of them stepped forward to inspect them carefully. The tiger skin and bear skin were completely intact, and the fatal shots had all landed precisely at the eyes. The wounds were tiny and clean. 2 shots to kill a northeast tiger weighing over 600 jin. 2 shots to kill a giant brown bear. The boar king had also been killed with 2 shots. Jin Biao could barely contain his excitement and patted my shoulder hard. Little brother, rest assured. I'll give you the highest price for these big hauls. A northeast tiger for 14,000, a brown bear for 4,000, and the rest of the wild boar and wolves will be weighed separately. I froze. 14,000? I had originally thought it would be only a few thousand at most, but I hadn't expected the price to be this high. No problem. Brother Biao, your prices are fair. Jin Biao was overjoyed and turned to instruct his 2 younger brothers. Remember this. From today on, Yi Chun is our Jin family's good brother. Anything he buys at the black market, give him half price. Understood, big brother. I was a little surprised. This sincerity was more than enough. The late-night transaction officially began. Northeast tiger plus brown bear, 18,000. 33 damaged wolf pelts, 2,310. 2,640 jin of wolf meat, 1,584. 7 wild boars plus the boar king, 3,075. Total payment, 24,969 yuan. Jin Biao sent someone home to fetch money, and in the end he happily rounded it off to 24,800. Aishanshu, I must translate. Let's correct. I held out my hand. Brother Biao, pleasure doing business. Jin Biao gripped it tightly in return. Little brother, just keep supplying the goods. Your big brother will back everything. With the deal settled, I spoke up. Brother Biao, can you get me some Yinbian yellow calves? 1 male and 1 female. And also black pigs, sheep, ducks, and geese. 1 male and 1 female of each is fine. Easy. Give me 3 days. After saying goodbye to the Jin brothers, I followed the mountain road back to the thatched hut. Just as I stepped into the yard, I noticed that the door to the east room was slightly ajar. No lamp was lit inside, and in the dim darkness, 2 pairs of eyes were looking through the crack in the door, fixed tightly on me. I said calmly, "Go back to sleep. I'm fine." The door gently closed. Only then did Xia Yusin and Xin Xingyao let go of the worry in their hearts and go to sleep. The next morning, the 3 women went to work as usual, greeting the neighbors along the way. I set out alone on the path up the mountain, my gaze sweeping across the patchwork fields and dense forests all around. With a thought, inside my spatial storage were large and small yellow croakers, rare antiques, authentic works by masters, and more than 27,700 yuan in cash, quietly laid out. It had only been 8 days since I transmigrated here, yet I already possessed wealth beyond what most people could ever hope to attain in a lifetime. Xia Yusin came from Haishur, and Xin Qingyao was from the capital. From now on, I would make good use of these 2 big cities to buy more land for long-term investment, sit back and wait for it to appreciate, and retire in comfort. As I climbed the mountain while calculating my plans, I had unknowingly reached the mountainside. Gathering my thoughts, I began checking the beast traps I had set along the way one by one. Out of 10 traps, I only caught 2 wild chickens. Though the harvest was small, I did not feel discouraged. These days, word that I was hunting in the mountains to earn money had already spread to the surrounding production brigades. Quite a few veteran hunters were unwilling to accept it. How could a 15-year-old boy be getting results while they fell behind? As a result, hunters from the surrounding area flocked into the mountains, directly cutting the prey population around the mountainside in half. Now, if one wanted to get anything, one had to go deep into the mountain interior. I put the 2 wild chickens into my spatial storage and headed straight toward the place where I had previously discarded the bodies of Lu Daneng and the others. After winding along 3 rugged mountain paths, that scene came into view again. The 4 corpses had long since been gnawed by wild beasts until they were mangled beyond recognition, with bones exposed. The sight was horrifying. Forcing down my discomfort, I stepped forward and gathered all the hemp rope left at the scene into my space. Then I took out a little spirit spring water and slowly sprinkled it over the bodies. If I wanted to pin the blame on wild beasts, the scene had to be made even more convincing. After finishing everything, I concealed myself at a distance and watched quietly. The scent of the spirit spring water quickly spread, attracting wild animals from the mountains, and even several small ferocious beasts came following the smell. Before long, 7 jackals and wolves arrived first, followed by the same little black bear from before. The little black bear had originally wanted to feast, only to run into this pack of jackals and wolves. Afraid of the wolves' fierce pack instincts, it nimbly climbed a large tree to hide. I looked at the little black bear huddled into a ball in the tree and felt helpless. Why was it this silly little thing again? This time I did not fire a gun and let the jackals and wolves handle the traces at the scene. Even though I carried the scent of a stranger, the jackals and wolves drawn by the spirit spring water had no time to care. Seeing that the scene was almost handled, I quietly turned and left. In this way, if other hunters later discovered the remains, they would only conclude that wild beasts had done it and would not suspect any human involvement. I continued deeper into the mountains. But after wandering for quite some time, I still failed to find any sign of large prey. Without hunting dogs to lead the way, searching for prey in such vast, deep mountains was indeed extremely difficult. In the end, I had no choice but to turn back by another route. Passing a hillside, a clear mountain lake came into view. By coincidence, I ran into a herd of foolish roe deer coming to drink at the lakeshore. My eyes sharpened as I took out the rifle and fired 2 quick double shots in succession. Before the gunshots had even fully spread, the 2 adult roe deer by the lake were instantly headshot and collapsed to the ground. The shots startled the other 2 juvenile roe deer, which fled in panic into the deep forest. Before transmigrating, I had already heard of the roe deer's habits. This creature was naturally innocent and curious. When encountering a hunter, it would not flee, but instead stop to watch. Even if it did run away, after going a certain distance, it would still stupidly come back to investigate the source of the noise. As expected, that was exactly what happened. The 2 little roe deer ran a distance away, and after not hearing any further gunshots, they could not suppress their curiosity and turned back. I sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was just as the rumors said. I pulled the trigger again, 2 gunshots rang out, and the last 2 juvenile roe deer fell to the ground at once. At last, today's trip into the mountains had not ended in empty hands. The 4-member roe deer family had all fallen into my net. With a thought, all 4 roe deer were stored into my space. The space had a unique rule. Once a prey's corpse was placed inside, its form would not change in the slightest. If it was necessary to clean the fur, bones, and flesh, it could be done with nothing more than a single thought. There was no need to do it by hand at all. My earlier handling of the water snake was merely because I had only just obtained the spatial ability and was still unfamiliar with how to use it. After resting, I set off down the mountain. It took a full 2 hours before I finally emerged from the deep forest. In order to avoid taking the same route back, I deliberately made a long detour. The place where I came down the mountain was not the familiar trail of Team 4, but the territory of the neighboring Team 2. I had not brought any prey with me, and I walked alone toward Team 2's village. Just as I stepped through the village entrance, 4 figures blocked the road ahead. The leader was a bald man about 1.7 meters tall, with 3 young men in their 20s standing beside him. One look at them told me they were up to no good. The bald man sized me up and down, then barked at me in a domineering tone. "Kid, which production team are you from? It's almost nightfall, and you come into our Team 2 territory. What do you want? Don't tell me you came here on purpose to steal things." I remained expressionless and ignored him completely, sidestepping as if to walk past the bald man. "Kid, didn't you hear our boss asking you something?" One of the young men beside him shouted angrily and lifted his foot to kick me hard. I shifted lightly to the side, and his kick missed. Off balance, he fell heavily to the ground. Seeing his companion go down, the remaining 3, along with the bald man, rushed forward together, swinging their fists at me. A cold gleam flashed in my eyes. I decisively counterattacked with my fist, landing a precise blow squarely on the bald man's face. With my current physique, far beyond that of an ordinary person, I was not someone some petty hooligans could afford to provoke. The punch carried tremendous force, and the bald man immediately lost 2 front teeth. In the chaos, I also took 2 punches. Dull pain spread through my flesh, but it did not injure me at the core. The instant the bald man hit the ground, I stopped holding back, flipped over, straddled him, and let my fists rain down on him like a downpour. Bang, bang, bang. The others panicked when they saw this. They looked around wildly, picked up a piece of deadwood nearby, and smashed it viciously toward the back of my head. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The thick deadwood struck the back of my head and snapped at once, splinters flying everywhere. A sharp burst of pain suddenly shot through the back of my head. Warm blood slid down through my hair, staining my eyes red. My gaze turned even colder, and I glared back at him viciously. Then I turned around and sent 2 more heavy punches crashing into the bald man's face. Bang, bang. By now, The bald man was already terrified and finally realized I was the kind of ruthless bastard who didn't care if he lost his life. He hurriedly pleaded in a muffled voice, "Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong." His speech was slurred from the missing teeth, and his voice was filled with sheer panic. But I still didn't stop. My fists continued to fall. Before transmigrating, I had already had a stubborn, ruthless streak in my bones. Once I started fighting, I would throw everything away completely, ignoring my own injuries and focusing all my force on one person until the very end. Even if something happened to me, I wouldn't care. But anyone who provoked me had to be buried with me. The three young men beside us watched my life-or-death ferocity and turned pale with fear. How could they still dare to fight? They hurriedly rushed forward to pull at me, trying to drag me off the bald man. I suddenly exploded with force and directly flung the three men pinning me away. These guys were already thin and weak. They couldn't stop me at all. I flipped over and pinned the bald man down, my eyes icy cold. My fists came down on his face over and over with the sound of the wind. Bang, bang, bang. One of them was scared out of his wits and crawled back to the village to call for help. The remaining two gritted their teeth and tried to pull me off, their voices trembling. "Brother, stop hitting him. If you keep going, someone's going to die." I couldn't hear any of it. The back of my head had been smashed by a blunt stick, leaving a wound that bled. Warm blood slid down my hair and stained my eyes red. I said nothing, my fist continuing to rain down like a storm. The bald man's face was already swollen and distorted. His teeth were scattered all over the ground, and blood from his nose mixed with blood from his mouth, pouring out nonstop. My fists were already dyed blood red. At that moment, the man who had run back to report returned with a large group of villagers. Everyone stared at the two of us, both covered in blood and froze in place. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and pull them apart." It was the voice of the production team's second squad leader. 4 or 5 burly men rushed forward together and pinned me tightly to the ground. I was strong, but with so many people pressing down on me, I couldn't move. After the second squad leader got a clear look at the bald man's injuries, his expression changed drastically. "Oh no, this is going to kill someone. Get him to the town for treatment right away." He then looked at the wound on the back of my head. "This kid's head is badly injured too. Send him to the clinic as well." The crowd lifted me and the bald man onto an ox cart and rushed toward town. The second squad leader got on a bicycle and rode ahead to the police station to report the case. The police immediately sent a vehicle and met us on the road. "Huh? Isn't this Comrade Yi-chun from the 4th Squad?" I recognized the officer. He was the same one who had handed me water before. Lying on the ox cart, my eyes soaked in blood, I stared up at the pitch-black sky. They transferred me and the bald man into the police car and rushed us to the clinic. 15 minutes later, at the clinic, the doctor stitched 2 stitches into the back of my head. Because I had lost too much blood, I fell into unconsciousness. The bald man looked terrifying, but most of his injuries were actually superficial. The police didn't dare delay and immediately brought over Director Wang Dahai and Wang Dashin. As soon as Wang Dahai walked in and saw me, he flew into a rage on the spot. Who was it? Who the hell beat Comrade Yi-chun like this? His presence scared the doctor and the second squad leader so much they didn't even dare breathe. Wang Dashin rushed to the bedside and anxiously asked the doctor, "Doctor, how is Xiao Chun now?" "He's unconscious from excessive blood loss, but there's no immediate danger to his life." "And will the head injury leave any aftereffects?" Wang Dashin was worried I might lose my memory again. If I ended up becoming stupid, that would be a disaster. He knew very well that the higher-ups attached great importance to me. If something serious happened to me, even his older brother, the station chief, and he, the supply and marketing cooperative director, would be unable to keep their positions. "Brother, take everyone involved back to the station for questioning," Wang Dashin urged. He also told the police to go to the 4th Squad and invite squad leader Wu over. Just as the police car left, there was another commotion outside the clinic. Several green military jeeps pulled up one after another. Dozens of armed soldiers quickly rushed in and surrounded the clinic tightly. Lu Changming looked extremely anxious and practically charged in. "Where is Xiao Chun? Where exactly is Yi Chun?" The doctor and the second squad leader were completely stunned by the sight. No one had expected that this matter would actually alarm the military. At this moment, the second squad leader's face had gone deathly pale. He wished he could strangle that troublemaking bald man on the spot. That family had always had a terrible reputation, and now they had kicked the iron plate. Lu Changming came to my bedside and also asked about my condition. "Doctor, do you mean this young comrade might lose his memory again?" "That's right, Chief Lu." Lu Changming didn't even turn his head and issued a stern order. Take everyone involved in this matter back immediately for strict questioning. Yes, Chief. Squad leader Zhang saluted and led the soldiers off to make arrests. On the other side, at the fourth squad, the night deepened, and I still hadn't come home. Xia Yusin and Xin Xinyao were so worried they couldn't sleep, so they went together to ask Captain Wu for news. After Nova found out, she also brought Ivan over. Everyone was just about to call up the militia to search the mountains for me. At that moment, an ear-piercing screech of brakes came from the doorway. A police officer got out in a hurry, speaking rapidly. Comrade Yi Chun has been in an accident. He was beaten and has already been sent to the township clinic. The faces of everyone in the room changed instantly. What? Xiao Chun was beaten and sent to the clinic. On the other side, Company Sergeant Zhang from the army immediately led several soldiers out to arrest the bald-headed gang. Over in Team 4, Captain Wu led Xia Yusin, Shun Xinyao, and Ivan's wife Sasha, all crammed into the police car and heading to the township clinic. Everyone had only one thought in their hearts. Yi Chun. Aunt Jean Dalai at home heard the news and paced anxiously back and forth, shouting into the house. Xiuqin, hurry and tell Sasha. Got it, Mom. Wu Xiuqin answered as she was about to go out. Her husband Lin Hao stopped her with one hand. It's dark and the road's bad. I'll go. Before he even finished speaking, he had already dashed out, not even wearing a coat. Hey, at least throw on a coat. Jean Dalai shouted after him. Mom, don't worry. The father of the child is sturdy. He won't freeze. Wu Xiuqin held her mother's hand. Lin Hao rode off on a 28-inch bicycle, first going to Sasha's house to deliver the message, then notifying every household one by one. In less than a moment, all of Team 4 was in an uproar. Old Li was the first to hear the news. He immediately cursed out loud and grabbed a hoe, charging straight toward the clinic. Severely punish the evildoers. Who dares bully the heroic orphan of our Team 4? The young men in the village picked up shovels, wooden clubs, and carrying poles, following behind in a mighty procession. Lin Hao rode at the front of the group, leading the shouts. Severely punish the evildoers. The villagers behind him answered in unison, their momentum shaking the heavens. At the east end of town, Xing Kuei was preparing for the black market to open when he faintly heard the commotion from far away. At first, he didn't take it seriously, but when he caught the words Yi Chun, his expression changed instantly. He bolted down to the basement and told Jean Biao and old four Jean Yong, who were busy taking inventory, what had happened. The second brother Jean Long and third brother Jean, who had gone to the county seat early in the morning to buy supplies, so only the eldest brother and the fourth were holding down the black market at the moment. After hearing this, Jean Biao's face darkened at once. Who did it? The Western Black Market Bunch. Jean Yong usually had a refined and gentle appearance, wearing an old pair of glasses and looking scholarly and honest. But at this moment, his eyes were red, and he turned to the storage room to pull out a homemade hunting shotgun. If anyone dares lay a hand on Brother Yi, I'll go kill them right now. Jean Biao grabbed his arm firmly. Old Four, calm down. Let's go to the clinic first to see how Brother Yi is hurt. We can deal with the rest later. Jean Yong froze for a moment, then nodded. Big brother is right. He put down the shotgun and forced down his rage. Xing Kuei, the black market won't open today. Gather all the brothers and meet in the courtyard. Understood. In less than a moment, the courtyard was packed with people. More than 40 burly men stood there, all broad-shouldered and fierce-looking. Jean Biao and Jean Yong came out carrying gifts like fruit and pork, waved a big hand, and led everyone straight to the clinic. When they reached the entrance of the clinic, both men froze. The gate was packed with villagers, each holding farm tools and shouting to force their way in. Armed soldiers and police stood in front, strictly barring anyone from entering. What's going on? Why are there so many soldiers and police? Could Brother Yi be badly hurt? Jean Biao's heart sank. At the front of the crowd, Old Li pleaded desperately with the soldiers. Comrade, let us in to see little Yi. This child has had a hard life. We'll just take a look from afar and won't cause any trouble. Yes, comrade, just one look. The villagers chimed in one after another. The soldiers and police maintained strict discipline and refused to let anyone through. As the two sides remained deadlocked, Ivan came out from inside the compound. After exchanging glances with squad leader Zhang and the police chief, he suggested, there are too many people. It'll be chaotic if they all go in. Pick a few representatives to go in and take a look. Squad leader Zhang thought for a moment. All right, no more than 4 people. The others wait outside, and no one is allowed to make trouble. The villagers immediately became restless, all wanting to go in. Just then, a low, authoritative voice rang out from behind. Move aside. The crowd fell silent at once and consciously made way. Jean Biao led a group from the black market up to the front. The villagers who recognized them immediately lowered their heads and dared not say a word. The black market boss in town was not someone to cross. Jean Biao said to Ivan, "The two of us will go in to pay our respects." Ivan sized up what they were holding. "Who are you?" Jean Yong stepped forward. "We're Yi Chen's brothers." Ivan understood, then turned to Sasha and Old Li in the crowd. "Wife, Old Li, and you two as well, come in together." The soldiers let them pass, and the five of them walked into the ward. The atmosphere in the ward was oppressively tense. Three young men in their early 20s were kneeling on the floor with their heads down. Their parents stood beside them, anxious and uneasy, repeatedly forcing out apologetic smiles. Comrade Lu Changming's face was stern, Wang Dehai was furious, and the attending physician, Captain Wu, and everyone else all wore extremely grave expressions. On the hospital bed, my face was as pale as a sheet, still unconscious. Three girls stood guard by my bedside with red-rimmed eyes, carefully helping me wipe away the bloodstains and cold sweat. On the other bed, the bald man had been beaten black and blue, and no one was by his side. The ward door opened, and Jean Biao and Jean Yong walked in carrying things. Wang Dehai was stunned. "Why are you here?" Jean Yong stepped forward. "Yi Chun is our brother through life and death. Since something happened to him, we had to come." Jean Biao said nothing. His gaze swept over the three people kneeling on the ground, and a chilling aura radiated from him. He walked up to them, looked down from above, and said coldly, "Speak. Why did you hit my brother?" Li Erzhan, Zhang Yuan, and Lin Fei were already trembling from fear of the military and the police. Now that even the famous black market boss in town had arrived, the three of them completely broke down. At worst, being in the hands of the soldiers would mean prison. But if they were targeted by the black market, they could disappear without a trace, and no one would even dare ask about it. Lin Fei's and Li Ershan's parents knelt down on the spot and kept banging their heads as they pleaded for mercy. "We're willing to compensate in full. We only beg you to spare our children this once." Just then, a sharp, mean female voice sounded from behind. "What's the big deal? It's just kids fooling around. No one even died, and now you want medical fees? This is clearly extortion." It was Zhang Yuan's mother, and his father beside her echoed her words as well. The whole ward fell dead silent. Nova was so furious her pretty face turned red. She rushed out and kicked that woman hard in the face. Bang! The woman was kicked flying, smashing into the medicine rack and shattering glass all over the floor. "Watch your mouth." Nova glared with wide eyes. "You little brat, how dare you hit my wife?" Zhang Yuan's father clenched his fist and charged over. Ivan and Jean Yong struck at the same time, each kicking him in the waist and abdomen. The man cried out miserably, slammed into the wall, and collapsed helplessly, unable to get up again. Lu Changming pulled Nova aside and, putting on a stern face, said, "How can a girl go around hitting someone in the face?" Then he changed tone and leaned close to Nova's ear, whispering, "Next time you make a move, avoid the face, so they won't have anything on you." Nova nodded obediently. Lu Changming straightened up, took out the document, and read out the verdict in public. Park Il Man, the mastermind, sentenced to 3 years in prison and ordered to pay 40 yuan in medical compensation. Zhang Yuan used a wooden stick to strike the back of the head, causing serious injury, sentenced to 3 years in prison and ordered to pay 40 yuan. Lin Fei participated in the group beating, sentenced to 1 year in prison and ordered to pay 20 yuan. Li Erzhan withdrew midway and stopped it in time, exempted from criminal punishment, sentenced to 6 months of labor reform and ordered to pay 5 yuan. After finishing the announcement, he waved his hand. "Take them away." His gaze then swept over Zhang Yuan's parents, who were lying on the ground and howling in pain, and he ordered coldly, "Take them back for interrogation too. They are indifferent to right and wrong and have extreme thinking. Investigate them strictly." The parents of Lin Fei and Li Erzhan were terrified out of their wits, and they rushed forward, begging, "My child is still young and doesn't understand anything." Wang Dehai said coldly, 20-something and still young?" The woman was instantly speechless. Lu Changming's gaze was like a blade. "Do you know what status Yichen has?" His parents were volunteer army heroes who treated countless soldiers during the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. His paternal and maternal grandparents were all anti-Japanese heroes who sacrificed their lives for the country. Comrade Yi Chun tracked 5 spies alone, discovered a secret Japanese military stronghold, cooperated with the military command to capture the spies, submitted major classified intelligence, and made outstanding contributions. And you dare have your children gang up and beat such a hero's descendant? And you still have the face to beg for mercy? You truly don't know your place. The voice rang out forcefully and resoundingly, like thunder exploding in the ward. Everyone looked stunned, their eyes all fixed on me, unconscious on the bed. Wang Dahai and Ivan, who had gone up the mountain with me to help encircle the spies, were equally dumbstruck. They had never imagined that I had such a tragic and illustrious family background, nor did they know I had accomplished such a great feat. Captain Wu, Xia Yusin, Shin Xinyao, Sasha, and Nova all looked at my pale face with distress. Everyone only knew who my parents were, but did not know that my ancestors were all heroes who had sacrificed their lives for the country. Xia Yusin and Shin Xinyao each took one of my hands and leaned against the bedside. Thinking of the past battles fought by our forebears, both of them had red-rimmed eyes, and tears quietly fell. Sasha covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Nova was the youngest and could no longer hold back. She burst into tears on the spot. Lu Changming, Wang Dahai, and all the soldiers and police officers present straightened up together and saluted the unconscious me with a military salute. The villagers, doctors, and nurses all lowered their heads, their expressions solemn. After hearing everything, Lin Fei's parents and Li Ershin's parents were completely stunned. Then their faces went pale, their legs went weak, and they dropped to their knees. That was the descendant of a hero. How could they have let their own children do something like this? Only muffled sobs and Nova's crying could be heard in the ward. The atmosphere was solemn and heavy. On the other bed, Pak Il-wan, who had been badly beaten, heard all of my identities. Realizing that he had provoked the descendants of heroes, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fear on the spot. Lu Changming lowered his arm and looked coldly at the two kneeling families. Now, do you still have anything to say? The two of them shuddered all over and hurriedly bowed deeply toward my bed. We will follow the organization's arrangements for everything. The medical expenses we owe will definitely be brought tomorrow morning. After Jin Biao and Jin Yong heard that my ancestors were all heroes who had sacrificed their lives for the country, their admiration for me grew even stronger. The four Jin brothers had lost their parents to the Japanese army since childhood and could only struggle bitterly at the bottom of society. Yet I was still so young and dared to track down Japanese spies alone and cooperate in their arrest. That courage made the Jin brothers, who had been through so much over the years, feel inferior. Just then, my eyelashes trembled lightly, and I slowly opened my eyes. As my vision gradually focused, I looked at the people gathered around the bed and said hoarsely, Where am I? Everyone immediately crowded around me, their faces full of concern. Xiaochen, you're finally awake. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Xia Yusin and Shun Qingyao tightened their grips on my hands from left and right, their eyes full of worry. Nova squeezed through the crowd, rushed to the bedside, and burst into tears. Brother Yichun, you scared me to death, Wu. Sasha wanted to pull her daughter back, but Ivan gently held down her wrist. Ivan shook his head at her, and Sasha no longer tried to stop her. I slowly came back to my senses, my gaze sweeping across everyone as I weakly but clearly called out their names. Sister Yusin, Sister Qingyao Nova, Chief Lu, Director Wang, Second Uncle Wang, Captain Wu, Aunt Sasha, Uncle Ivan, Uncle Li. Finally, I looked toward the back of the crowd. Brother Biao, Brother Yong. Seeing that I was clear-headed, everyone let out a breath of relief. Old Li laughed heartily. As long as the kid isn't messed up in the head, that's good enough. I was worried you'd forget all of us. Captain Wu also nodded. As long as your head is fine, that's the best news. Lu Changming gave the doctor a look. The doctor stepped forward, examined me carefully, and said, There's nothing serious. He only needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. Wang Dahai pointed at Pak Il-wan on the neighboring bed and asked, How are this man's injuries? Can he be taken away? The doctor replied indifferently, They're only external injuries to the flesh. He can be taken away directly. Wang Dahai immediately ordered, Someone, take the ringleader Pak Il-wan away for interrogation. Two police officers stepped forward, lifted Pak Il-wan from the bed, and took him away. Pak Il-wan did not resist, but before leaving, he looked at me deeply. Even though his face was so swollen it was hardly recognizable, everyone could still see the remorse in his eyes. It was just that the great mistake had already been made, and all that awaited him was the severest punishment of the law. Lu Changming spoke up to make arrangements. Everyone head back first. Only 2 people need to stay and keep watch. Captain Wu finalized it. Sasha and her mother will stay tonight to take care of him. Comrades Xia and Shun, you can go back first and take the night shift tomorrow morning. Xia Yusin and Shin Xinyao were reluctant to leave, but they could only nod. Xiao Chun, we'll come see you again tomorrow morning. Xia Yusin gently brushed my pale cheek. Shun Qingyao tightened her grip on my hand. I'll come early tomorrow too and keep you company. Everyone present knew how the three girls felt about me. It was just that in such a special era, in the end, only one person could accompany me for the rest of my life. Before leaving, Ivan quietly gave Nova an encouraging gesture. Nova's eyes turned slightly red as she smiled faintly and nodded hard. Sasha and her mother also cast grateful looks at Captain Wu. Captain Wu had deliberately created an opportunity for Nova. Whether she could win her way into my heart depended on tonight. After the crowd dispersed, Jin Biao and Jin Yong stepped forward. Brother, rest and recover with peace of mind. Take these things slowly. Jin Biao placed the fruit and a piece of fresh meat weighing 4 or 5 jin on the cabinet. Jin Yong lowered his voice and leaned close to my ear, making a slitting throat gesture at his neck. Brother, do you want us to quietly deal with that family? Jin Yong lowered his voice and leaned in, making a slitting throat gesture. Those people, should we deal with them? Sasha and her mother were so frightened they stepped back. I waved my hand. Don't act rashly. They've already been taken by the Public Security Bureau. At the very least, they'll be in prison for 5 or 6 years. There's no need to stir up more trouble. The Jean brothers knew my temperament well. When it was time to be ruthless, I would never show mercy. But since the matter had already been brought before the military and the police, we would do things by the book. All right, then get some good rest. We'll come see you again tomorrow night. Just as the two of them stepped out the door, they ran into Lu Changming and the Wang brothers waiting in the hallway. Lu Changming got straight to the point. What's your relationship with Yichen? Jin Yong said coldly. Yichen's parents saved the lives of the 4 of us brothers. He's our real brother. Wang Dehai warned in a deep voice, you're not allowed to make use of Yichen. Otherwise, I won't show mercy. Jin Biao sneered. Take advantage of my brother? Worry about your own business first. If my brother is left with even the slightest after effect, then even if those few people finish their prison terms and come out, I'll still wipe out their entire families. With that, the brothers strode off. Outside the door, more than 40 people responded in unison and left the clinic in a mighty procession. It was late at night, and the clinic had fallen silent. On the entire 4th floor, it was just me and Sasha's mother and daughters. I leaned against the headboard, eating the things the Jean brothers had brought over: green apples, crab apples, frozen pears, and a huge slab of venison. These were rare treats in the 1970s. While eating an apple, I quietly collected the seeds into my spatial storage and buried them in the fertile soil. The fruit grown from them later would definitely taste great. Brother Yichun, eat a little more. Nova handed me an apple. I'm done eating. I'm going to the restroom. Just as I was about to get up, Sasha gave Nova a look. Nova immediately stepped forward to support my arm. I'll go with you. Your head is still spinning. I'm really fine, Sasha chimed in from the side. Let Nova accompany you. We're here to take care of you anyway. I had no choice but to let her help me to the outhouse. That's far enough, I said. Nova shook her head. What if you get dizzy and fall? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Unable to out-argue her, I could only take her in with me. Once inside, Nova turned around but kept holding my arm, afraid I might fall. The atmosphere somehow turned awkwardly intimate. Just as I was about to straighten my clothes, Nova suddenly leaned in. My whole body froze, my face instantly flushing red. Nova, what are you doing? She said nothing, only lowered her eyes, her movements gentle yet a little awkward and inexperienced. My mind went blank, and the wound at the back of my head started throbbing again. No one knew how long it had been. Nova turned around, her cheeks flushed, her gaze tender and shy. Brother Yichun, please. In the dark corner of the hallway, Sasha quietly followed behind, waiting. But as she waited, the smile on her face gradually stiffened. Something was wrong. The sounds from inside. How could they be so much more than she had expected? After a long while, we finally came out. Only this time, the person who needed support and had unsteady steps was Nova. Just as I rounded the corner, I ran into Aunt Sasha standing at the entrance to the hallway. She looked at us with a smile that was not quite a smile, her expression full of meaning. My heart sank. Damn, she had seen through everything. Aunt Sasha, I was just about to explain when she raised a hand to cut me off. Xiao Chun, Nova has already told me. If it's you, she's willing. She paused. As her mother, I'm reluctant in every possible way, but she's my only daughter. From now on, you must treat her well. With that, she turned to leave. Auntie, where are you going so late? She glanced back with a faint smile. Ivan is waiting for me at the entrance. I won't disturb you too. Remember what I said. Mom, Nova called softly. Sasha waved a hand and went downstairs at an unhurried pace. Watching her back, I nodded heavily. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll remember for sure. In the pitch-dark hallway, a trace of bitterness flashed in Sasha's eyes, and a tear quietly slipped down. From this moment on, her daughter's life was tied to this young man. The night breeze was cool. Nova leaned against me and said softly, "Brother Yi-chun, let's go back. My legs are so sore." I bent down, lifted her horizontally into my arms, and gently placed her back on the bed, covering her with the blanket. That night, we slept in each other's arms without saying a word. It was past 9 the next morning when I finally woke up. Opening my eyes, I saw that Nova was already gone. In the ward, only Xia Yusin and Shun Qingyao were busying themselves. At daybreak, they had ridden over with Ivan to take over from Nova and look after me. Before leaving, Nova had leaned close to them and whispered, "I thought I'd never see the sun today again." Seeing her unsteady steps, the two of them instantly understood everything. They recalled the words I had once said, "My condition is special. One person simply can't handle it." After a quick wash-up, I took the two of them out for a walk. The doctor said that moderate activity would help recovery. We slowly made our way toward the scrap recycling station. On the other side, Ivan rode his old bicycle with Noba on the back home. Noba sat in the rear seat and felt that her old man was pedaling weakly and unsteadily, so she couldn't help teasing him. "Old man, what were you doing last night? Even riding a bike is hard for you." Ivan was miserable inside. What else could he have been doing? Sasha had been like a different person last night and had worn him out 3 times. This morning, he'd rushed over again to pick someone up, and his legs were already weak. Besides, what about you? If it hadn't been for those 2 female educated youths helping you, you wouldn't even have been able to walk. He didn't dare say much and gritted his teeth as he rode back home. As soon as they got in the door, Sasha completely ignored him, directly helping Noba into the house. As she left, she even glared at him. That look was clearly saying, "Useless. Look at our daughter, then look at me." If I'd known what was going on, I'd definitely have sighed and said, "No wonder they're Russian. Truly tough." Inside the house, Sasha fussed over Noba with concern. After hearing about what happened last night, she said seriously, "Girl, your mother will teach you another inherited secret technique. Listen carefully. I still didn't know that Noba was undergoing special training." When I reached the entrance of the scrap recycling station and looked up, I saw that Elder Lin, who usually stood guard there, was gone, replaced by a dark-skinned, sturdy middle-aged man. I walked into the junkyard and found that the man on duty had been replaced. "Uncle, where's old man Lin from before?" The dark-skinned man glanced up at me. "Old Lin. His daughter-in-law took him back to the provincial capital yesterday." I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That unfathomable old man Lin wasn't here, which was perfect. Xia Yusin leaned over. "Xiao Chun, what are we doing here?" "Looking for something. You two help me find 6 heavy-duty tricycle wheels." The two of them nodded and spread out to rummage around. I took the chance to scan the surroundings: high-grade steel, wrought iron, copper wire, chains, bearings. I moved naturally, without leaving a trace, quietly storing the things I had my eye on into my space. After I finished collecting, I casually carried out 3 wheels. Not long after, the 2 women also carried out 3 wheels. I picked out a few more pieces of flat steel, bringing the total to 19 yuan and 40 cents. I added an extra yuan. "Uncle, please deliver them to the clinic." The man thumped his chest. "No problem." After leaving the junkyard, Shun Qingyao asked with some heartache, "Why spend 20 yuan on all this junk?" I smiled. "I'm going to make a human-powered cart. Then I can haul game to sell in the future and won't have to keep borrowing an ox cart." "You can repair carts too?" the 2 of them asked in surprise. "No. I'll ask Director Wang to help find a craftsman later." When we got to the supply and marketing cooperative, the salesman Xiao Zhang recognized me at a glance. "Comrade Yichun, what happened to your head?" "Just a small injury, nothing serious." He enthusiastically pulled me inside. Xia Yusin and Shun Qingyao exchanged a look, clearly having never seen someone from the supply cooperative so attentive. Only then did Xiao Zhang notice them. "And these 2 are my sisters, Xia Yusin and Shun Qingyao. So they're comrade Yichen's sisters. Please come in." The 2 of them secretly found it amusing. This guy was judging people by appearance, and his attitude changed way too fast. After a few pleasantries, Xiao Zhang asked, "What are you looking to buy today?" I got straight to the point. "Uncle Wang, I've gathered some iron parts and wheels, and I need to find a welder to help process them." Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up. Slapping his chest, he said, "Looking for a welder? Then you've come to the right person. My father is a 4th-level welder. He's worked for years at the Yen City factory, and welding these ordinary iron parts is no problem at all. He happened to take leave and go back to the village, and won't return to the factory for another 5 days. So he just happens to be free these next few days." I was delighted. What a coincidence. Then could I ask Uncle Zhang to help me handle it? "No problem." Xiao Zhang agreed readily, then turned and shouted toward the counter. Xiao Lu, help me watch the counter. I'm going home for a bit. Go on, go on. Xiao Lu didn't even look up. Xiao Zhang ran off in a hurry. I hadn't expected him to be so warm toward me. It seemed that packet of cigarettes from last time had done the trick. In these times, with a little personal connection, everything went much smoother. Yusin sis, Qingyao sis, since we're here, pick out a few things. The two shook their heads. We don't need anything at home. We still haven't used up what we bought last time. After strolling around, there really wasn't much worth buying on the shelves. Originally, I had wanted to stock up on a few bottles of Feitian Mitai, both suitable for gifts and good for preserving value. But this place was too remote, and they only had loose sorghum liquor. Forget it. Once I saved up 100,000 yuan, I'd buy a few large courtyard houses on Beijing's second ring road, and then collect a batch of old alley houses in Shanghai. I needed to plan ahead. These houses that looked unremarkable now would all be enormous wealth later. In the end, I only picked out a few delicate plastic hair clips from the daily necessities counter, 2 each for Yusin and Qingyao, and a few more as well. Later I'll give 2 to Nova, 1 to Aunt Sasha, 1 to Sister Wu, and 2 to girl from Uncle Lee's family. Small things, just to make people happy. At that moment Xiao Zhang ran back, out of breath. It's done. My father agreed. You can go over any time. I'll come find you tomorrow afternoon, and we'll go together. All right. My name's Zhang Chong. Call me Brother Zhang from now on. The Xiao Lu behind the counter also leaned over. My name's Lu Jun. From now on, we're all friends. The few of us looked at each other and laughed, the mood harmonious. Yusin and Qingyao watched from the side, full of confusion. Why should just a form of address make everyone so happy? This is probably the kind of fun in male relationships that women will never understand. Back at the clinic, the dark-skinned man from the scrap yard happened to arrive with an ox cart full of iron parts. There wasn't much, and it was unloaded in no time. Wiping the sweat from his face, the man smiled and said, "If you need anything in the future, come find me anytime." As night deepened, Jin Yong came by carrying a basket, bringing fresh frozen pears, hawthorns, and a piece of fresh meat. I declined several times, but couldn't refuse his enthusiasm, so I had to accept it. Wang Dehai and Wang Dashin also arrived one after another, and the ward remained lively for quite a while before it finally quieted down. Sometime after 11 at night, the ward was silent. Shen Qingyao secretly glanced at me, then at Yusin, her cheeks flushing red. She clenched the hem of her clothes, slipped out quietly, and left the door slightly ajar. Only Yusin and I remained in the ward. The dim yellow light fell across us, stretching and intertwining our shadows. Yusin lowered her eyes slightly, her long lashes trembling. She slowly walked to my side, hesitated for a moment, then quietly leaned into my arms, gently wrapping her arms around my waist and resting her cheek against my chest. Warm breath brushed past my ear, and a soft, sweet voice whispered, "Xiao Chun, I'm ready." Xia Yusin nestled in my arms, the faint scent of soap on her body softening my heart. I understood what she meant. My fingers gently ran through her hair, and my fingertips accidentally brushed her hot earlobe. I lowered my head, my gaze falling on her slightly parted lips, and my throat bobbed once. Leaning down, I kissed her gently. Her body stiffened, then slowly relaxed, her fingers clutching my collar as her breathing gradually grew unsteady. I held her shoulders and slowly laid her down on the hospital bed. The bed gave a soft creak. She closed her eyes tightly, her face burning hot, her hand never once letting go of my sleeve. In the corridor, Shen Qingyao pressed herself against the cold door, listening to the faint sounds inside, her face burning red, not daring to breathe too loudly. 50-odd minutes felt like a century to her. At last, the door opened. Xia Yusin came out with my support, her body weak, most of her weight leaning against me. The blush on her face hadn't faded, and her eyes held a lazy, alluring look. Her steps were unsteady, each one soft and languid. Shen Qingyao suddenly looked up, her gaze landing on Xia Yusin, and her eyes widened instantly, then quickly darted to me, her expression full of panic, shyness, and a trace of envy. She froze completely in place, her legs going weak. I helped Xia Yusin sit on the stair step, folded my clothes to place underneath her, and draped my coat over her shoulders. "Rest a bit. Don't catch a chill." She nodded lightly, keeping her eyes lowered and not daring to look at Shen Qingyao. I turned and walked toward Shen Qingyao. She instinctively shrank back, her fingertips trembling slightly. I took her cool hand. "Ah." Her body softened, and she let out a soft cry, immediately covering her mouth, her face turning so red it seemed ready to drip blood. I wrapped an arm around her waist and led her into the ward, then closed the door behind us. She stiffly leaned into my arms, her whole body trembling slightly, her lashes fluttering nonstop. I looked down at her, my fingertips brushing the loose strands of hair at her temple, and lowered my voice. Don't be afraid. I'll be gentle. She slowly closed her eyes, her fingers hooking onto my sleeve. 50 minutes later, I pulled the door open. Xia Yusin had been waiting in the corridor for quite a while, and I helped her back inside. On the bed, Shen Qingyao's chest rose and fell faintly, her brows and eyes filled with fatigue, already too weak to move. I settled Xia Yusin beside Shen Qingyao and carefully covered them with the blanket. Then I folded up the white bedsheet on the bed, took it into my space to wash and dry it with spiritual spring water, and spread it back over the bed to erase any traces. The bed was already occupied by the two of them, and there was still an empty hospital bed beside it. I didn't rest right away. Instead, I tiptoed downstairs and went to the place where the scrap iron had been piled during the day. I took all the discarded iron pieces into my space and used its power to repair them one by one. Though the rust remained, the twisted flat steel pipes, and wheels had already been restored to their original shape. Then I processed the remaining iron pieces and steel plates into matching parts for a 6-wheeled cargo bed. After that, all that would be needed was assembly and welding, plus a layer of thick wooden planks, and the cargo bed would be complete. It would be more than enough for hauling prey in the future. In the entire town, there was only this one vehicle. Anyone who saw it would be envious, but no one would dare make a move. After finishing all that, I released the items from my space and returned to the ward. Seeing that the two of them were already fast asleep, I went into my space and took a shower with spiritual spring water. Then I lay down on the empty hospital bed and fell asleep with my eyes closed. The next morning, with the sky just beginning to brighten, the two women woke early. Their movements were especially awkward, and there was an unnatural look in their eyes. I lifted the blanket and got up, then gently pressed them back down onto the bed. Your bodies still haven't recovered yet. Don't force yourselves. My injury is long gone. Just lie down properly. Shen Qingyao was full of worry and asked softly, Are you really completely fine? Don't worry. I'm tough. It was just a scrape. Only then did the two of them lie back down. Xia Yusin reminded me, If you feel even the slightest bit unwell, you have to tell us and go find Dr. Chiao right away. Just as she finished speaking, Dr. Chiao pushed open the door and came in, saying with a smile, You two can relax. Yi Chen's wound started scabbing over yesterday, and his recovery is extremely strong. He can be discharged today, and it'll be enough to come back in 3 days to have the stitches removed. I chuckled inwardly. I drank spiritual spring water every day, so of course my recovery was far faster than that of ordinary people. The wounded musk deer had healed in just 2 days. I had simply been deliberately restraining myself so no one would notice anything unusual. At Dr. Chiao's words, Xia Yusin and Shen Qingyao's cheeks flushed, and they awkwardly tried to get up. Dr. Chiao quickly reassured them. Taking care of a patient is hard work. It's fine to lie down and rest for a while. As soon as he said that, both women's faces turned red, and even the tips of their ears grew hot. How was this just taking care of a patient? This was clearly crossing a line. In this day and age, conduct was taken very seriously. If word got out, none of the 4 of us would be able to bear the consequences. I took the opportunity to thank him. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Chiao. We'll wash up shortly and then handle the discharge. Dr. Chiao understood at once and turned to leave. Anyone with a bit of insight could tell that the two women harbored hidden feelings for me. Only no one knew that I was extremely possessive deep down. Once someone caught my eye, they could never escape my gentle control. After Dr. Chiao left, the two women finally relaxed and asked softly, Will we really not be discovered like this? Don't be afraid. These days, everything depends on real evidence. No one can condemn us with just a few words from others. I patted both of their shoulders and comforted them softly. Shen Qingyao lowered her voice and asked carefully, Then, if all 3 of us end up pregnant, what should we do? My gaze swept over the trash can in the corner, and a faint smile rose at the corners of my lips. Don't worry. I won't let you get pregnant so soon. Both women froze. Last night their minds had been hazy. So many details were hard to remember clearly. Thinking of it now, what Shen Qingyao had thrown away was exactly the trace left behind after Nova and I had been intimate the night before. The two of them sighed in relief, yet a trace of disappointment also stirred in their hearts. Xiaoqing, don't you want us to have your children? Of course I do. It's just not the time yet. First, I need to make sure your bodies are properly conditioned. We'll talk about it once everything is stable. I already had my own plan. Since crossing over to this world, I had been quietly nourishing the constitutions of the 3 women and the Ivan couple with spiritual spring water all along. Using too much all at once would definitely raise suspicion, so I could only do it little by little, day after day. Wait for me 5 more years, and I'll have big mansions in both Beijing and Shanghai. By then, I'll have the 3 of you all carrying my child. Beijing. Shanghai. The 2 of them suddenly looked up, their faces full of shock. No need to panic. With me here, your parents from both families won't dare to wrong you in the slightest. Just trust me. I carry a sign-in system and a portable space, and the road ahead is crystal clear. The very first sign-in unlocked firearms mastery, and the rewards after that will only be richer. And with me knowing the development trends of the next few decades, how could I let the opportunity slip away for nothing? As long as I save up 100,000 over these few years, I'll be able to stand firmly wherever I go in the future. Okay, I trust you, Xia Yusin said without hesitation. Shun Qingyao followed with a plea in her eyes. I trust you too, but I never want to go back to that home again. Can you help me break away from it completely? I bent down and gently kissed her on the forehead. As long as you don't want it, no one dares to bully you except me. Xia Yusin burst out laughing beside us. Shun Qingyao's face instantly flushed red. She lightly pounded my chest with her small fist. What nonsense are you saying? Annoying. Looking at the shy Shun Qingyao in my arms, and then at the gentle Xia Yusin watching me from the side, I felt a flood of emotion. This was the purest kind of girl in the 70s, trusting you with her whole heart from a single promise, without reservation. After getting everything packed up, and just as I pushed open the ward door, I ran into Nova and Aunt Sasha, who were coming to take over the shift. As soon as Nova saw me, she pounced over, her little head rubbing against my chest. Good morning, Brother Yi-chun. I rubbed her soft golden hair. Good morning, Nova. I lifted my eyes to meet Aunt Sasha's, and a trace of awkwardness flickered in my heart. She had a distinctive air about her, blending together the most charming qualities of the 3 girls. Uncle Ivan is really blessed. Good morning, Aunt Sasha. Seeing the packed bags in our hands, she asked, Are you being discharged? Yeah, Dr. Chiao said recovery is going well. We just need to come back in 3 days to get the stitches removed. Then we can head back together. I suggested. If you're not in a hurry, wait for me an hour or 2. It's not a short trip, and I still need to take care of a few things. We can all go back together. Nova blinked curiously. What else does Brother Yi-chun still have to do? I pinched her soft little cheek. Last night I finished fixing those scraps of iron. Now they just need to be assembled and welded, and they'll be ready to use. Xia Yusin and Shun Qingyao were both stunned. What? You stayed up all night and fixed it? It wasn't hard to handle. Just had to straighten out the bent parts. Let's go. You 2 wait for me at the entrance first. I'll say hello to Brother Zhang. Just after walking out of the clinic entrance, I saw Uncle Ivan standing there listlessly, holding onto his bicycle. Uncle Ivan, what's wrong with you? You look terrible, like your vitality's been drained dry. Ivan had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and he looked completely drained. Xiaochen, you're being discharged? In an instant, I understood. Aunt Sasha had stood outside for a long while that night, and after returning home, the 2 of them must have shared a tender, lingering night together. Looking at Aunt Sasha again, a woman of 35 looked more like she was 25 or 26. Carefully cherished by Uncle Ivan, never touching a thing herself, and nourished day after day by the spiritual spring water, her charm had only grown stronger than before. With such a beauty by his side, the nights would naturally be full of passion and affection. I silently mourned for Uncle Ivan for 1 second. Shun Qingyao asked with concern, Uncle Ivan, are you feeling unwell? Nova's eyes lit up. I know. Last night, Mom. MMPH. Sasha's cheeks instantly turned red as she clamped a hand over her mouth. I hurried to smooth things over. Uncle Ivan, if you're tired, go back and rest first. I'll take them back together after I'm done. Oh, Ivan responded weakly, then wobbled off on his bike. I had the 4 women wait at the gate while I hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative to find Zhang Chang. Brother Zhang, I was discharged from the hospital today. Is it convenient for me to go see your father now? Zhang Chang thumped his chest. Of course it is. Let's go right away. There are still some of my things at the clinic. Can I borrow a tricycle? No problem. I'll pedal it over right now. 5 minutes later, we loaded everything up and headed to Zhang Chang's home. The 4 women stayed outside the yard while I followed Zhang Chang into a farmhouse courtyard. In the yard, a middle-aged man in his 50s was busy working. When he saw me come in, he immediately guessed who I was. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Sorry to disturb you so early in the morning. No trouble, no trouble. Just a small favor. No need to be so polite, young man. Uncle Zhang was genuinely down to earth, without the slightest trace of airs. As soon as I explained my idea, he understood right away. A 4th-level welding skill really lived up to its reputation. The two of us got to work, and Zhang Chong helped out too. What should have taken 2 hours was finished in one. The cargo bed was 3 meters long and 1.8 meters wide, with 6 wheels front and back. Designed after later generation trucks, all 3 side panels could be opened, making loading and unloading incredibly convenient. The key was that it fit my 28-inch bicycle perfectly, and both disassembly and assembly were simple. Once the wooden boards were laid and secured with wire, the entire cargo bed was complete. Uncle Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. I took out 5 yuan and handed it over. Uncle Zhang quickly waved his hands. That won't do. That's too much. He worked in Yinshi and made only a little over 20 yuan a month, so 5 yuan from me was more than a week's pay for him. If you won't take it, I won't feel right coming again in the future. Only then did Uncle Zhang reluctantly accept it, repeatedly reminding me never to give him money next time. Looking at this honest father and son, I couldn't help feeling emotional. People in this era were truly simple, sincere, and lovable. After attaching the cargo bed to the 28-inch bike, I pushed it out of the yard. The girls waiting at the gate all gasped when they saw it. Wow, that cargo bed is huge. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever seen one this big. Brother Yichun, how much can it carry? I patted the sturdy frame of the cargo bed. About a ton. Any more, and it won't hold. Shin Qingyao widened her eyes. A ton? Really? Exactly 1 ton. No more, no less. I mounted the seat. The connection had been reinforced, so it was very stable and didn't need to be propped up. Everyone get on. I'll take you for a spin around town. Yay! Nova climbed into the cargo bed first, followed by Xia Yusin, Shin Qingyao, and Sasha. As soon as the 4 girls sat in the cargo bed, they instantly became the most eye-catching sight on the street. I deliberately rode through crowded areas, openly showing off this one-of-a-kind ride. The familiar villagers stared with wide eyes, their faces full of envy and jealousy. In front, riding the bike, was me, tall and upright, handsome as a matter of course. Behind me sat 4 peerless beauties. Xia Yusin was lively, Shin Qingyao shy, Nova playful, and Sasha poised and elegant. Each smile and glance impossible to look away from. Add to that the 6-wheeled cargo bed, with its distinctive and imposing design, and in a town full of ordinary bicycles, it was simply dazzling beyond compare. Even more impressive, when we passed over bumpy dirt roads, the ride stayed steady without the slightest jolt, all thanks to the flat steel layer on the chassis, which maximized the shock absorption. After one full lap and plenty of attention, I finally turned the handlebars and rode toward the 4th team. Halfway there, I ran into Shinkui. From a distance, he stared at me with his eyes wide open, frozen in place. Uncle Shinkui, please tell Brother Biao for me that I've been discharged from the hospital and will go find him after I'm done with things. I didn't stop and rode past him. Shinkui stood dazed for a long while. Only after I had ridden more than 10 meters away did he suddenly come to his senses and shout after me. Xiao Chun, Brother Biao told me to tell you that Brother Long and Brother Hu are back. I waved. Got it. Thanks, Uncle Shinkui. Along the way, the villagers who were out all stared at the 6-wheeled cart behind me, their eyes practically overflowing with envy. Some whispered in private that this vehicle was even more enviable than a car from the city. Others sighed that even if you gave them a car, they still couldn't be as flashy as Yichun. What they lacked wasn't a car, but 4 stunning beauties. Just as we were nearing the entrance to 4th Team Village, a green public security jeep was parked by the roadside, blocking most of the road. Captain Wu, Aunt Ma, and a crowd of villagers were gathered around Wang Dahai from the Public Security Bureau, discussing something. Everyone looked grim, their brows tightly furrowed. At a glance, it was clear that something had happened. I had a rough idea in my head, but I didn't show it on my face at all. Riding the bike with 4 beauties in tow, I came to a steady stop in front of everyone. Uncle Wang, Team Leader Wu, why are you all gathered here? What happened in the village? Everyone turned to look and froze. Their eyes moved back and forth between me and the cart bed. My head was still wrapped in gauze, and my injuries hadn't fully healed. Yet I was pulling a 6-wheeled cart bed behind me, with 4 stunning women seated in it. The sight made everyone's eyes light up. Even Wang Dahai, who had seen plenty in his life, stared fixedly at the cart bed, his face full of surprise. Yichun, where did you get this cart bed? I designed it myself and had Zhang Chong's father from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative help weld it together. My tone was calm, with not a trace of bragging. Zhang Chong. Wang Dahai reacted instantly. Zhang Chong's father was the only level 4 welder in town. In his younger years, he had worked at a big factory in Yin City, and ordinary people simply couldn't get him to do anything. But what he cared about wasn't the welder, It was the words designed it myself. You mean this cart bed was entirely designed by you? Team leader Wu asked in shock. I nodded, as composed as ever. Yeah, what's so strange about that? Old Lee immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Not strange. How exactly did you come up with this? This isn't something an ordinary person can figure out. I raised my hand and pointed to the green Jeep beside us. Designed it based on the structural principles of a Jeep. What's so hard about that? That one sentence left everyone speechless. The mechanical structure and load-bearing balance of a Jeep. How could anyone understand that just by glancing at it? If it were really that simple, modified vehicles would be all over the roads already. Wang Dehai was the first to recover and said with a grave expression, Xiao Chun, we can talk about the cart bed later. If you have time, hurry up and get ready. Then come into the mountains with me. 4 male educated youths from our 4th squad have gone missing all at once. 4 male educated youths are missing. A shocked look appeared on my face, and I slightly furrowed my brows, perfectly playing out unprepared surprise. Xia Yusin and Shin Qingyao in the cart bed also widened their eyes. That's right. Wang Dehai nodded heavily. Aunt Ma said she hasn't seen Lu Daneng and the others these past few days. Even Zhao Bin and the other ones staying at Aunt Zhang's place are gone. They haven't shown up for several days. Xiao Chun, you know the mountain terrain best. I'm planning to take people into the mountains to look for them. I'm worried they may have gotten lost or run into some accident. Team leader Wu hurriedly chimed in as well. Those few haven't been showing up for work for days, and no matter where we ask, there's no news. In those deep mountains and old forests, there are wild beasts and steep cliffs everywhere. Don't let it be something serious. Hearing that the missing people were Lu Daneng, Zhao Bin, and the other 2, a strange look appeared on the faces of me and Xia Yusin and the others. Wang Dehai caught every expression on everyone's faces. There was gloating, faint worry, and a bit of barely noticeable tension. Before I could speak, Nova suddenly sprang up from the cart bed. Her little face puffed up, and she said bluntly, Good that they're missing. Ever since coming down to the countryside, those guys have been bullying brother Yi Chun and always harassing sister Yusin and sister Qingyao. It's quieter without them. Sasha's expression changed, and she lightly slapped Nova on the butt. Nova, don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Xia Yusin and Shin Qingyao looked at me with faces full of worry, their eyes filled with concern. They knew very well that Lu Daneng and the other 3 had deep grudges with me, and if I were sent into the mountains to find them, no one would be willing. The whole 4th squad knew exactly what Lu Daneng and the others had been doing. They relied on their strength to bully me, and they kept harassing Xia Yusin and Shin Qingyao. It had taken intervention from the older men and women in the squad on several occasions to keep things from escalating. The 4 of them had a terrible reputation, and nobody genuinely liked them. Now that they had suddenly gone missing, Wang Dehai still wanted me to go into the mountains with them. Who could swallow that? Wang Dehai looked at me, a bit troubled, his face showing some difficulty. Xiao Chun, I know these 4 people have done a lot of outrageous things to you before. You're angry, and everyone can understand that. But whatever the case, these are 4 lives. If they really ran into an accident in the mountains, we won't be able to answer to the commune. I appropriately let a conflicted look appear on my face, my brows tightly furrowed, and fell silent for a long while. After a long while, I sighed. All right, Uncle Wang, I'll go deep into the mountains with you. But let me say this first. The terrain in the mountains is complicated, with dense forests and steep cliffs everywhere. I can only do my best to look. Whether I can find them, I can't guarantee. Wang Dehai instantly relaxed, his face full of approval. Good job, Xiao Chun. I knew you were a sensible, kind-hearted good comrade. Go home first and get your dry rations and canteen ready. I'll go gather some people, and when I come back, we'll set off immediately. Squad leader Wu also showed a relieved smile. Xiao Chun, I know you feel wronged, but this involves human lives. We'll have to trouble you to make this trip. Once there, found, the commune will definitely give you credit. The surrounding commune members all praised me one after another, saying I had a generous heart and was truly rare. I looked at everyone and waved a hand. All right, uncles and aunties. I, Yi Chun, am not the kind of person who holds petty grudges. If we can find them in the mountains this time, then as long as they sincerely apologize to me, to Yusin, and to Qingyao, I'll let the previous matter go. The atmosphere on the scene eased a bit, and the way everyone looked at me grew more approving. But I knew perfectly well in my heart, no one understood Lu Daneng and the other 3 better than I did. This trip into the mountains was nothing more than a formality for everyone to see. As soon as Wang Dehai saw the matter settled, he immediately called out, Everyone, get your own things ready. Gather at the village entrance in half an hour. After that, He hurriedly drove back to the commune to call for people. Squad leader Wu also began arranging for the militia and the old hunters to prepare their gear. I said to the 4 women in the truck bed, "I'll send you back first. I'm going home to prepare the things for the mountain trip." Looking toward the deep mountains, a dark glint flashed in my eyes. This trip into the mountains seemed to be to find people, but in reality, it was to cover up the traces once again. I had long since made all the necessary preparations. The scene shifts to Nova's home. Sasha pushed the door open and went inside, saw Ivan sound asleep on the Kong, and kicked him hard. "Get up. You can't hold out after just 2 nights." Nova chimed in with disdain. "So useless." Ivan rolled over, not even opening his eyes. "My dear Sasha, let me sleep a little longer." "Get up right now." Sasha's face darkened. 4 educated youth from the production team have gone missing. The police and Xiao Chun are going into the mountains to look for them. You're going with them, and you're to protect Xiao Chun. If anything goes wrong, don't you dare come back. Brother Yichin can't get hurt. You old geezer, hurry up and get moving. Nova directly pounced on him and rode on his belly, shaking him. Ivan was tormented to the point of helplessness and said helplessly, "You're worried about little Yezi?" With his marksmanship, even the best men in the military department can't compare. By the time I fire 2 shots, he'll have already changed magazines. Every prey he shoots is a headshot. Sasha and Nova widened their eyes, full of shock. Even so, Sasha still wasn't reassured. She dug out a hunting rifle and bullets and stuffed them into Ivan's hands. "Keep an eye on Xiao Chun. If he loses even a single hair, don't ever come back into this house for the rest of your life." Ivan nodded repeatedly and was half pushed, half shoved out the door. After Ivan had gone far away, Nova leaned over and made a curved gesture, then straightened it. Its meaning was obvious. Sasha understood and made a slightly longer gesture. Nova's cheeks flushed red, and she quietly made an even more slender and firm one. Sasha's eyes widened, and after a moment of stunned silence, she covered her mouth and cried softly, "Ula." Now there was no need to worry about her daughter's sexual happiness. On my side, I took the Wongbot pistol out of my space and tucked it at my waist, then took out the Mosin Nagant and loaded the bullets. 10 magazines were fully loaded, plus 5 rounds in the chamber, making a total of 55 rounds. In the past, carrying only 2 magazines was never enough, and I couldn't change guns in public, so this was just right. Yusin and Qin Yao stood by watching, their faces full of worry, repeatedly urging me to be careful when going up the mountain. Looking at how worried Sister Yusin and Sister Qin Yao looked, I couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, there are still 2 beauties at home waiting for me. How could I bear to get myself in trouble?" As soon as I said that, both of their faces turned bright red. Sister Yusin forced herself to stay calm and glared at me. "Since you know that, you'd better come back safe and sound." I nodded. Then while no one was looking, I tucked most of the magazines into my spatial storage, leaving only a few in my pockets. I slung the Type 38 rifle over my back, put an arm around each of them, and kissed both of them on the cheek. "If I can't make it back tonight, then I'll be back tomorrow afternoon at the earliest, or the day after at the latest." After saying that, I turned and left, with their reminders following behind me. By the village entrance, the team had already assembled. The militia and hunters were fully equipped and ready to go, and Ivan and Uncle Lee were there too. Captain Wu shouted instructions. "Once we enter the mountain, no one is allowed to leave the group without permission. Everyone goes in safe and comes back safe." Just then, Wang Dahai arrived with 12 police officers, each of them carrying a brand new Type 38 rifle, moved out of the fortress in the mountains. I asked, "Didn't bring the tracking dogs?" Wang Dahai gave a wry smile. "We tried. By the time we got to the mountainside, they stopped working and just ran around in circles." I showed a look of regret, but inside I sneered. The 4 people had been transferred away by me through my spatial ability, leaving not the slightest trace. How could the dogs possibly track them down? Set out. Into the mountains. The group advanced grandly toward the depths of Changbai Mountain. When we reached the mountainside, I didn't stop to collect any game. Instead, I led everyone straight into the heart of the deep mountains. Actually, I had already noticed that Wang Dahai had been distracted the whole way. He was suspicious of me. He was a by-the-book man. Even though I had destroyed the wolf pack and earned merit, in his eyes there were no exceptions. But without evidence, he could only bottle it up. The problem was, he was zoning out far too much. I suddenly stopped, spun around, and jabbed my Type 38 rifle at him. Ivan reacted extremely fast, grabbing his clothes and yanking him to the side. Wang Dahai lost his balance and fell onto the ground. Almost at the same instant, my bayonet accurately pierced the head of a poisonous snake. Only then did everyone see clearly. A triangular head, gray-brown body, It was the white-lipped pit viper, the most venomous snake in Changbai Mountain. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. I withdrew the bayonet, stomped the snake's head to pieces, and said coldly, "Comrade Wang, this is the deep mountains and old forests. Losing focus here is the same as joking with your life." Ivan also said sternly to everyone, "Poisonous snakes and insects are impossible to guard against. Next time, no one may be able to save you." Wang Dahai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and apologized. "I'm sorry, there won't be a next time." Looking at his expression, he probably had no more suspicions about me. After all, someone who could pull off such a reckless feat wouldn't have this kind of skill.